A holographic figure suddenly materializes in front of the man. She introduces herself as Jai Adriana Balaba and greets her heir. The woman expresses her desire to give the man, who shares her will, the ability to connect using magical tools and bestow magic on anyone. The woman gives the man a magical object in the shape of a sphere. She claims that the guy has complete control over how he uses these abilities. The automated doll glares at its owner and explains why it was made. She collapses to the ground after saying those words. She will undoubtedly no longer be able to help the man. Nida Jin is a man. By then, his life is already over. Right now, he is fixing a panel on the stairs. The screwdriver abruptly falls out of his hands. He lunges to grab the screwdriver, but he stumbles and falls. It seemed that the man could no longer run as he fell headfirst. Suddenly, a girl with glittering eyes declares that she has finally found him. The room is illuminated with an unfathomable glow. The man wakes up in the room. Jean discovers that he is naked when he wakes up in bed. He asks why this happened. The girl then turns to face him and calls Jin by that name, asking if the master is awake. The man asked the girl to wait for a while because he was surprised to see her in front of him. After that, Jin covered his body with a sheet. He asked the girl a question to find out more about her identity. The guy is in her mother's research room and the girl claims to be an automaton. At first, Jin didn't even think that the girl was a mechanical doll or an automaton. The girl asks the guy to follow her, saying that her mother will give him a better explanation of everything. They enter a room with a magic sphere in the middle and magic wands around it. The man was stunned by this image. An image of a woman appears above the magic sphere. She greets her heir. Thus, the man inherited the power of the magic wizard. Jin has made the decision to take stock as he is doing well. The man realizes that it is now his turn since his predecessor has been away for so long. Nida discovers that he was saved by a girl. Either way, he should be grateful to her. Jin now only wears a towel, which puts him in a strange position. The man is now a master of magic. He decides to try to use his talent on the towel. He performs a spell, but he is unsure of his technique. The towel turned into threads that can be used to create anything. Now he knew how his magical energy worked. Some time passes. The man realizes he doesn't need a sewing machine or a needle, and he is already dressed in a suit. Jean realizes that it is preferable to focus on the power that has arisen. Now he must focus on the doll because her clothes and skin are in bad shape and must be completely mended from the start. The muscles were torn. The bones were damaged. They could no longer be used. The fact that it actually lasted about 1,000 years is unbelievable to a man. Jin thinks that the previous master made this automaton doll. The man wanted to know what materials were used. The doll has been here for some time. The man knows there must be a lot of matching parts nearby. Based on his predecessor's memory, Jin decides to take a look around. He walks through a spacious room supported by columns. He realizes that this room is to be used for preliminary research. Along with several other rooms, the man discovers a storage room. He found a suitable component for a doll automaton in one of the rooms. Parts that resembled lanterns and illuminated the room in the distance served as indicators of this. The man continued to enter the room, which was filled from top to bottom with various gadgets. The fact that the previous master had created all of these things surprised Jin. The man looked at all the gadgets. Every single item in the room completely shocked him. Nato suddenly noticed a strange thread. He assumed that the doll's muscles could be made from this thread. The material the thread was made of was strong but light. To determine their origin, he pulled out a strand of threads. However, out of nowhere, an underground spider appeared from behind the boxes. It turned out that he was in charge of producing threads. When Jin saw the creature, he couldn't speak. Suddenly, the spider started chasing the man. When the spider got close, Nato ran away. Jin suddenly staggered and fell face down on the floor. The spider was approaching him. The man stretched his arms out in front of him, closing his eyes. He thought that this was the end of his life. However, all of a sudden, the spider approached the man's leg and wrapped its paws around it. The spider just sat on his leg without attacking. Jin was extremely glad that this wasn't the second time his life ended. He moved to the back of the room, picking up the spider. A substantial pile of minerals caught his eye with their luster. The man had brought enough supplies. Now he would almost completely recreate the doll. He repairs the doll using various materials and spells. Nato is unsure if he needs to make any changes to the control mechanism. Picking it up, he thinks it's a program. The guy has difficulty mentally writing down the parameters of the doll's actions. The man uses Japanese to write programs in the control ball. He knows how tedious it is to rewrite all those programs. Now that everything is ready, he can start the doll. When he gives the command to launch, energy is released from the magic ball that controls the doll. The man then notices that it begins to work. The control mechanism sucks up a lot of magical power. It turns out that this ball can even work with the wrong language. Kanji, katakana, and hiragana can now be used. The man thinks he has to try everything. The volume, speed, and word count are completely different. Jin's skills are now working as he realizes that he can process everything much faster and everything works much faster than before. The man realizes that he can now do a better job than his predecessor. He decides to access the doll's control panel. The man plans to increase its metabolism and magic efficiency before increasing the generator's power. In addition, Jin will increase stamina and bone absorption. Magic threads are also to be used to build muscles. This will make the doll stronger and more enduring. In addition, the man should continuously absorb magic by covering the doll with skin. The main task has now been accomplished. The man feels a bit exhausted, but he thinks he spent a lot of time there. Nato realizes that he has the ability to use this magic to create anything he wishes. He can now do whatever he wants and use whatever he wants whenever he wants. He wants to keep it in his memory so he doesn't forget the details. Now the doll is ready. The clothes were the last element to add to the project. The man wondered how to make him some fabric. He was looking at the spider producing the threads. It was discovered that the spider was actually a silkworm. Remembering that there was some sort of sewing machine in the vault, Nato picks up some thread. He makes the decision to try and create something new and perfect. A man thinks he should give magical powers to people at work. Thinking about Adriana Balaba's jibe, he thinks he understands what a woman wants from him. The man starts using thread to weave clothes. He comes to the realization that he doesn't really know anything about the world. He is the forerunner of the chapter and is now called Jin. He thinks he has surpassed his predecessor in all subjects. He was able to turn thread into clothes. He takes a doll and puts shoes, a dress, and a headband on it. The man started running the doll because he was ready to test his theory. He made a tiny magic ball and threw it at the doll expecting something incredible. It didn't react at all. The man was shocked to see if she had any work at all and closed her mouth. Despite the magic circulation, metabolism, and generator working normally, the doll showed no reaction. The man doesn't know why his efforts didn't pay off. Since he spent all his time in the workshop, he was very hungry. He made the decision to have a snack. After that, he remembers that they are in the pantry and the rooms where he used to be. Even in the spider there is nothing edible. The man starts to get even hungrier as he contemplates this. He assumes that the food would be barely edible if it were even around. The man suddenly realizes the existence of teleportation gates. They must be connected to numerous cities, he assumes. They will be used by Jin. He activates the teleporter by standing in the center of the circle and pouring magical energy into it and causing the teleporter to activate. The man's clothes are abruptly ripped at the seams, exposing a strange glare. The man notices that everything about this situation is starting to seem strange. It turned out that the mechanism was overloaded. Nevertheless, the man teleported to an unidentified location despite the overload. A huge magical ball landed him in the middle of the trees. A girl who was packing her things into a basket noticed this incredibly bright flash. She kept looking at the magic ball when she realized that a strange man was passing out right at her feet, and it was unpredictable and strange. A man wakes up on a bed not knowing where he is. He is approached by a girl who saw him right after he landed after teleporting. She cried out in shock and ran out of the room as soon as she saw the man come to his senses. The man didn't realize what had just happened, so he was at a loss. He decided to use the window to look at the room. The fact that there were trees everywhere made him realize that this was definitely not his research room. The man is approached by a woman who thought he might be a little worn out. The woman explains that she decided to bring the man here after finding him unconscious at the edge of the forest. The woman introduced herself as Masa and the girl as Hana, her granddaughter. According to the woman, Hana was among those who discovered the man. The man introduces himself as Jin Nato and says he is excited to meet the girl. He smiles and bends down to thank her for saving him at that moment. Hana hides behind her grandmother in embarrassment. Masa asks you to ignore her granddaughter's actions. She asks the man about how he ended up in the situation when he was lying in the forest. Jin wanted to answer the question, but a rumbling in his stomach stopped him. Jin started to defend himself, telling the woman that she couldn't make it up. Masa burst out laughing and assumed the man was hungry. She did indeed know that. According to a famous saying, an empty stomach is deaf to speech, the woman says. Based on that, she asks the man to wait a little while so that she can prepare his food. Jin thanked her profusely. It turns out that the man then gave the woman a detailed explanation of everything. I have never heard of a teleportation gate, she claims. Since there is nothing like it in their village, she thinks it might be some sort of sinister relic. She also thinks it could be an ancient relic. Jean asks the woman about ancient relics. These are magical artifacts created before the Great Demon War, she explains. The man was stunned when he asked about the Demon War. The woman looked at him sternly and asked him not to claim that the man didn't know about the incident. He asked the woman to tell him about it politely. About 300 years ago, there had been a war in their neighborhood between humans and some extraterrestrial race. 2/3 of the population had died in a fierce battle. Then the demons created a cataclysm. They wiped out half of the world's magical population. According to the woman, this led to the collapse of their civilization thousands of years ago, resulting in the permanent loss of numerous technologies. Jin realizes that this happened shortly after Balaba's death at the hands of Jai. Many years have passed since then. They would be surprised that no one remembers it. The woman knows that the man needs a teleportation gate to return. She decides that the man can stay with her until she finds that gate as soon as possible. The man casts the woman a frightened look. Jin argues that he has nothing to give Masa in exchange for her hospitality and food. The woman protests, saying that she was glad to see Hana's concern, and that's why she saved the man. Masa explained that she had always been depressed since her parents died. If her grandmother didn't mind, the man who heard the girl's story would make the decision to become her friend. It was a great offer, Masa said. If the man could keep Hana company, she would be extremely grateful. The woman called the girl to her place. On the way, she fetched some water and asked Hana to show the man around the neighborhood. She obediently agreed. The man asks the girl to show the village, leaning slightly in her direction. She agrees and they eventually leave. The man suddenly sees one building while traveling. He realizes how bad the local economy is. He realizes that he is far away from the research room. Jean believes that the war has had a significant impact on the technological advancement of the place. The man is preoccupied with one person in his thoughts. The return of Hana's baby makes him happy. He wonders how the man feels now that he has regained consciousness. Not believing his ears, Jin asks if the man is a villager. In agreement, he identified himself as Rock Ashiku. Jin said it was a pleasure to meet Rock and introduced himself. The girl next to me introduced herself as Barbara. She pointed to her grandfather Kambaku, who is the village headman. The village headman wants to know what this man plans to do. Jin replies that he has made the decision to stay at Hana's house for a while. The headman immediately frowns and agrees, provided that he doesn't cause any trouble and that the villagers accept him. Since it's so quiet and peaceful, the guy really likes being here. Hana approaches the man and asks about his well-being. Jin nods approvingly and concludes that he is ultimately powerless. Yes, and he'll have to deal with everything alone. The pair hit the road again. Jin asks Hana where the villagers usually get water. The girl leads the man to a well, pointing her finger in the direction. The man realizes that they draw water in buckets. The boy says he will help draw water after the girl points to the rope. They walk back to the house. Jean asks if she works so hard all the time. Since this is something they do every day, the girl was stunned. When he looked at the bucket of water, the man suddenly thought of his ability to combine magical tools and bestow a magical blessing. Jin made the decision to act. He asks Masu if there is a blacksmith in the village, a man who works iron and copper. After the woman looked at the man carefully, she suggested that he take a look at the former workshop of the house, as there were still many things there. The man followed the woman into a spacious room. She explained that before his death, the previous owner of the house had used it as a blacksmith shop. The woman stated that he could use whatever he wanted, but she had no idea what the man wanted to do. Thanking her, Jean began to work. The man tried to determine what it was by touching the piece of metal. First of all, it was the copper alloy in his. The man assumed the work would progress quickly because these metals seemed familiar. Suddenly, he stretched his arms out to the sides and commanded the piece of iron to change. A mystical halo materialized around it. When the girl saw this flash, she was shaken to the core. Hana asks the man what it was, intrigued, her eyes lighting up. They could be magicians, she says. He realizes she's not far from the truth. They will need a cart because the material they made was quite heavy. The man gathered a few parts and put them in the cart. This made the girl very happy. Hana could go into the cart and push the handle, Jean said. The girl followed the guy's instructions to the last letter and left. Now the well must be installed. They walked off in the direction of the right place. Barbara suddenly spoke to Mesa. Barbara isn't sure whether he should leave the girl with that guy. Since the guy doesn't seem like a bad person, the woman assures the girl that everything will be fine. Barbara hesitantly nods before noticing that Jean and Hana are standing in the distance. Barbara puzzledly asks what the man put in the well while Hana brightens as she looks at her grandmother. The girl is upset as she doesn't understand why the guy closed the well. Jean replies that he just needs to wait a little while to finish the job. There's nothing complicated about it, the man says, smirking, adding that it's a water pump. The villagers will benefit greatly from access to water. Barbara just stared at the man incredulously. Instead, Hannah rushed over to the machine and, following the man's instructions, began to raise and lower the pump handle. After a few moments, the water, beginning to gurgle, gushed from the pipe. The water poured out, which surprised Hannah. Masa asked how this could have happened, and Barbara was amazed at what she saw. Deciding it was another manifestation of magical unknown energy, the man explained that it was an ordinary object. He claimed that the cylinder draws water in when the handle is lowered and raised. Masa was now pondering why the man needed copper. Hannah sharply calls out to Jin, and she happily reports that the man helped her draw water faster. Jin smiles at her and advises her to use it for her well-being. Several weeks pass. The man realizes that he must take action with these boards. This is where Oshaku diverts his attention. The man states that his cart is excellent. Jin states that he is extremely happy that his product has proven useful. Oshaku informs the man that after Jin fixed his stall, the headman was beyond happy. In fact, the headman thought that Jin might stay in the village for a while. The man came to a realization. These thoughts are addressed to Jai Adriana Balaba in his mind. He assumes that making everyone happy is the goal of a master of magic. The man ponders this while looking into the distance. After all, Jin was used to living here, although sometimes there were difficulties. Hannah thought it would be very soothing for Jin to wash himself, so she brings a bucket of water. Jin finds that he is not at all relaxed as he uses a towel to wipe his body. It takes too long and too much work to adjust. The man made a water pump out of bronze. Jin thinks he will have to take a bath and heat the water with a stove and kettle. Jin recalls a potential hot spring in the mountains that the locals told him about. The man is dissatisfied as he cannot find the spring without special equipment. The man believes that this problem can be solved with magic. He uses the ability of geological measurement and touches the ground with his hand. A large magic circle appears around him on the ground and the earth vibrates perceptibly. Although finding minerals is the top priority right now, the man would like to pinpoint the location of the hot spring and solve the problem quickly. The man suddenly senses where they are. He thinks he needs permission from the village headman before he can come and dig something up. The man approached the village headman. According to the man, of all the wells available, none of the villagers have ever found hot water from all those wells. Barbara agrees with Jin's suggestion. According to her, there should be at least one hot spring because they are very healthy. According to the headman, if the man's ideas are for the benefit of the villagers, he is okay with it. The man says it is not difficult and thanks him for the water pump. The headman informs the man who is leaving that their village will soon be visited by a group of traders. The man says the traders bring food, clothing, local goods, salt and sugar every 2 months. Jin says, "I've never seen the locals use any currency," turning to Barbara. The girl smiles, explaining that the residents trade goods with each other. After these words, the man finds that he has arrived in a small village. If the man needs anything, the headman asks you to contact him. Ultimately, he hopes that Jin is making an effort for the good of the village. After expressing his gratitude to the headman, the man left. The man carrying a cart full of firewood thinks that life in the village is extremely inconvenient because there is no money. Right now, the man can't do anything about it. He secretly wishes he could do much more to help. Hannah and her friends abruptly divert the man's attention from his thoughts by tugging on his sleeve. Jin asks the men how they managed to blend into the crowd and hide inside the cart. Hannah asks the man what he's going to do, but she doesn't answer. Jin states that he's going to build a hot spring. Then, all at once, the guys started asking the guy a lot of questions about what a hot spring is and why Jin should build one. The man just ordered the guys to relax a bit. They arrived at the construction site. Jin explains that first he has to create a place to bathe. He will use earth magic to do this. When Jin uses the ability, depressions will form in the ground that will sink down to reveal water. The children believe it will be a hot spring. This is just the beginning, the man explains. The man fills the holes with water using his skill. The whole thing was adored by the children. The man decided to dip his hand in the water to test his work. Steam dripped off of it because it was so hot. Jin suddenly finds that the children had already rushed as fast as they could to the spring, undressing along the way. The man claimed that the water in the spring was very hot and somehow managed to hold them in. Jin offered the kids a job so they could help him build a fence and roof rather than rushing to bathe. The kids happily agreed, already holding signs in their hands. The man smirked and said he would rely on the teenagers. Jin suddenly remembered the orphanage, the place where he was abandoned and where he grew up. The man asks if things are going well there now. The man's thoughts are distracted by Hana. She asks in an apologetic tone for help in putting up the fence. Jin says he's sorry and starts working. The children are proud and delighted with the work they have done. They have built an amazing thermal bath. Jin initially just planned the construction. Hana visited the smallest pool and stated that it was too small to fully immerse herself in. The girl was then informed that it was a place for her to wash her feet. The man smiles and says that as a thank you for helping to build the spring, he can now allow the children to be the first visitors. Spray flies in the man's face as he is unable to finish. The children don't understand why the man is not rushing over to them, as they are already playing and swimming in the spring. Jin sighs with relief as he is able to relax for the first time in a long time. Hana calls Jin over. In her palm, the girl gives him a tiny round stone. She decides to ask Jin about it because she thinks it might be a gemstone. The man scrutinizes the stone carefully. One of the boys says he has found these stones before in other places and along the riverbank. Jin recognizes that it could be an ordinary stone. The man applies his analytical skills. The object found turns out to be a volcanic magic stone. Jin knows that this stone could prove to be very profitable in the future. A few days passed. There were merchants in the village. The buyers are happily greeted by a young man who offers them a preview of the new product. The number of people gathered to view the merchant's wares surprises Jin. Indeed, he wishes he could visit them too. Jin gets a call from Barbara. According to the girl, the headman wants Jin to visit the well. When the man arrives, the headman and the merchant Roland were already waiting for him. In response, the man gave his name and expressed his joy at the new acquaintance. Roland expresses regret in advance for making the man come to him. However, he still has one question for the man. Jin listens attentively. Roland explains that since his last visit, which was about 2 months ago, this village has undergone significant changes. He states that all the houses and fences are now in good condition, and the carts make the village much easier to work in. To Roland, the water pump was the most remarkable item. According to the man, this invention is revolutionary. Roland continued to discuss his amazement. The man asked him to cut to the chase by interrupting his narrative. Roland sincerely hopes that the man understands him and says that he is completely serious. Roland explains that he believes this water pump is extremely valuable. Who is the author of this invention? The merchant asks, referring to the village headman. Jin confirms the man's words. Roland asks to sell him this gadget, full of confidence and determination. Reluctantly, Jin declines the request. Such a response was unexpected by the men. The merchant immediately took the man by the hand and started trying to convince him to sell in various ways. He guaranteed that a substantial amount of money would not be a problem and that the man would be able to get whatever he wanted after the sale. Since selling the pump won't hurt anyone, the headman turns to the man and asks why he won't do it. Jin asked the village headman to follow him after he said these things. They are taken to Jin's blacksmith shop. The man explains that he used all the resources he had to build a water pump, carts, and rebuild the village. Jin declined the merchant's offer to provide the materials. Although he has done this before for convenience, he has other plans and is in no mood to build something like this now. The goods will be different from the first if Jin agrees to mass produce such useful and convenient things, and also it takes a lot of time. The merchant then demanded that the skills be transferred. Here the man recalled Adriana Balaba's claim that she had granted him great magical power that could subdue anyone. Remembering this, Jin claimed to have magical powers, and could sell the merchant away to create all these useful items. Roland cast a curious glance at the man. A man named Eric enters the conversation. He expresses his regret for being late and expresses his joy at seeing everyone present. After inspecting the vehicle, Eric states that he can say with certainty that Jin is a powerful wizard. The man asks Eric about this, as he was surprised to hear it. Eric tells Jin not to worry. He clarifies that he does not feel jealous of the man. Although Eric also uses magic, he can't create a similarly complex item. According to Roland, Eric is much more knowledgeable about the item than the merchant because he attended Cecilio's Academy of Magic. Jin is fully aware of everything. Jin continues to give his explanation. On the table in front of him is a bronze ore. Making a metal cylinder is the first thing you should do, the man advises. According to Jin, a water pump works like this. When the lever is pulled, air pressure is applied to the piston, which draws water into the cylinder. This bronze ore is used to make each component of the pump. Eric listens intently. Jin states with a smile that some of the work is completed after the material is transformed. Eric incredulously asks what the man did. According to Jin, the outer shell is what attaches it to the cylinder. Eric is utterly perplexed. He asks Jin, puzzled as to why he should be able to do this. Jin begins to realize something. He now knows what it really means to feel like a unique individual. Jin wants to cheer Eric up. He says that the merchant now has a chance to practice doing business in the village. Jin suggests that Eric take him to the hot springs to relax. Eric agrees. Jin decides that some of these skills need to be shared. Ultimately, he is the only one capable of helping these people create these works of art. Jean makes a promise to himself to try his best. This is where Roland and Eric divert his attention. Not believing their ears, they ask the man if he really built the hot spring. They eagerly ask for instructions on how to do the same. Eric looks at Jean. He wants the man to appreciate his homemade pump. Jean was grateful for the effort. You could say that this pump is perfect. Jean compliments Eric on it. Eric agrees and sighs with relief. The first thing that caught Eric's attention was what Jean was doing. On the table in front of the man was an obscure device with various parts and materials next to it. Jean is actually building a gas stove that is used to start a fire. Eric is walking through the woods with Jean. The gas stove is an amazing magical tool, according to Eric. Jean is relieved and is doing well. The reason was a magical stone he picked up in the river. Previously, the man thought that the village lacked resources. Jin smiles as he informs Eric that the magic control and heat power methods still need to be improved. He will show them later. Since these things may seem complicated to him, Eric claims that he really only wanted to design the pump. Although he is pleased with his accomplishments, Eric realizes that he still has much to learn. The man assumed that Jin was born abroad. If that's really the case, he should pay taxes. Jean remembers this. According to Eric, the tax collector will show up in the fall. Jean recommended that he pay cash and taxes. According to Eric, he didn't. Although the circulation of currency was still bad, he heard that Kane's village was not the only one in the region. Jean takes the man at his word. The tax collector makes an annual stop at Toka's village, which is in a neighboring village and which Eric says can be reached by horseback in about 3 days. Jean realizes that in that time he must find a way to build a car. Eric explains that the tax collector is usually never late and always arrives on time. Suddenly Eric's father calls and tells them to leave. Eric said, "We'll meet again sometime," and waved at Jean. Jean regards the tax collector as he tends to the departing wagon. The man made the decision to take a walk through the woods. Jean and Hannah exchange good morning greetings. It turned out that Hannah had come to the forest to collect tea leaves. The girl explained that she also collects tree sap and lets it mix to make cups. Jin knows that tree resin is a fantastic resource that can be used to make rubber for the cart. The man expressed his gratitude to the girl for continually collecting this sap. This material had never even crossed his mind before. Everything came together at a convenient moment for the man. Now he can finally mix rubber and tires. Jean knows the product needs to be produced quickly. The parts will be put together by Jean. This job requires extraordinary talent. Jean thinks there is a problem with the rubber in addition to the odd parts. He thinks that in order to make it more elastic, sulfur must be impregnated into it. The sulfur needs to be added because natural rubber is extremely hard. Jean is now aware of the demand in the hot springs area. The man melts the stuff. He will now test the elasticity of the resulting materials. He only settled on one option. Although it wasn't a problem, there wasn't enough paint. Jean wants to continue doing something similar if the product proves effective. Now the man is thinking about what to do with the leftover rubber. He made an unconventional solution that has yet to be thoroughly tested and understood how it works. When Hana and her friends woke him up the next morning, they asked him to look at something. Standing at the pen, Hana loaded her friends into the cart. Jin asked about her plans. Tensing up, Hana and her friends rolled the cart. She tells Jin that he's very strong and thinks it's very funny. "It's working," the guy says, praising her for her help and effort for the cart. When the girl realized she was wasting her time, she started to sulk. "It was an improved version of the cart," says Jin with a smile. Hana is upset because the man gave her the impression that she was very strong. The man apologizes, giving her a rubber ball. Jin demonstrates his ability to jump high. The rubber ball got Hana very excited. The ball is made of tree resin, as the girl discovers when she needs it in her hands. According to Jin, this resin was also used to make cartwheels, and so it is very flexible and bounces beautifully when it hits the ground. The man claims that since it holds up well, they can play in the water. While the boys play with the ball in the water, Jean keeps an eye on them. Barbara approaches the man. She expresses her gratitude to Jean for taking care of them and spending time with them. Jean asks if the girl has returned the magic stone. "I'm disappointed," she says. The fact that entrance to the spring requires payment has Barbara upset. "What is this thing that makes Hana swim so easily?" Barbara asks. Jean explains that he gave it the name float. Barbara didn't know such a thing existed. The girl was surprised and realized that such things could be easily used by adults, and eventually the locals used all the new inventions with gratitude. The locals did not notice the arrival of fall. The conversation between Jin and Hana on the way home centered on the falling leaves. Hearing these words, Jin began to remember the events from Japan. because there are seasons in this world too. Jin suddenly didn't notice that he almost collided with a horse. It sounded like someone apologized from the animal's point of view. According to the genie, a horse in this world could talk. These assumptions were disproved by the voice, which also demanded that the horse look from the opposite direction. It turned out that there was a girl stuck in the harness. She asked the man for help. However, Jin wasn't sure if the girl really needed help. The girl thanked the help while standing on the ground. She declared her intention to visit Kane's village. She had also lost her balance while riding a horse, unintentionally speeding up. Upon learning about the village, the man inquired about the girl's whereabouts and regretted the impolite inquiry. The girl explained that her next target for tax collection would be the village. The name given by the girl was Lithia Falhite, and she handled tax-related matters. The girl was also introduced to Gina and Hana, who mentioned that they were from Ken's village. In that case, Lithia asked to be shown the way to the village. The man agreed. They arrived at the village together. Lisha is very grateful to the guys because they were a great help to her. According to the girl, this is the king's first assignment for her because she has only recently reached the status of a noblewoman in the kingdom. Despite that, she is not like any of them. Lithia explained that in simple terms, she was a commoner who had only recently become a knight. The martial merits of the girl's father had earned her that title. If she pays her taxes well, she can become a knight. The boy is aware of the girl's motivation. Because she feels that she should help others, she aspires to become a knight. The girl makes it clear that she will do whatever it takes to achieve her goal. Lithia expresses regret for making the guys listen to this. Jin tells the girl that he's not home right now and shows her the headman's house. Lithia asks if the men in the village have water pumps like this. This thing was recently released at the palace, the girl explains. Sir, she says. The first to speak was Roland. Hannah suddenly gets excited and declares that Jin was the first to do it. That couldn't be true, so Lithia asked her to stop mocking her like that. Hannah got angry and declared Jin to be the real master. With a gentle smile, the girl nodded and promised to talk to the village head about it later. Hannah caught her disapproving look. The girl asks the guy why he kept quiet about his creation. After thinking a bit, the man concluded that Eric had already done this in other villages. As long as people can live more comfortably, Jin is good. The girl threw a surprised look at the man. In fact, the guy is better off avoiding socializing with officials. He's only interested in things practical for daily life, and that's enough for comfort. Lydia asks the headman if the village has any tax problems this year. According to the man, they are doing well in that area. When will the tax collector visit Toka village? The man asks. The girl will go there tomorrow. The headman thinks that might be a bit of a rash choice, given that the girl is probably exhausted. He recalls previous tax collectors. However, the girl cuts him short and asks him to refrain from making comparisons to her ancestors. Lithium raises additional concerns about the high cost of buying a water pump. The man explains that everything was done in their place. The girl assumes that Jean did it. The headman claims that Jean supplied and gave instructions regarding the facilities that Roland owns. The fact that Hannah was telling the truth stunned Lithia at the time. The headman found it hard to believe. The man claimed that he had been quite active lately. Lithia asked to be shown these things after waking up. Barbara was asked to do so by the headman. After seeing the gas stove, rubber ball, and wagon wheels, Lithia and Barbara took a break in the hot spring. Barbara claims that these wonderful springs are incredibly soothing. Lithia suggests that Jean was also responsible for their invention. After looking at the man's work, Lithia concluded that it was enough to merit a knighthood. Barbara found it surprising that the girl wanted to become a knight. Since she is not sure what else she needs to do, Lithia lacks enthusiasm. Barbara advises Lithia to talk about the matter because she has decided to stay up late. The girls went to Jean's house after taking a bath. Barbara told the man that they had a small problem. Lithia thought Hannah was bullying her, so she came over to apologize to the man. There's nothing wrong with that, the guy says. Lithia lists all of the man's inventions and says they are all practical for everyday life. According to Lithia, she aspires to become a knight, but is not sure if she would help others in this way. According to Jean, he is not a great man at all. He got his incredible magic from someone else. He admits that he is not capable of doing it on his own. Although he doesn't consider it magic, he wants to keep this business as a favor. All because Jin is capable of doing it. He's sure Lithium is capable of anything. She just needs to get started. She doubts if she too can succeed. The man admits that he has been looking for a solution for a considerable amount of time. According to Lithium, this is correct. She expresses her gratitude to the man for his advice. Lithia smiles and says that she would like to ask a favor as a tax collector. She will need some luggage carts since she is currently on the road. Jean agrees. He didn't realize it would be needed so soon. He counted the carts as he entered the warehouse. There were 12 in total. After a little thought, Jin decides to modify the cart units in several ways. Jin fixes the doll in the lab, but he completely forgot about it at work. He wonders if it's working now. When he gets home, he thinks he should see how the doll is doing. The doll in the lab woke up at this moment and stared forward with a completely indifferent gaze for a while, as if she was deciding what she should do next. In the end, the doll set off on her journey. On her journey, she unexpectedly encounters a huge monster. Using the Thunder Strike technique, she angrily accuses him of meddling in her affairs. She uses her power to strike the monster. This sector was free of monsters thanks to the girl. She can now safely finish setting up the teleportation gate. Doll starts to return to the lab using teleportation. She landed again in an unknown location instead of the lab. Doll would have preferred a slightly larger travel radius. If he could control the magic of intervention, that would be preferable. The girl realizes how problematic it is to get out of the teleportation gate uncontrollably. As she examines the gadget, she realizes she must continue. She expresses genuine regret that the doll couldn't solve the problem sooner. Until she lost sight of her father, she believed everything would be alright. Her father wasn't there when she completed the reboot. Doll is sure that she will start the decomposition process after completing her mission. Her mother is already gone, she recalls. She realizes that her father created her new body. Doll feels she must give him credit for this. She visits the warehouse, the library, and the lab, but cannot find her father. She then believes that he is gone. Specifically, Doll will not sense his aura because she has no long-range radar. She assumes that her father may have left the lab. When she enters the room, the girl sees a teleportation gate. She assumes that her father experienced it because she sees that they have been activated. Doll wants to know where the teleportation will take her. She can't pinpoint the exact location. Doll has to prepare herself. It turns out that Doll had an impressive backpack full of stuff. In her opinion, that should be enough. Now she is ready to go in search of her father. Despite a dozen teleportations, she never found her father. Nevertheless, for years, the little android continued to search the void in the darkness. There are 27 suns and 8 moons. She has traveled to many different worlds. Her goal remains unfulfilled. She lands in an unknown place. It turns out to be snow-capped mountains. Moreover, it turned out that it was impossible to set up a gate here. Now she will have to find a completely new place. The girl was waist-deep in snow and could not move. Suddenly, a monster that looked like a man with many arms materialized in front of her. It was an armed giant called Hecatonair, who quite obviously thought he was an easy little prey. Trying to push the girl away, the monster suddenly swung with all his arm and strength. However, she manages to hide behind a shield. She sees the giant grab a large rock and hurl it at her. Doll boldly thrust her fist forward, and the stone broke her arm the moment it touched him. Still, she was able to avoid more damage from the sheer force of the throw. Now she utilizes her skills and speeds up her information processing. Its power is increasing. Doll will begin the process of selecting simple materials to create magical weapons. She must also start the amplification system. It is also required to activate the external emission of magic fibers and initiate a fully offensive technique. The doll struck with its destructive power when a magical sphere materialized in front of it. As it turned out, it was an explosion of mana. She directed a stream of magic at the giant from the magic orb. Doll decided that the attack was over after he glowed with a tremendous amount of light. Doll recognizes how amazing her father's progress was. She felt a magical aura in the distance. She believes that this aura belongs to her father, even though it was extremely weak. Gathering her things, she joyfully headed towards her father, hoping to find him as soon as possible. There is work being done in the village right now. Rock approaches the man and advises him to take a break. Jin convinces me not to worry about him since he was still quite capable of walking on his own. That man needed to wait a bit, he says. Thanks to the new material, they would be able to walk before dark. The man was grateful for the man's help in shortening the travel time. Jin claimed that since he could only do the work in 2 or 3 days, it still presented difficulties. The man felt embarrassed because he knew he could do anything to help the residents with their work. The man asked, laughing, not to make that face. According to Rock, the man has an important job after all. After all, the guy is the only one who can fix these things if they break. Rock advises the man to conserve his strength because he may need it at any moment. The tax collector knows that only men can do that. The boys suddenly see something in the distance that they can't understand. This turned out to be an unexpected encounter and made the trip more disturbing for everyone. A cart full of goods was broken by one of the strange iron creatures in front of them. Jin was stunned and wondered who it could be. As it happened, they encountered a golem that was astonishing in its size and impressive strength. Lithia gave the order for everyone to retreat. A plan of action must be devised first, she said. One of the locals rushed at the enemy because he was upset about destroying his crops, so she couldn't negotiate. To stop one of the villagers from killing him in front of him, the man starts using magic. He attracts the man to the others using the art of attraction. The girl notices that all the items have been destroyed. She decides to protect the monsters from harm and rushes forward in a bold attack in hopes of protecting everyone. The man claims that the girl's behavior will not harm him either. She continues to act independently and pays no attention to the man. With all her strength, she swings and hits the monster in the leg. Half of her sword shatters into pieces. The monster threw the girl aside in one blow because she was too busy to make a choice. Everyone yelled for the girl to leave because they were worried about her. She claimed that she was sure she wouldn't run away. Even though she is a novice knight, she claimed that she has pride. Even if she can't protect someone else's property, she has no idea what good she will do. Knights are born to protect, she says. She lunges toward the enemy again. I ignore the criticism of those around me. The monster is unhurt and starts to stand up again, but the girl still manages to bring it down. Jin realizes that he has to act. He can't hold the monsters back for long. As he ponders how he can help, the man suddenly realizes that he has water. To make it easier to control the jet, he decides to improve the bottle by increasing the internal pressure and increasing the complexity of the jet. Meanwhile, the girl fell to the floor. The pain prevented her from getting up. She saw the monster's huge hand aimed at her. The man stopped the attack, realizing that he needed to act immediately after completing the magical transformation. It could tear the golem's armor because it was very strong. With a creak, the monster broke in two and collapsed to the ground. Jin notices that there are several other golems nearby, but he handled them with a stunning victory. He asks if Lithia is okay because he is worried about her. The girl admits and asks what it was. I was able to conjure something, Jin explains. Although he has trouble interpreting the spell, it's a good thing he arrived in time. The man discovers that he has made contact with another cart full of goods. According to Rock, everything is a mess. The girl says she's sorry. Rock considers the fact that at least they got out alive and no one was hurt, and it seems like a miracle. These quests are really creepy, according to the man who initially rushed the monster. Even though he was only hit once, his arm still hurts like hell. Lithia said he wanted to take a look. Jin was stunned that the tax collector recognized healing magic. The wound on the man's arm began to heal after the girl cast a spell. He eventually gained the ability to bend his arm as if there were no wounds on it. Rock really appreciates the girl's help and rejoices like a little child. Since it's her job, she advises the man to contact them without hesitation. And if someone gets hurt or sick, they just need to contact her and tell her. The boys stopped after the fight. What can you do with the broken carts now? Rock asks the man. The carts are in total disrepair. They still have wheat, according to Rock. Jean realizes that it is possible to try to get something from the golem. After all, the girl claims that someone has to escort him here. Jin thinks he can handle them and takes something from the golem. He'll still use it for his own purposes, even if he doesn't. Rock apologizes for bothering him but also tries to remind him that they don't have much time. The guards, meanwhile, are patrolling. One of them suddenly notices a menacing silhouette in the distance that is approaching their camp incredibly fast. The golem was actually transporting carts of wheat. The guards point their spears in the direction of the unknown, fearing an attack on the village, but the boys are terrified of the enemy. Lithium suddenly appeared in front of them and ordered them to lay down their weapons. This golem was their servant, as the girl later told the guard. Jin controls the golem in cold blood. He instructs him to place all the items in a certain place. Considering he is 3 times the size of a normal human, Rock finds this impressive. Rock asked if Jin was confident that he could handle the giant. The guy advised not to worry and explained that he just needs to rewrite the program and he'll be fine. Jin made a few arguments in defense of his new metal subordinate and reminded him that his name was now gone. Lithia, meanwhile, stares at her image on the sword fragment. She is distracted by Jin, who also informs her that they have some time to relax. Lithia tells the man not to worry about her, smirking. She still has obligations. They know that Gon can be trusted with the safety of the village. Jin asks you to believe him when he says everything will be fine. The girl looks sadly at the sword fragment, smirking. She claims that because she forgot to reforge it, it is now broken. Jin claims that humans experience the same thing. They can relax if they don't work on themselves, and end up getting what is rightfully theirs. The girl smiles in agreement. She tells the man to look at the piece, showing it to him. She thinks she should have fixed it earlier. When they were around the blacksmith, the girl completely forgot about it. With a serious expression on his face, the man states that this business makes him money. "I can fix the sword for you," he says. As a result, the sword shines like new. Smirking, he returned the sword to its rightful owner. Lithia finds this branch of magic strange and gingerly touches the sword with her finger. Lithia recalls that she never expressed gratitude to Jin for all his favors. "What would a guy want?" she asks. Jin claims he is self-sufficient. As an expert in the magical craft, the girl offers to introduce the man to the king. This is troublesome for Jin because he wants to do some research before he goes home. The girl was shocked and admitted that she honestly didn't know how to report the golem. The guy didn't believe that the girl had to report it, so he was stunned. According to Lithia, it is a requirement of her job. Jin asks the girl to refrain from mentioning it in her report after learning about it. He feels that no one should know about him at this time. She is unsure of her ability to fulfill the man's request. She states that they will eventually find out about him anyway. The man sighs and promises to deal with it when it happens. Finally, Lithia understands the man's request. She promises to help. She feels that is enough to show her gratitude. If the man ever finds himself in the citadel, she asks him to stay with her. Jin agrees and smiles. Now, he says, he wants to make things right and return to the village. Also, Lithium offers to practice stabbing a guy with her new sword for the first time. The villagers of Toka decide to return to Kain's village after the taxes were sent. After the golem attack, more people joined the group, but all fears disappeared when they turned to the golem. The man thinks that the race might be the cause, but he no longer sees any sign of the attackers. Furthermore, he hasn't gotten any useful information from the other golem. Jin realizes that he must find a solution to this problem. Now he has many other tasks to accomplish. Jin returns to the community. The children rush up to him and wave at him. Hana is glad to be back and hugs him. Jin admits that he was lucky to reach the village without any accidents. He has a lot on his mind right now. Hana notices that Jin is worried about something, so she asks him if everything is okay. Jin explains that he couldn't gather enough materials to fix the golem. He claims to have used parts from another golem to restore it to acceptable condition. Hana claims that the magic sphere was exquisite. According to Jin, this component is needed for a golem or doll. Hana asks if the stone can be used to project useful items. The man explains that using it for such trivial purposes would be illegal. Although Hana doesn't fully understand, she believes she has previously seen something similar on Death Mountain. The man believes that all of her predecessors' inventions are unique and of superior quality. He invites the girl to accompany him when he explains that he wants to gather materials. Hana agrees. The man asks if the golem will accompany them. Stepping up to the servant, Hana extends her hand, showing her desire to participate in all journeys. She is ready to hit the road. The man recalls that when he had just returned from that trip with the girl, she was terrified of Gon. But now things have completely changed and now she is overjoyed. Since he is the only one who found some rocks, the guy asks the girl to slow down a bit. According to Jean, the rock here is very similar to granite. Jean uses his ability to probe the surface, and eventually discovers that something is present. He instructs the golem to excavate the place. The girl admires the stone after the servant digs it out in one motion. Jin believes the place contains a mixture of white mica and magnetic ore. There is also chalcoprite. He even discovered an earth magic crystal. Did the guy find what he was looking for? Hana asks. He admits that he did and claims to have found a wide variety of items. Jin then instructs the golem to bring all the items he needs. He knows that they need to be repaired first, and then everything is greatly improved for effective use. It turns out that light can penetrate the village if all the windows are made of white mica. Now another golem appeared, and Jin gave it the name Jen. The man returned to Death Mountain to pick them up again after the material was ready. Besides, he still needs to build some village carts. He needs to collect the materials again today. Jin's head is already spinning. Rock abruptly diverts his attention by stating that visiting dangerous places is reckless. As a result, Rock makes the decision to go with the man. Jean claims that the man came to this valley to get supplies. Rock asks if the man sleeps at all, noticing how busy he is at the moment. Jin says yes. The man realizes how blatant his lie is. According to Rock, the man has to be on guard because they could be attacked at any time. Although he recognizes the man's predicament, he asks him not to take on too much. Although Jin knows that the man is worried about him, he cannot stay calm when he is not sure how to handle the situation. After all, he will return to his village very soon. The man believes that he will continue to help everyone. In the end, he doesn't believe it will be the same if I attack him. If Jin hadn't thought of turning the water attack into a weapon at that time, he would have seen many innocent people die during the first encounter with the golem. Jin couldn't understand his feelings if that had happened. The man smiles and says that he too would have been devastated if something had happened to her. Rock states that only Jin and Lithium were capable of fighting at the time. Male realizes that he would have undoubtedly lost if he had been in his place. The man claims that he has Kami and Mariah. Others have reasons to live, he explains. No one wants to end their life, he tells the man. Rock can be proud of himself because he notices that Jin always manages to find a solution in any circumstance. After all, he does what ordinary people can't do. The man is fully aware of everything. The man asks why Gong's arm isn't working. Gong is suddenly approached by a golem who informs him that one of his arms is broken. The fingers begin to disintegrate and fall to the floor. Jin has decided that it's because the golem's work is too hard, and now it is necessary to find a solution to the problem. Rock, meanwhile, has begun to think of a possible source for adamantium. It's the strongest material in the world, the man explains. You don't have to hope you can't use it, even if you find it. It's also unusual enough that it's hard to find, even in the capital city. According to Rock, the discovery of this material is a huge accomplishment. He recommends moving this treasure to the village first. The man believed that there were no pressing problems that would prevent him from digging up something substantial. The man then used his skill to accomplish everything. The man didn't think that he had a great desire to strengthen the metal's position in the world. Jin collapsed instantly without even making a few moves. According to Rock, the man was exhausted. He needs to get some rest. To relieve the man of more responsibility, Rock reminds him of home. Jin needs to take care of his health. Jin is sleeping in his room. Suddenly, Hana walks up to him. She greets him cheerfully, jumping on his bed. The man lets the sunlight into the room by opening the window, and then they have breakfast. After a great rest and nutrition, the guy is fully confident and realizes that now it is time for him to resume work, because he needs to reach new heights of his skills. He also needs to do some transportation. You need something more substantial because the cart doesn't fit. Now he can make a frame out of blue copper. Jin wants to use adamantite to make the entire skeleton. The man makes this choice because destroying the inner skeleton would be a serious problem. He then decides to bind everything together using Chuachuk. He also plans to incorporate a controlled heart, an ether transducer, and a mana generator. His predecessor's knowledge is amazing. She was able to describe the movement patterns of four-legged animals. She did this without the use of any technology. Jin knows he should use it more often than he can help others. Meanwhile, Hana made the decision to go to Jin although she had been cautiously observing everything that was going on before. A new development has caught the girl's attention. A man has made a toy horse for her. Now she must work flawlessly. This gift came as a complete surprise to the girl and she got very excited. Hana thanked the man and hugged the horse. She assured Jin to handle the toy carefully. The man leans over to ask what name the girl prefers for her toy. Hana declares that she will give her horse the name Minto. That horse will now belong to Hana, according to Gina's program. Is it a doll? The girl asks. The man states that this doll can move by itself and has the appearance of a golem. The knob on the right is a gas pedal. Jean explains. The girl can get away if she presses it. You have to point the knobs in the right direction if Hana wants to turn sideways. Hana has to put the handle down if she wants to stop. Eventually she will get used to it, but it will feel strange at first, but it won't last long anyway. An hour later, Main and Hana were already riding her new toy. Jin was surprised at how quickly the girl used the toy. Still, he reminds her a few more times to be careful while riding. Jin explains how many of these toys he has to make if he hopes to provide one to each child. Meanwhile, Rook and his friend have gone hunting in the meantime. Are you hunting deer again? He asks his friend. The man confirms that Jen is doing him some good. On her new toy, Hana suddenly materializes in front of the men. Startled, Rook asks why the girl is here. He wants to know what device the girl is using. According to Hana, it's Minto, her golem horse. But the new invention seems to be something familiar. What's this guy doing now? Asks the man. According to the girl, everyone realizes that he is making new mechanical horses. He decided not to take the man's attention away from the lesson. For a while he asked the guys to stand and wait there for him. After all, he and his companions would be cooking a meal together when they returned from their hunt. Jean was in the process of creating an invention in his forge. He had created a new horse. It was already dark outside. He noticed that his condition was getting worse again and he was very hungry. He smells a delightful aroma when he comes out of the forge. Eventually, all the villagers gathered in the courtyard to taste the meat from today's hunt. Everyone has gathered to thank the man for all his inventions, Grandma said as she approached him from behind. Having had too much to drink, however, Barbara throws herself on his shoulders and asks him what he thinks of the party. Someone who always tries to make the best of things deserves support, says the village headman. The grandmother asks the man to pour himself a plate of food and advises him to just relax and rest during his vacation. Everyone wants to sleep, especially their inventor. Everyone in the village recognizes him as a member of their extended family, and this moment gives incredible emotions to the young inventor. Once again, the man is hunting in a very noisy environment of the locals. One of them gives orders to avoid the lion herds and keep them out of the village. The men can't understand how all this happened. Rock asks Jin not to worry too much. Since they are not on the hunt, he encourages everyone to follow his instructions. On the new horses Jin created, they make a sharp turn. The man notices that the man handles the horses skillfully. He thinks they can be adjusted to them quite easily. Rock states that the man has made the controls extremely easy to use. According to Rock, he recently watched numerous herds of deer escape from the mountains while hunting a deer trail. Jin realizes there must be a reason for this. According to Rock, they are either being attacked by wolves or bears, or they can't find food in the woods. Jin suggests that they may also be raiding their villages. Also, it would be a serious problem for them if the wolves and bears manage to get to the village. But still, according to his uncle's words, this probability is too small, and in a long time this has happened only once and no one expects such an attack. The man returns home. He asks his grandmother about the mountain wolves. The woman explains that they are in serious trouble if that is indeed the case. The woman states that at one point she showed up near these wolves. They directly confronted the pack. Since she was just a child, she recalls how scared she was at the time. According to what her father said at the time, there were many wolves in the pack. The man knows that this is extremely rare and that it is not impossible. The grandmother claims that because of their caution, wild animals rarely enter the village. The man is already in bed when night falls. He wants to postpone everything for tomorrow, although he knows that he still has some things to prepare. As a result, the guy gradually falls asleep. Sharp sounds suddenly wake up the whole village, and many expect serious trouble, because this has not happened for a long time and it is very bad. The little girl started to cry a lot, but the loving grandmother tried to calm her favorite granddaughter. Meanwhile, Jin tried to understand what could be happening at night near the village. All the villagers went outside. A powerful glow burst out from under the mountainside. All the villagers were stunned and silently stared at the bright unknown light in the distance. The gra did not stop glowing, and it became even more frightening with each passing second, and the locals became uncomfortable watching this effect. The mountain was glowing, they were sure of it. Jin tells a frightened Hannah to go back to the village and stay there. Hannah looks at him anxiously, trying to contain her emotions. Summoning the golems, the man himself headed towards the mountain. Hannah stood next to Rock. He knows nothing positive is happening there. Besides, he has no idea what Jin will do, but he is sure the villagers will support him. The girl reminds Jin that he is still dressed in his pajamas and advises him to change immediately because it would be foolish to go out in such a ridiculous outfit and face danger. Jin decides to build a shelter as a precautionary measure. All the residents agree and encourage others to have faith in them. Hannah is also involved in this endeavor. Jin smiles and says it is time for all the children to go to bed. Jin will accompany half of the men of the village. The rest will stay behind to gain strength. Jin also told me to prepare a late night snack. Everyone got to work, and for a moment everyone forgot about the possible danger that might be just around the corner. The women cooked and the men did the construction. Jin assured Rock that they would finish the foundation by dawn if they kept at it. The man realized he needed to rest because he was tired. As their work shift was coming to an end, Rock also said that he would like to get some rest. He noticed that because he was working so hard, the golem was now more practical than ever. After all, this artificial monster does not get tired at all and endures tremendous loads. Jin asks everyone to observe the golem's hands, which are beginning to give in. Everyone has to take breaks according to their daily schedule while the golem doesn't need it at all. Jin explains that the golem is losing its magical power, not getting tired. Each requires a certain level of care and certain conditions to inhabit and live in. The man went to rest after having a small snack. In his dream, he saw a dark background with a bright outline of eyes. It seemed like a real nightmare that comes after a strong, stressful experience. Jin screamed, getting out of bed because he was so scared. He reflected on the recent events. At that moment, Hana entered the room and inquired about Jin's well-being. According to the man, everything was fine. Jin asked how long he had been asleep. The girl explains that it's almost evening. Hana looks at Jin. She asks me to stay. Jin explains that he still has work to do and that the shelter has not been built yet. According to Hana, she felt the beam had the power to take Jin away forever when she looked into his eyes last night when it was shining. The man assures her that everything is fine. He assures Hana that he's not leaving. The guy starts laughing and says that this village has become practically his home, so he doesn't need to go anywhere at all, because he is where he wants to be. Then Jean and Rock go downstairs. The project is underway. Jean notices that everything seems to be in order. Besides, there will still be plenty of room once everyone arrives. Jin decides that if the moment of danger comes, this shelter will be a safe place for the locals. Just then, 2 golems report the approaching danger. Jin approaches Rock and informs him that the village has been invaded by mountain wolves. Jin believes that the entire pack has been defeated and the whole situation becomes uncertain. When they arrive, they see this horrible scene. Jean covered her mouth with her hand in horror. Jean went on to describe its glowing eyes and 2 horns, and this creature was able to exterminate an entire pack of wolves with no problem. At Rock's words, the friend who was incredibly terrified described Hecaton's hair. After all, there was no one else that could fit the description of this monster. The mountain wolves suddenly interrupt their conversation as they emerge from the bushes. In Rock's opinion, these are the survivors of the pack, and it is possible they could have been chased by the unknown creature. Jin ordered the golems to deal with the wolves and secure the entire area because there weren't many of them left, and the golems could deal with the problem of the attack very quickly. The wolves were quickly defeated by the golems, but one of them managed to infiltrate the humans. Jin was about to use a water attack when the wolf was kicked with unthinkable force and thrown aside. Everyone was curious as to who it could be. The creature was exactly as Jin described. The eyes of the unidentified creature suddenly disappear, and everyone tries to figure out what exactly is going on and what to expect. As the doll finally finds her father, she takes on her former appearance. When she sees him, she is very happy because her long and difficult search has been successful. Doll throws herself into Jin's arms with such force that there is a tiny explosion when they collide with a rock. She regrets that she used excessive force. Jin expresses his gratitude to the doll for protecting him from the wolf. He notices how much the doll was looking for him. Jin is glad that the reboot was successful. The girl apologizes for being late. They are interrupted by Rock, who apologizes and then asks why the girl calls Jin daddy, since it's rather strange and unexpected to everyone present. An awkward silence ensues as the men realize that Jin is already a father. After all, he had never talked about his family, which could be elsewhere. Since the men had never heard of Jin getting married, they tried to figure out what was going on. It's not a big deal at all, the men explain, since they are almost entirely too weak to fight mountain wolves, a dangerous animal that lives in the northern mountains. The men decide it doesn't matter anymore. Jin tells the girl that since the whole mountain was glowing the day before, it is obvious that there is something with strong magical powers on the northern mountain. Doll admits what is said and claims that she defeated a monster that looked like Hecaton's hair with a magical blast. At the elder's house, they gather afterward. They discover that Jin has turned the doll into an automaton. The elder knows about the defeat of the mountain wolves. The girl also caused the destruction of Legate and Heiner. Jan claims that he also hunted deer. Barbara leans over to stroke the girl's ears. She thinks finding her father has been difficult. The girl replies that he doesn't have a name when she asks him. This did not please the men. The doll went on to say that her father lovingly fixed her when she was broken, and that she was willing to accept any name they gave her. But in the end, she remained without any name. Jean tried to run away, but Rock and Barbara immediately stopped him. They advised the man to give the girl a respectable name. I wanted to tell him something earlier, Doll said, turning to the man. The gadget for setting up the simplest teleportation gate is in the girl's backpack, which she opens. She encourages the man to go back to the lab and use it. Now that they have such a device, Jin is happy. Now they can go back to the lab, the girl says, agreeing. First, Jin chooses a location for this gate. The man thinks that the villagers will be able to use the gates to escape if things get really bad. Then installing them in the built shelter will be the best option. I'm almost done, guys. Now they have to make room for the shelter in the far corner. Doll had already cleaned up before Jin could say that. The guys have already set up the teleportation gate. Jin realizes that Jen can use them and that it's just him. Doll left. When Doll asks if they can't go home now, Jin replies that he promised he wouldn't leave. Jin tells Doll that he will have to go get the tools he needs. The doll agrees, but there are no products in the lab and it will be impossible to stay there for long. Jin returns to the house to see Hannah and his grandmother. The girl jumps into the man's arms. Hannah notices the girl. After introducing herself, the doll declares that she is Jin's daughter. Simply put, the doll is here to bring her father home. Hannah frowns and informs everyone that Jin isn't leaving because he made a commitment to her. Jin will come home to get the tools he needs, Doll said. However, she felt that coming home would be preferable to him living in this village and participating in various activities. An argument broke out between the girls. The doll believed she was being honest. There was no way Jean could calm her down. Hannah got on her toy and drove away when he asked her to listen. Lastly, she accused Jean of lying to her. Jin claims that he is still alive in this village because of Hannah. Doll thinks that she actually saved her father, though Doll continued to think the girl is a real brute. In addition, the man stated that Hannah only talks to her grandmother and he wants to express his gratitude to her. Doll makes it clear whether the man is acting solely out of gratitude. Jean states that while it was like that at first, things have changed since then. He has been welcomed by Hannah and the other villagers, who have made him a member of their family. Jean continues by saying that he was very lonely after his friends were adopted and that he also lost his parents. He recalls that he was a very mischievous and secretive child. However, the moment his teachers gave him his name will always hold a special place in his heart. At that moment, Jean is going to name a doll. At home, he claims that both his and her name will contain the sound of a ray. It comes from the 5 virtues of Confucianism. The doll's current name is Ryuko. The girl discovers that they share the same name source. The man explains that his daughter's name means good manners and respect for other people. He wants her to have good intentions. Jean wishes to meet Hannah's grandmother. He wonders how far Hannah could have traveled on them as he gazes far into the woods. The grandmother explains that she comes back almost immediately. The man says he's sorry because he made Hannah run away. He claims that Minto has flaws and is not suitable for long-distance use. As it turned out, the girl was lost in the forest and everyone was trying to find her as quickly as possible because it was getting dark and staying alone in the forest would be too dangerous for a small and defenseless girl. The man is upset because he can't find Hannah. Gina abruptly diverts Ryuko's attention by stating that she needs to fix something. But this only further annoys the guy who doesn't know what he should do now. Jin claims that he's too busy to do that right now. Ryuko remembers that the search function needs to be improved. Ryuko states that her search function is not working. Jin was excited because that meant they could use the search function to find the horse. He needs the magic crystals. To exchange them for something, the doll brought out some magic crystals. This pleased the man, who declared Ryuko to be the greatest. The doll reminded him that she was invented by 2 of the greatest masters of magic, and so she is a worthy daughter of her brilliant parents and ready to always succeed. The man immediately set to work. He explains that he has to turn the doll off for a while to replace something in it. But the doll doesn't mind at all and is ready to fully trust her father, the inventor. He performs numerous operations, creating a magical form and embedding a new search function. It was necessary to incorporate the search function of biological organisms, and this is the most important moment. At this time, she remembers her husband, his eyes blazing with an idea as he hammered nails into a board. The grandmother is sure that the man is doing his best to help him in his quest. Eventually, the boyfriend fixed the function. The doll was now ready to act after a new spell was loaded into it. All that was left was to hope that everything went well and it would be possible to find the missing girl quickly. She begins to search for the magical power. Eventually, the girl claims to have found it. Barbara asks if they actually discovered what's inside. Jin gave Ryuko the order to continue. The doll moved forward quickly, eventually coming across a girl on horseback who was already ready for a bear attack. The situation looked like it was critical and deadly. Right now, Ryuko kicked the bear's head hard and sent the ferocious huge monster into a knockout of surprise with a super powerful attack. This was something the bear didn't expect and didn't react at all to the sudden attack. The girl was safe and the animal was defeated. Why the girl came for her, Hana asks, because she remembers that recently they had a big fight with the doll and became enemies. As it turns out, she came to show Hana what her father is like, Ryuko explains. Hana got him in trouble, even though she accused him of lying. Hana throws Ryuko a fierce look. She claims that Jin is strong, wonderful, and has parents. Hana concludes that the girl has many things that she doesn't. Ryuko realizes that her father won't leave. She informs Hana that he will only come home to get his things before heading back to the village. Why won't he come home? Hana asks. According to Ryuko, it all comes down to keeping his word. Gina, after all, must have a good reason not to. Hana reminisces about Gina and her family. Doll admits that she was intensely jealous of Jin and so did not give in during Hana's argument. Ryuko admits that her father was already gone by the time she came to her senses. Compared to Hana, she spent much less time with him. On the way back to the village, Ryuko smiles and asks Hana to tell her about her father. The girls return to the village. Naturally, Hana listened to her grandmother's curses and apologized. She thanked them for their search and then apologized to the men and the villagers. The fact that Ryuko had saved the girl shocked everyone. In response, Ryuko says that they call her by her name and that she is her father's robot. Hannah, on the other hand, has now decided to call the mechanical girl her sister. Jin introduced Ryuko to everyone. All the golems considered her as their sister. They are very happy to meet and look with interest at this little long-eared creature that is also created thanks to humans. Jin decided to bathe in the hot springs after a hard day. Everything was finally back to normal, and now was the perfect opportunity to just relax and not think about anything. It's reasonable to assume that Hana and Ryuko hit it off. Lithia yells that there's no time to relax now, and suddenly bursts into the bathroom and disrupts the peace with her noisy appearance. The whole delightful vacation is over momentarily. She tells the man that he is responsible for the previous golem attack. The army of soldiers is currently leaving. The peace of the land will be guarded by Count Walter. The girl collapsed to her knees and cried out in regret that one of the soldiers of Toka village had spread unfounded rumors about the golem incident. Jin calmed the girl down, saying that he had forgotten to change Gon's appearance and that Lithia was not to blame for anything. According to Jin's friend, there was nothing positive about the feudal lord Count Walter visiting them. According to the girl, it is not befitting for an earl to listen to what other people say. The forest passes under the march of the army. According to the man, Jin should hide or disappear for a while because they still have time before the Count's soldiers arrive. Jin stated that he would not do that and that he would arouse even more suspicion if he ran away. Jin stated that he wanted to stay in the village, that he had many things he wanted to create, and that he had made a promise that he had to keep. Lithia admitted that she understood him and recommended that they try to convince Earl Walter, but just in case he decided to hide the golems. Gina's friend stated that it was fine, and that they all knew he wasn't a criminal, so now they had a chance to keep him safe. There was nothing to worry about. Clenching her fist, Ryuko stated that she would destroy the entire nation if the warriors tried to hurt Papa. Lisha said that wasn't very nice and that a girl shouldn't say such things, and all the friends were shocked. The commander on horseback ordered the army of armed knights to regroup as they approached the borders of Toka village. But then the troopers ran into the villagers. An elder approached and asked why he had come today, considering it was Earl Walter. Puzzled, the earl asked the man if he was Elder Hypik. The count turned to Jin and stated that he had heard that Jin Nato, the criminal responsible for the recent golem attack on the kingdom, was in this village. With a smile, the elder said that although Jin Nato was in their village, he was not the person they were looking for because the Jin he knew was a very kind young man. Throwing a quick glance at the elder, the count stated that he understood and asked that the man be brought here. The elder repeated his previous statement that Jin was not the one they needed. After shouting that the elder was bothering him, Earl Walter furiously pulled out his sword and struck the elder's neck with it. The villagers screamed in fear, terrified. As she had reported earlier, Jin Nato stopped the golems and remade them after Lithia sharply shouted at Count Walter to stop because the elder was telling the truth. The earl became angry and said that only a thief could stop them since Farhat's daughter was powerless to do so. Whether he is good or bad is irrelevant because the laws and the king are unchangeable. After shouting that the king had ordered him to bring Jin, meaning that his orders were not negotiable, the count swung his sword. Lithia shouted that a nobleman shouldn't say such things, and was it appropriate to swing a sword in front of people? The girl almost attacked the count by grabbing her sword. The situation would get out of hand if Lithia did that. Jin warned his friend, and he knew the count wasn't the type to be persuaded. Jin identified himself and asked the count to put his sword away. After stating that Jin was acting bravely and that everything was easily resolved, the count was overjoyed and ordered the soldiers to capture the man. The soldiers handcuffed Jin. When the friends shouted for the count to listen, they said that Jin was not a criminal, that he had saved them from the village, and that their village had begun to prosper because of him. They also said that it was cruel to take this man away. The villagers refused to move and would never allow Jin to be taken away, even though the girl ran up and shouted to her brother to leave. The next instant, Earl Walter swung his spear at the girl, coming to a rage and glaring at her from his horse. When the horse's lance deflected the blow, the earl nearly struck. The man threw off the handcuffs after Jin, who was furious and holding a piece of the lance, yelled that the count had crossed a line he shouldn't have. Jin claimed that he would have left with the soldiers without meeting any resistance if it didn't hurt Lithia and the villagers. The man gave Ryuko a shouted command. When the automaton appeared in front of the count, she smashed the spear in her hands and shouted to him that she would destroy everyone in her path, and no one could escape her retribution. The soldiers were also struck by Ryuko and they collapsed to the ground, unconscious at the first powerful blows of the small feminine doll. The attack was incredibly fast and the heavy warriors had no time to react. As the machine continued to deal with his soldiers, the count was stunned by what he saw. The group of the Count's soldiers, now lying in a clearing, had been defeated by the girl. "I'm alone now," Ryoko said as she turned to face the Count. After shouting what the girl had said, the Count shouted at the soldiers, asking if there was anyone who could fight. However, his soldiers were motionless and lying on the ground. Since Lithia was a trainee knight and had to start her duties immediately, the Count shouted at her to stop standing around. Lithia argued that despite her studies, the Count was right about her duties as a knight. Despite her weakness, she was a noble woman. The Count swung his sword at anyone who disagreed with him, so the girl pulled it out and shouted that he wouldn't. When the girl stated that he was not the nobleman she would emulate, the Count became enraged. She dared to speak out against her master. The Count shouted, promising the young noblewoman the most gruesome punishments. Jin glared at the Count before telling him to leave because he didn't like being treated like a criminal. The Count yelled at Jin to stop arguing with him and he refused to let him go. The ground beneath the Count's horse suddenly began to fail as Jin used a digging technique, creating a deep hole where the Count fell into, and the now cocky nobleman was now deeply trapped. Jin did as expected according to Ryoko. Jin inquired about the soldier's well-being and mentioned that he was used to digging ore. The Count continued to yell. Lithia said it was a relief to hear that the soldiers were doing well, and Ryoko confirmed it. To remind Lithia that he would report everything to the capital, the Count yelled at her once more. Her family and the entire village had to prepare then. According to Lithia, he knew everything and would follow the Count. The Reglan Confederacy and the village of Keen would also testify, and this time they would surely establish Jin's innocence. Jin thanked the girl, but Lithia explained that things had gotten this far because she couldn't make a decision any faster. Jin also told the girl that she shouldn't worry about it, but that he alone should apologize. Jin's statement that he was completely relying on Lithia to clear up the misunderstanding moved Lithia, who shed a few tears. Hannah said she didn't want Jin to leave after she ran up to him and hugged him. Jin said he felt like a stranger in this country and apologized to the girl. Jin asked Hannah if she was ready to leave Martha, but she shouted that she would accompany him. Jin assured Hannah that everything would be fine. Jin said that he had accomplished a lot here and that he would handle everything. Looking at his many friends, they will see each other again as soon as the right day comes and he can return to this country. So all that is left to do is wait for that day and he will surely return. When Ryoko asked if it would benefit them to send Gon first, Jin triggered the magical movement mechanism. Jin agreed and stated that they would be the last to leave. When Jin instructed Ryoko to destroy the entrance to the secret room, the magical device came to life. "What is required to conceal the location?" the machine asked. Jin claimed that Hannah had a strong sense of intuition and that Minto would help the girl find the room. Ryoko agreed, stating that it was more likely. Jin questioned whether Eric and Barbara were doing well and stated that Roland would probably ask to sell him the room. Jin stated that there might be a problem with the furnace, and that Erica was unlikely to be able to fix the mechanical horse and upset the others. Jin wondered if it was really necessary to destroy the entrance. After all, doubts never left the young inventor and he really didn't want to make a mistake at this point. But in the end, the man shouted at Ryoko to destroy the passageway, after all a little angry over his thoughts. After all, such doubts were highly irritating. Grabbing the spear, the automaton slammed into the stone wall of the room, and thus fulfilled the order of his inventor father. The guy at this point was a little saddened to see his creation crumble. Eventually, the team reached the capital of the Kingdom of Klein and found themselves at a reception in the royal hall. The king was furious and yelled at the Count, calling him a fool for allowing the locals to be treated like criminals. Earl Walter tried to find an explanation, but somehow to appease the ruler's anger was quite impossible. Lily and Earl Walter were frightened and knelt before the king. When the Earl tried to speak, the king replied that all he asked was that they be brought to him and that the Earl had no right to cause such a misunderstanding. The king expressed his joy that there were no wounded among the soldiers. Otherwise, the man had become a real criminal, and he can no longer ask Jin to serve the kingdom. The king's words stunned Lithia and the Earl. After all, they had not expected such a thing at all from the angry ruler of the country. The king stated that he had no problem using Jin's skills and that they shouldn't be shocked to see what he was capable of. According to Lydia, Jin Naito and Lord Fairhate had become friends. The fact that this was true made the Earl angry. She was asked to bring Jin to the king. Lydia claimed that neither she nor the villagers of Keen knew of Jin's whereabouts. Moreover, she had absolutely no idea of his current whereabouts. Lydia asked if that meant she would rise to aristocratic status, because she wanted to express exactly what he said. With a smile, the king stated that he was depending on her. The king stated that he was willing to forget about the elders' treatment of the Earl in light of what had happened in Kina village. Though they couldn't tell him this time, she was to send him a report the next time she encountered someone with talent. After that, only the king and the Earl remained. The man then angrily asked why Walter had misunderstood the king's order and made such a mistake. The golems that appeared on them out of nowhere, according to the Count, were harming their nation. Besides, they needed to be subdued. According to the Count, he was not really guided by any evidence, and it was his vanity that made him make this mistake. Nevertheless, he doesn't think that Jin's suspicions have been dispelled. According to the Count, the girl next to Jin is stronger than any golem despite having a girlish appearance. However, neither of them can be considered human because she submits to them. Jin is either a criminal or possibly a fool, according to the king. Nothing has changed. The king's words caught the earl off guard. However, unlike the benefits offered by Jin, the king claimed that other small things, such as a stove pump, would improve the quality of life of the kingdom's citizens. The king argued that Jin's power was all he needed. It would be an easy victory if he could grant him the title of aristocrat. However, the question was whether Jin would agree. Lithia brought the news back to Qin's village. The friends asked to dispel Jin's suspicions. Lithia agreed and inquired about Jin's whereabouts. When Lithia arrived at the workshop, she shouted to check on Hana. The surprised girl claimed that everything was fine and that she had just dozed off while she was looking for something. Lithia claimed that she knew of Hana's concern for Gina and was stunned by the girl's lack of concern, as Lithia herself was feeling anxious, since she couldn't fix anything herself, and his partially completed inventions and mountains of unused materials were here. Hana predicted that Jean would eventually return, screaming that her brother had left many things unfinished. Hana stroked the horse toy and he assured her that they would meet again, and one need only be patient and surely hope for his return. Jean was mortified when he returned to his lab. The man was excited to return to his lab, but the place was completely empty. The girl mentioned that only the lab had been on the island for thousands of years while Jin and Ryuko admired the scenery from the lab's balcony. According to Jin, he didn't know the lab was on the island. Jin asked why there were no people on the island. Ryuko stated that she was the only person present. Jin thought that going back to Kaina's village would be helpful. Jin asked her not to read his mind, and Ryuko stated that they couldn't go back just yet. Ryuko walked over to the robot and remarked, "If they have so many golems, why focus on the humans?" Jin claimed as she summoned Ryuko to come and look at the broken golems in the lab, remembering them. When the comrades arrived at the warehouse, Jin reported that there was more dust than the last time they came. It had been 5 months since Ryuko had gone in search of Jin, and there was no one in the lab. When the comrades arrived at the broken golem, Jin noticed that there must have been more people here before, and that the research lab couldn't have been that big. According to Ryuko, this lab was only used by her mother. Jin began examining the golem and asked if the master himself had finished it and if she felt comfortable with the situation. Ryuko claimed she had no idea why, but her mother had no problem living alone. Jin pondered what Andrina Barbara Jeji had been thinking when she had designed this place for lonely people, looking up at the high ceiling. Jin had asserted his right to leave this place. Ryuko was in agreement with him. Jin began working on a plan and believed that their strategy for the future development of the lab was no longer shrouded in mystery. It was decided to improve and implement the previous master's unfinished designs. After inspecting the goods, Jin came to the conclusion that they were beginning to run out of supplies from Kaina village. Developing the neighboring areas was part of the plan, and achieving self-sufficiency would be fantastic. Jin looked at the golems and decided to repair them first so that his plan would have enough magical power. Jin remembered how Ryuko had started naming the new golems after inspecting them. After all, it was easier to communicate and distinguish between mechanical inventions that could become effective assistants. The man relented and told them to do as they pleased, stating that they were servants, not idols. That decision seemed the most appropriate in this situation. Ryuko walked over to the workbench and asked about its contents. According to Jin, he had decided to build a golem that could fly around the island. The girl explained how it came from the sky after being caught off guard. Jin used light silver for the golem's external and internal mechanisms, stating that it was easier to spot all the geographical features from up high, and that a map was necessary if they wanted to explore the island. Jin claimed to have set up an autopilot and the ability to add images to a magic crystal from which he could eventually retrieve them for study. When the boys arrived at the hill, Ryuko lifted the plane into the air. Jin pondered whether Ryuko's power would be used to power the machine, for it would help make the task easier. The gadget began to plan a landing after taking off over the island, easily overcoming air resistance and traveling on a clear planned course. Jin said he had made airplanes before, but he was happy it took off and his comrades took care of it. The fact that the gadget was in the air excited Ryuko. Ryuko ran up to him as soon as the airplane landed. When a model airplane is launched into the air, it usually flies, but Jin thought it would be cool if it used Ryuko's power to fly on its own. When Jin said, "Now the device can only plan, so I'll call it a planning golem and make a propeller for it someday," Ryuko grabbed and lifted the airplane. One of the maids ran out of nowhere. When Ryuko asked about the situation, the golem replied that she was there to discuss the problem with the master's food. The golem stated that after noticing what appeared to be fruits and nuts, they showed the man the harvest and asked if it was fit for human consumption. Jin stated that the fruit was apples, peaches, and oranges, all of which are always safe. Ryuko looked at the fruit doubtfully. When Jin asked if they were oranges and peaches, Ryuko said that she had never seen anything like it. Jin stared at the fruit in horror, thinking that he had almost forgotten that he was in another world, and that the fruits were not necessarily the same despite their similar appearance. According to the maid, they were golems and didn't need such food. According to Ryuko, they wouldn't be able to tell if the fruit was poisonous even if they ate it because it wouldn't affect them in any way. He took a bite from a fruit after Jin broke one and told him that the chances were 50/50, and that he should try one. Ryuko screamed in fear for her master, but Jin assured her that it was an orange and that it was delicious. When Ryuko asked how it was going, Jin replied that it tasted fantastic. The man grinned and stated that he would be completely focused on his senses for the next few hours. Ryuko ordered his master to stop experimenting with his body. After cleaning up the archives, the maid brought in a book and claimed to have found a reference book on plants. However, Jin wondered why there was no such reference book now that the food problem was solved. After a while, the plan was still being carried out and Jin reflected on how the lab looked cleaner after the willow branches were removed from the walls and now the lab looked better. Jin had spent some time in the workshop and thought he was producing golems in large quantities at the same time as his work, and the lab was beginning to take on a distinctive look. Since the last master lived alone on this island, it was interesting that she would consider the fact that the number of golems was increasing daily as Jin walked down the hallway. In addition to having research and experimentation under her belt, Jin thought the layout of the building was strange, with dingy corridors and rooms that were so confusing that they were impossible to find without a map and herself. When the group stepped out onto the balcony, Jin explained that he had come to this island to avoid being used as a master of magical craft, and that it was a brilliant idea to do research in this lab without anyone else. As Jin looked at the island, he said that now he wasn't sure if he wanted to be with other people, to study here with them and work on more projects with them. Ryuko questioned the master's reasoning. According to Jin, this place is really beautiful. You can see many things here, including the sea, the mountains, and the starry sky. Jin stated that if he had designed the building, he would have placed it in a more practical location, indicating that it was built for someone who would visit in the future and who he hoped would share his views. Jin thought the visitor would have pure intentions, a desire to be surrounded by beautiful things and have perfectly shared values. Ryuko inquired about the master's experience. In Jin's mind, it resembled the island of Horde, where immortals live. That's acceptable if that's what immortals are like, Ryuko said. According to the girl, some people consider masters of the magical craft to be sages, while she considered her parents to be gods. The girl claimed that she was sure the island of Korai existed and that it was for her father and no one else. The doll's certainty was absolute and she could hardly imagine anything else. The girl shouted that she would tell everyone that their island had a name as she turned around and ran to the lab. Jin tried to stop the girl, but later realized he was lying to himself because he thought he and the master were just normal people. Jin finally lost his temper and yelled that he was tired of only getting fruit for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Frightened, Ryuko begged the master not to mention that he was tired of anything. Jin claimed that the sweetness and crunch of the fruit made him homesick and that he was tired of eating it every day. Then Ryuko realized that the man was referring to a special dish. Jin mentioned that he would like Martha's roast venison, since he remembered her cooking the meal. But more than anything, he wanted to eat rice right now. Ryuko suggested the man eat the earth spider if he wanted something else. Jin questioned whether these spiders consume air and said he would still refuse even if it turned out to be edible. Earth spiders consume ether, which could be considered air food in a way, according to the guidebook the maid was reading when she appeared. It could plow the earth, but it couldn't do so without seeds, the maid said, pointing to the golem. Jin argued that since they lived near the ocean, they could get salt and fish, but he would also want other goods, so he should go and buy what he needed. According to the maid, they had better visit the blending house. Jin informs Aqua that the guidebooks claim that there is a true epicenter of trade is 1,000 years old. Before starting Jin's quest, Ryuko claimed to have been in the Blue Land. While she doesn't think it's the same place as it was 1,000 years ago, it's still nice and has many stalls. Stating that they would be heading there, Jin shouted to Ryuko to get ready. With a glance at the other golems, the man ordered them to continue exploring the island. When the friends arrived at the enchanted teleporter, Jin stated that, with the exception of Kain's village and its surroundings, this was their first trip. Ryuko exclaimed that any journey would be enjoyable if she was with her father. O ordered the teleportation gate to open and light up the room after Jin touched the magic sphere and entered the teleportation coordinates. A while later, an unknown man turned to a screaming girl on the Blue Country's shopping street and asked if she was having a hard day. The girl shouted at the man to shut up. Placing her wares on the table, the girl declared that they looked fantastic and that she would sell them all today. Time to start making money. When she saw the creations of the greatest mage of their blue land on her table, the girl cried out. When the girl cried out, "Why not buy something?" her companions walked by and offered to buy her inventions for her sister. The jewelry was a bracelet with a magic lamp, the girl explained as she held it out. The latest advancement, which was delightful, was that it could be lit when it was dark. Jin asked if there wasn't enough light in the jewelry after he took it, and Ryuko confirmed that it wasn't very bright. The girl got angry and yelled that they should know that doing something so trivial was extremely difficult. Jin twirled the jewelry in his hands and declared that it was crunchy, something accidentally broken, and that it had no taste. The girl was stunned by his actions. After yelling, the girl asked the man what he had just said. Jin tried to apologize and started to explain that he didn't mean it. The girl yelled at the man and asked him what he thought. "You shouldn't get so upset," Ryuko advised. On closer inspection, the item looks charming and well made enough for a novice. In a fit of rage, the girl shouted that she was studying under the famous Professor Glucia Hampton and that she was not an amateur. When Ryuko asked him who he was, Jean covered her mouth and told her not to say the first thing that came to mind. The girl grabbed her wand and yelled that she would not be forgiven for being called an amateur. She then took a swing at her teammates and yelled for them to apologize. As the girl handed the wand to her friends, Ryuko reached out and took it, causing the wand to fall apart under her fingers. The surprised girl asked how she managed to use the paralyzing wand. With a threatening look, Ryuko asked the girl what else she wanted to do with her wand and with whom. The girl let out a horrified scream. The girl sat on the ground and sobbed, apologizing to her parents for expecting her to become a master of the magical craft, working too hard to provide for her education, and then falling ill and passing away. When the girl mentioned that several foreigners were now bullying her, a crowd gathered around her table. People in the crowd mentioned that some items were broken. The girl was crying because an unknown man had done something. Jin was yelled at by a merchant who appeared from the crowd, telling them to leave the place if they liked fighting. Ryuko tried to express regret to the man. Jin approached the girl and expressed his regret for the incident. He also offered to sit in the back and talk about paying for the items, which included the paralyzing rod. They entered the alley after the girl gave her consent. The girl said she also apologized for pointing a potentially dangerous object at them, and Jin apologized again for the incident. Jin promised to compensate the girl for the high cost of the wand, but he didn't have the money and offered to fix it instead. According to the girl, it wasn't something you could just pick up and fix. In fact, she had to buy it since she couldn't do it herself. Jin abruptly pulled out the tape-wrapped rod. Jin stated that he couldn't restore the original shape of the wand because it was made of wood. However, he changed the magic formula, increased the electrical conductivity, and decreased the mana consumption. As the guys started to leave, Jin said he apologized once more. The girl asked if he was a master of magic craft and shouted for them to wait. Jin agreed, and the girl realized why he had called her items unattractive. They could make more money together, the girl shouted. According to Ryuko, they didn't need to, and Jin had to separate the girls because the salesgirl was screaming, asking for his help. The girl screamed that she would take him to her store and that they would split the earnings in half because she needed to make money no matter what and because she was a master at creating magic. Before shouting that it was for her pride, life, luxury, and fame, the girl sat on the ground and stated that it was for her parents' benefit. Ryuko stated that she only saw the love of profit and that it was disgusting. Jin stated that she would take him to the store after he agreed to give her some advice. The girl accepted the offer, introducing herself as Bina. Ryuko and Jin also introduced themselves. Jin asked if it was Dina's real store when she brought her friends over. Even though she didn't have much money, the girl claimed that everything was of very high quality. When Ryuko mentioned that it was much better here than Kain's village because at least there were tools, Jin glanced at the shelves of food. Jin asked me to refrain from saying that. When Dina asked what they were talking about, Jin changed the subject and inquired about her plans to make some extra money. The girl shouted that they had great things to accomplish and that everything was easy. The girl claimed that she could improve her end products and make more money if Jean gave her some pointers. Jean claimed that he had already seen her work and that it was unfinished because the lamps didn't provide enough light and she was too busy looking at the product. Jean picked up the product from the table. However, there is a lot of room for improvement technically. After activating the product, the man stated that although she had created a barrier to prevent damage, the power of the magic stone wasn't enough to fully protect it. Jin then struck the barrier with a hammer. Bina claimed that even if she had been able to use a larger magic stone, the high cost would have prevented anyone from buying the item. Jin argued that wasn't the problem, and then created a magic tablet. The crucial point was that she lost half of her effectiveness because of the way she wrote the magic formula. Her products were technically weak because of the formula. When Jin mentioned that there was an even bigger problem, namely the unique features of the product and the purpose of use, Bina started writing down all the tips the man had given. For example, the lamp can be used both indoors and outdoors and can be used to light up the space in front of you, according to Jean. The intensity of the light needed and the amount of mana used would vary depending on this character. Bina wrote down the advice. Jean stated that you should know what purpose you are creating the product for, who can use it, and what final qualities it should have. The comrades were shocked, according to Bina, who claimed she didn't understand anything. The girl screamed that she didn't learn all this from Professor Hampton. Jin talked himself into calming down and taking a deep breath when Ryuko asked again who it was. Jin ordered that all the features and ways to improve magic formulas be explained in chronological order. The girl was frustrated that there was too much to remember as Bina wrote everything down in a notebook. According to Jean, it was only a small part, so Bina just had to start using it and review the notes more often. The girl asked to stop, explaining that she needed to get away for a while to feed her sister and brother because it was getting late. Although she couldn't cook anything elaborate, Bina asked Jin if she wanted to join them for their modest meal. The man accepted the invitation, remembering the mountain of fruit. When the boys finally arrived at the house, Bina called out that she was back. Two children came up to Bina, a girl, and stroked Rand and Nana's hair. When the children asked what kind of people were accompanying her, Bina said that they were her friends Ryuko and Jin, who would be working with her. When Jin looked at the children, she saw that they had red spots and bleeding gums, indicating that something was wrong. Jin thought they had scurvy. Bina shouted sharply that she knew they were sick. The man said he couldn't say because he wasn't an expert. They were just signs of a disease he knew about. Bina admitted that this was true and that she wanted to take them to a healer, but since she didn't have any money, she decided to feed them healthy food instead. Promising that she would make money and the healer would cure them, the girl went to make dinner. Doll was delighted when Jin asked her to bring more, expressing her gratitude that Jin liked fruit after everything that had happened. Jin said he wasn't the only one who would eat them, glaring at the kids. Shouting that she would bring more fruit, Ryuko ran out of the room. When Bina asked about Ryuko's whereabouts, Jin replied that dinner would be ready soon. Jin claimed that when he asked her to do something, Bina got angry and yelled that it was already dark and that a girl should never walk alone, no matter how strong Ryuko was. Jin argued that since Ryuko was a robot, it was acceptable. Jin was excited when it was time for dinner. The man claimed he hadn't had a hot meal in a long time, but Bina said he was exaggerating the quality of the vegetable soup. After examining the vegetables, Jin asked why they usually ate them raw. According to Bina, they always boiled the vegetables because they were of such poor quality that it was impossible. Jin thought he had the correct understanding of scurvy, which was that it was hard to get enough vitamin C from vegetable soup, and that eating fruit was better. Suddenly, Ryuko appeared from the doorway. She dumped a mountain of fruit on the dining table, and the man was happy to see her again. According to Ryuko, she hadn't brought much fruit, but Jin assumed they wouldn't eat it. The girl asked what it was, and Bina and the children were stunned. The girl shouted in shock that it was a peach, even though Jin claimed it was a fruit. As the children grabbed the fruit, Bina shouted, "If you don't have any money, you should sell peaches because even nobles can't afford to eat them in such quantities." Peaches are considered an elite product known as royal fruit. Since there wouldn't be enough money for the doctor even if they sold it, Jin, who was shocked by the high cost of the fruit, suggested that they all eat it together. The children started tasting the fruit after Ryuko cut it into slices, exclaiming with delight that it was sweet and delicious. Pleasure was written all over the faces of the joyful children. Bina exclaimed joyfully that she had discovered more apples and oranges and encouraged her fellow soldiers to try them too. Jin took a piece of fruit, agreeing. Bina declared that she would not let Jin take the fruit after the children shouted for joy that everything was delicious. After a while, Bina began to learn Jin's techniques and tried to use the molding technique to make a new product. Under the influence of magic, the material began to take shape before collapsing. The guy told the girl to focus and calm down because if she wasn't precise, she wouldn't sell anything. The girl yelled that this was really tiring. Jin asked about her desired creation. According to Bina, she is still unsure of what everyone wants and needs. You can quickly find out what she wants if you ask her. You don't have to do what you need to do, the man said. Inspired, Bina remarked that she could imagine a staff that could heal anything or a purse that would give her endless wealth. Jin advised her to focus on her abilities. According to Bina, she was just kidding. Taking the apples, the girl suggested that she should first think of a tool that could be used to do something with them. Otherwise, they would spoil and become unusable in 3 days. According to Jin, saving food is a good idea. Bina speculated on how to do it. If the fruit was salted or dried, it would certainly be preserved. She wasn't sure about dried peaches, but smoking was also a good option. Their flavor would probably change. Jean looked at the girl and suggested just burying them in the snow if there was snow in the country. The guy suggested chilling the food, and the girl considered that. If you use ice magic all the time, the consumption will be huge, the girl said as she created a chunk of ice in her hand. A tiny rock wouldn't work because the area was warm and the ice would melt. According to Jin, freezing food isn't necessary, and if the ice is insulated, it won't melt because cold air will remain below, and everything will function as it should. Bina took a notebook and explained that wood would work if you pour water into it and freeze it periodically, but that copper would be better used inside the magic circuit. Then the magic formula would work and a refrigerator would appear. Jean said, on second thought, Bina can make a refrigerator, to which Bina exclaimed excitedly that not everything had gone according to plan. She would need to borrow Jean's magic stone, the girl said. The man assured the girl that it was fine, and that she could return the stone once she sold it. Ryuko suddenly entered the room, apologized for disrupting the festivities, and asked about the price at which the new instrument would be sold. When Bina said she would make the best deal, the girl got very upset. Jin asked what was wrong, and the girl said that the value of the stone she borrowed from Jin would prevent her from selling the instrument. According to Ryuko, she had looked at the prices yesterday and found that even the smallest stone was probably worth 1,000 tora, and that was a very large value. Jin reasoned that since a tor is roughly equal to 10 yen, 1,000 tor is equal to 10,000 yen based on Roland's information. The man remembered Rolanda's statement that a loaf of bread was worth 10 tor. In a panic, Jin realized that they wouldn't be able to sell the tool after looking at the big rock. Bina shouted that she had already made the tool because she was upset. While the kids looked at the refrigerator in amazement, Jean said that Bina could use it herself for now, and a buyer could be found later. However, we needed alternative concepts instead. When it was time for lunch, Jean stated that we needed to come up with something quick, inexpensive, and simple for the average person. The man asked Bina if he ate corn after he abruptly stopped eating. The girl grinned and stated that she was having trouble buying the cheapest item available today. The man asked if they still had corn, examining the plate and looking at the shape of the corn. Bina claimed it was cool. The girl asked what the guy would do after he offered to lend her a pot. However, Jin took the bag of corn to the stove and began to examine it carefully. When Jin asked Ryuko for an electric stone to start the process, Bina yelled out what he was going to do and began to worry about his pot. Jean shouted that he would make her as many pots as she wanted later, 4 or even 5. 2 will be enough for me, the girl said nervously. When everyone came to the potty, Bina asked what it would be. Jean used the starting technique of throwing corn into the pot and putting his hand on the pots. The girl was startled when unexpected explosions started going off in the pot. She then grabbed the children and shouted what was going on. Bina looked on in amazement at the result as corn balls started to come out of the pot, filling the entire table. Bina yelled that it didn't seem to be a success, while Jean yelled that it was a complete success. The professional guy gave the girl a plate of balloons, who asked her to try to eat them. Jean claimed that popcorn was a staple food in his home country while he ate it. When Bina warned the children not to eat the balloons, they sat down at the table and started. However, the children stated that it was crunchy and tasty. According to Jin, it is harmless and made from corn. Bina decided to try it. Taking a chance, she took a few balls and carefully sent them into her mouth. The girl exclaimed excitedly that it was a product that could certainly be sold because it could be produced quickly and inexpensively. Jean argued that they couldn't have used better corn during their visit to the market, which Bina recalled. In addition to buying salt, oil, and po leaves for packaging, they required the kernels to be hard so they would burst. They only needed that for popcorn. According to the man, they still need to consider other options. I have an idea, Bina said. To cook or heat a room, they need a fire all the time. What about a tool to build a fire? Jean agreed that was a wise choice. According to Bina, they would need to buy a lot of startup capital to accomplish that. Jin said there weren't many around here, but she could use them, and he gave Bina a small bag of rocks that he took out of his pocket. Bina fell silent. Jin, however, maintained that everything was fine. Taking the man's hand, the girl assured him that she would pay him back. Jin claimed that he was counting on her. The girl shouted that she could already create a prototype of the tool as she rushed into the workshop with the stones. Regarding the magic stones, Ryuko inquired. Jin claimed that since he used these remnants from Kaina's village on his shoulders, it would be fine. And he had an idea of what Bina would create. Since all the stones would be gone if the tools were sold off, Ryuko wondered if it was really acceptable to give them all away. Jin claimed that while he didn't quite know what you were doing, the stones were a souvenir from Kaina's village. The man said, I thought the villagers would say this looks so much like me, looking out of the window. So he has full confidence in his decision and it will serve for the benefit of the common people. On the shopping street, there is a counter with bottles. Lighter is a good name, Jin said. The real battle is coming, Bina said, folding her palms and asking to sell lighters. When a sudden noise is heard on the street, people turn to face Jin and Bina's counter as crowds of people stroll the shopping streets looking for interesting goods. When they notice the muffled explosions of popcorn on the counter, the shoppers are startled and begin to guess at the type of sound. When the shoppers approach the counter, Bina politely asks if they would like to try the popcorn. The girl describes the popcorn as light, crunchy, and still has a corn smell. The kids like it and it's easy to eat. Bina made Ryuko eat the popcorn and marveled at how delicious it was. Consumers started commenting on how nice it smelled and asking how good it tasted. The first customer approached the counter, took 5 rounds and asked for a single serving. The customer tasted part of the package after Bina gave him the treat. While the first customer tried it, other customers gave him a wait and see look, but then he started eating the popcorn with delight and shouted for 2 more servings. A sizable crowd was now trying the new treat and shouting that it was too crunchy and tasty after other customers had placed their orders. One customer asked Jean what the lighter was doing after noticing the items on the counter. Jean picked up the lighter and explained that you can start a fire by pressing a button, causing a small flame to appear. Other customers started asking for lighters from a satisfied customer who said he would take one and pay 50 toro. Bina finally sat back in her chair and expressed her fatigue at the speed at which the popcorn and lighters were sold out. It was the first time in her life she had ever sold so many things. This will definitely sell, Jean said. Looking back at the customers, Bina expressed her satisfaction with the sales of the product as well as the facial expressions of the customers who really enjoyed the new delicious and flavorful product. With a smile, Bina thanked the man, glancing at Jean and stating that she now knew what he was talking about. After all, she would never have done anything like this without his incredible help and advice. Although Jin expressed his joy for her, she would have to thank him as soon as she could heal Nana and Rand, which was still a daunting task. Bina happily exclaimed that they could now go out and buy lots of delicious food. Jin stated that he wanted rice, but Ryuko said it would be unwise to spend all the money that way. Ryuko approached Jin while he was working in his lab workshop and asked why he would create futons. According to Jin, it was for Rald and Nana. Did you make it from the threads of large caterpillars? Ryuko asked. Jay and I agreed, but he made 10 more futons, and I had too many big spiders with me. Jean mentioned that if they ever had guests, they could use the futons. There are too many things in this lab that I would like to keep secret, Jean stated, adding that he would like to build a house if at all possible. According to Jay and I, there is an underground mine with resources that will never be discovered by the market. In addition, there are concerns about the teacher's inventions. Jin stated that he would have to separate those who can learn about it from those who can't. Ryuko promised to build a house soon and said she understood his orders. Jin expressed his dependence on Ryuko and asked him to check the futons again and get up early so he could go to Bina's tomorrow. The man entered the room and stated that he now wanted to take a soothing bath or visit Kaina's hot springs. Her father can rely on me, Ryuko said with a glance at the door. After all, she had always wanted to be as helpful as possible to her inventor of a father by helping him in every way possible. When Jin arrived at Bina's house, the girl shouted that she had found the water heater and showed the man the kettle. The girl stated that she had invented it while thinking about how nice it would be to have warm water for washing or something like that. After inspecting the invention, Jean stated that Bina was a skilled craftsman and that it was a good one. Startled, the girl called out that she was a master craftsman. Bina inquired if the futons that Ryuko had brought were really them. Jean stated that he had extra materials, so he finished it for Roald and Nana. Dina said she would like to have one for herself after she touched them and noted how warm they were. Jean said she could have one for herself since he had made a supply. Honestly, Dina thought Jin was just doing weird things, but she was happy to think that Jin was doing such things. The young inventor himself felt relieved at this point. The man considered the spiders and concluded that the material used to make the futons was probably not unusual because people in this area were already eating monsters, and if you replaced the silkworms with giant caterpillars, it was fine. Naturally, Jin claimed that he was just an ordinary artisan named Jin Nadal. In addition to peaches and apples, Bina claimed that he and normal were antonyms, if only because he had extra materials at home, which was atypical. According to Bina, there are no craftsmen in Ryuko. Although he is different from all other craftsmen, the ability to create an android in Jin is somewhat fundamental. Bina smirked and said that she had gone too far, but Jin shouldn't worry because he probably has secrets he can't discuss and she wouldn't find out. Someone like Bin can be tactful, Ryuko said, and the girl blurted out why she said that. Jin expressed her gratitude to the girl and promised to share the secret with her. The fact that the teleportation gate is a legendary artifact and Jin could be an orphan living on another island made Bina shriek in shock. According to Bina, it clarified his understanding of crafting methods. These fruits, according to Jin, grew on his island. Bina claimed to understand Jin's reluctance to divulge everything. It would be a disaster if the teleportation gate ended up in the wrong hands. Bina promised to protect his secret. Despite her non-seriousness, she would keep quiet. Jin claimed that she seemed to be a stubborn person and was quite stubborn. The man replied that it was a compliment when Bina asked what it all meant. Eventually, the goods arrived at the trading area and were placed on the counter. It was time to trade, Bina shouted. While Ryuko served popcorn to the customers, the girl began to demonstrate the water heater. While Bina held back the crowd in front of the table, Jean was able to restock the merchandise on the counter. Bina reported that it was crowded today as the shopping day was coming to an end, and Jin admitted that he was glad to hear that. A group of dagger-waving robbers suddenly materialized in front of the counter. When another bandit said it was time to give them something, another bandit asked if they were a glorified trading store. When she asked what to give, Bina was startled and scared. However, looking at the bandits, he thought how trivial it was. Saying that it was a food sample, Ryuko gave the bandit the package. Ryuko replied that they said they wanted some so they could have a treat when the bandit asked what it was. The bandit got angry and swung his fist at the robot, yelling that they were bullying them because they came for money. To the robot, Bina was terrified. However, Ryuko shoved the giant aside, catching the bandit's fist in her palm. As the other robbers watched their friends flee, they suddenly shouted that they would now take on the young girl, and readied their swords. Ryuko, however, ran up and said it was a sign of bad manners to ask for money in exchange for a bad deed. They thought they would at least get some popcorn and magic tools, the robot said as he held up the sword blade and rolled it up. However, they opted for the bad deed instead. The other bandits rushed to attack. After several crushing blows to the bandits' jaws, Ryuko jumped into the air and kicked the bandits hard. With such powerful blows, the bandits lost all will and ability to continue fighting. Ryuko claimed that she thanked the bandits for the tasting while they were piled in a heap outside, and that was the best she could offer such vile customers. Ryuko, however, claimed she hadn't killed them. The group was bound with rope and sitting on the ground. What should they do now that they've tied them up? Jin asked. According to Bina, it would be preferable to give them to the guards of the fortress. A man suddenly emerged from the crowd and said that he was leading them and that they did not have to follow him as he had seen a beautiful scene. According to Bina, there was no farce here. The man clapped his hands, apologized, and expressed his joy at how things had turned out despite his inability to help them. Count Kazuma was witty as always, according to the aide standing next to him. According to the Count, he came to try the popcorn because he was intrigued by the rumors about it. He could have asked for a chance, the aide said, and he would just buy food for Earl. The Count claimed that he had heard that freshly made popcorn had the best flavor. Ryuko obediently handed the man the bag. After thanking her and paying for the bag, the Count tasted it and claimed that was why people liked it. The Count handed the package to an assistant who also advised him to try it, but he declined. The Count asked me to wrap them up with him and said he would take a few more packets. After asking their names, the Count approached the companions. After the comrades introduced themselves, the Count instructed the assistant to look after the bandits and bid farewell to his comrades. After Bina calmed down, Jin remarked that they were up against the Count and that, come to think of it, he was a good nobleman because he personally came to buy popcorn. When Bina asked if Jean really believed that, the man reassured her. The stranger was eavesdropping on his friend's conversation behind the wall. When the companions returned home, Bina reported feeling extremely exhausted. According to Jin, the encounter with the bandits and the nobleman seemed to be a common occurrence. The girl claimed that although she didn't know about the nobleman, bandits were actually quite common. Jin asked why public order was so bad in Blue Earth. According to Bina, there's a high crime rate here because of the large population. According to Bina, nobles who want to live in safety live in the fortress, and a pass and ID is required to enter. However, mere mortals are not concerned. Jin stated that he didn't believe this because if the bill reached them, it would mean that he was considering her product, implying that water heaters, popcorn, and lighters would soon become more affordable. Jin argued that in this way Bin's name would spread among the nobility, indicating that everyone would recognize her abilities as a true master craftsman. The girl was thrilled, but Jin warned her that there is always a risk associated with fame. Therefore, one should never forget it in the future. Recalling what happened in Kina village, Jin said that while there are always people who know you and want to help you, there are also those who are only interested in themselves. When people find out about her skills, Jin said, "It's a good thing, but you have to be careful not to get into trouble or you might get eliminated." Bina was satisfied with her dreams when Jin asked if she was paying attention. According to Bina, Jin should also be careful because he treats everyone too kindly. According to Ryuko, she shares the belief that fatherly meddles in other people's affairs are too easy. According to Bina, the boy was embarrassed because it was so obvious. The girl yelled at Jin to keep teaching Bina after he suggested he stop. As expected of her, Bina yelled that they had done a good job today as another trading day at the counter came to an end. Jin whispered to Ryuko that he had probably praised her too much. The girl, according to the robot, was overconfident. Bina became worried when a man in a suit suddenly approached the counter. "Are you the Bean Master?" the guy asked the girl. Bina introduced herself incoherently. The man bowed and introduced himself as Mr. Butler. Cloud's name was Count Garin. The Count now wanted more popcorn, which one of the servants was buying for the young gentleman. Cloud asked if they could teach them how to make it and if it was too difficult for them. Bina got angry and started yelling that they wanted too much and that they should cook it. The butler bowed and promised to pay and continue with the girl. Bina threw a concerned look at Jin. She told the butler that they could teach them after the man nodded to her. Cloud was beyond excited and promised to take her to their castle immediately, so that she could personally explain everything and point out how to properly make such a delicious product. Bina asked Jin about the value of selling the popcorn recipe. The man argued that it would be better to sell it now than when they come up with it themselves, because they would crack it open anyway. The girl agreed, adding that the nobles had said that they had prepared a decent payment, and that it was probably an opportunity to ask for more. Jin claimed that when the girl's greed took over, her face looked creepy. Bina claimed that her motto was everything for the people, and that she was joking. Jin said she could trust him, and the girl left after asking him to watch Nana and Rolly while she was gone. The driver took Bina from the girl's home to the Count's palace in a noble carriage. The comrade said goodbye to the girl, and Jin stated that he needed to keep an eye on the younger ones while they traded, and hoped she wouldn't mess anything up. To gather new ideas for the counter and shelves, Ryuko and Jin took the kids to the store. Ryuko has already made dinner for everyone, so everyone is enjoying fresh food at the same table. When the man announced that Bina was already late, Ryuko and Jin were standing at the counter of the store. He hoped that nothing bad had happened and was a little worried. Ryuko asked him about his reasoning. The lighters and popcorn were unusual, Jin said, glancing at the counter. However, he didn't believe that the nobles were considering it. Simply put, it made more sense for ordinary people with limited resources and food. The man assumed they might want to evaluate her technology and skills. According to Ryuko, it was a good explanation. Count Kazuma appeared at the counter and stated that he would prefer to know more about the girl's identity if you were in his place. The man had come here because he said they weren't at their usual place, but Lady Bina seemed to be absent. According to Jin, she was visiting Count Garin's estate. After a little thought, the Count stated that he was apparently running late, and asked Jin if he could contact them with a business proposal. The fact that they were discussing business surprised Jin. Earl laughed, saying it was extremely awkward, and the assistant said it was awkward when the companions entered the other room. Jin warned them not to talk that way in front of Bina. The aide was stunned by the apple Ryuko had brought, so he took a bite of the fruit and said he needed to test it for poison. The Count apologized for his man's slight paranoia as the aide tasted the fruit. Jin stated that since he had experienced something similar, he understood him. Sometimes the aide would go too far, according to the Count. Jin admitted that he understood, but they should be grateful for that. The Count noticed how the aide ate all the apples. He took a piece off the plate and said he had never tried refrigerating apples. The man was shocked and said that this apple tasted like that. The Count asked if it tasted that good. Jean explained that the refrigerator is a magical device that cools everything inside when the Count came over to look at it. The Count asked if Lady Bina had created it. Jin agreed, saying that it would allow food to stay fresh longer and that they could end hunger if they could save more food. However, the problem is that the invention can't be sold because of the high cost of materials. And this is the main problem with refrigerators. When Jin said that they intend to recycle the refrigerator to reduce the price, the Count examined it. Check with the Count to see if that means it will be available to the public. Our motto is to spread happiness, not hoard it. After a bit of thought, the Count remarked that this way of thinking was just fine and asked if they would let him buy the product. After asking about the water heater, the assistant approached the Count. According to the Count, they would also buy it. According to the Count, the local artisans are working hard for the benefit of all, which inspires them. The Count claimed that the phrase sitting over his happiness applied to him personally as well as indirectly. Looking at his companions, the Count stated that he had come to offer them the opportunity to become his personal artisans. But he had since changed his mind, because he couldn't involve them in something as disgusting as making weapons of mass destruction. Surprised, Jin asked about the conflict, and the Count pulled out a scroll before stating that in the previous 6 months there had been reports of one of them supplying Algeria with golems and other magical creatures to fight them. The Count showed a map and stated that the supplies were coming from the Siluria region after further investigation. Although it was too early to tell, all the nobles were gathering the best artisans in anticipation of the impending invasion. Jin was shocked when the Count stated that it was all to increase individual strength against the golems and beasts, as well as the Silurian army, but that everything would be fine if this power was only used for invasions. According to the Count, some wizards are used for internal conflict. Jin shouted that Count Garana had come to them for that reason. The Count admitted that he couldn't deny it, but they had a duty to train the labor force and protect the kingdom. According to Jin, that might be true, indicating that Count Garana had a reason to lure Bina. According to the Count, the purpose is probably the same as his. Jin had instructed Ryako to find Bina. According to the Count, there are certain steps that must be followed to enter the fortress. He knows that they can avoid all this by using Lady Ryako's power, but he can't let them. When Jin tried to object, the Earl replied that he would go himself and that they should let the nobles fulfill their duties. When the Count promised to bring Lady Bean home as soon as possible, including for the sake of the children turned away from the room. Jin asked if he could trust the Earl, so he could eat cold apples at home. The Earl told them to provide it for him. While the rest of the group waited at home, Ryako abruptly ordered her father to leave. The man was stunned, but the robot informed him that several people were on their way and so they needed to be extremely careful. Several black hooded men had joined the squad and were heading towards Bin's residence, clearly intending to cause great trouble for their opponents. Jin shouted that the golems were indeed approaching them, that they were ready to meet the threat and what was going on. In front of Jin, Ryako assumed a fighting stance. Bina was taking a hot bath in Count Garen's estate. The girl expressed her joy by saying that it was obvious that the nobles were living well because they were taking a bath at their place. The girl stepped out of the water, deciding that she needed to take her best shot. Bina went outside and met Cloud in the hallway. "Did you have a good time?" the boy asked. According to Bina, the temperature was perfect. Claude thanked him for helping him with the popcorn and expressed his joy to hear that. According to Claude, Bina was thrilled and the Earl's kids loved it. The man said he would like to discuss the popcorn machine and that they would like to buy it for 10,000 tour dollars if that was okay with her. Bina was stunned and asked again about the 10,000 touro. The car was made by Jean, but the girl mistakenly thought it was their monthly income. When Count Garana appeared in the hallway, he asked why Claude was spending so much time buying one magical tool. The Count told Claude that he just needed to talk to the master after Claude apologized. The Count abruptly stated that Bina looked good, took the girl's hand and led her down the hall. Shocked at what he was doing, Bina shouted that she must return immediately. Claude ignored Bina when she called for the butler, saying that the Count could enjoy it. They were waiting for her at home when Bina shouted what they were doing. The Count asked the girl if she wanted any trouble to happen to them, grabbing her face. The Count pushed the girl away, grabbing her by her robe and yelling that he didn't want loud women. As Bina collapsed on the bed, the Count came over and assured her that he would be gentle because it was just beginning and they were sure to have a wonderful time that the girl would never forget. Bina screamed for the Count to leave her, but he snorted and insisted that she would have a wonderful life if she was his and so there was no need to resist and accept her new role. Bina cried out as the door of the room opened abruptly and Cloud, the butler, ran out. He called out to the Count, but the man yelled for him to knock. "What's wrong?" the Count asked, apologizing. The butler explained that Count Kuzuma had come and ordered him to take Bean home. The guest claimed that Kuzuma woke them up so late, but he heard that Lady Bean was present when the Count met him. According to Kuzuma, he went to the stables but found no one there, so he decided to come here because he had urgent business to attend to. The Count began to avoid attention and pretended to be thinking about Bina. However, Kuzuma claimed that he heard from the guards that the girl was still inside the citadel. He then asked the Count if he wanted to claim that he left the commoner alone in the citadel. The Count claimed that the girl was having a great time in their beautiful bathroom and that he had forgotten that he would be leaving soon. Kuzuma inquired if that was the case and promised to call her immediately. When Bina appeared in the corridor of the citadel, Count Kuzuma immediately saw her and turned to the girl, telling her to accompany him as her family was waiting. The girl sobbed and grabbed Count Kuzuma's hand. The son of an old noble family had recently entered politics, and the Count was furious and yelled at him for acting so impertinently towards them. The Count claimed that Bina would be his soon and that there would be no problem as long as her family was under his control. The Count asked Cloud if everything was going according to plan. Everything was going according to plan, the butler said, and it was too late for them. Everything would be ready when they arrived. Kuzuma and Bina were in the carriage when the man said he wanted to find her today because she had been through so much. The Count said that he wanted her to be his personal master, but after talking to Jin Dino he changed his mind, shocking the girl. Bina asked about Jin's remarks. According to Kuzuma, she creates tools for ordinary people because she wants to make everyone happy, not just one person. Earl stated that although he thinks her refrigerator is a great invention, he would not want to monopolize such a wonderful talent. The Count admitted that he was alarmed when she visited Count Garano's estate. According to the Count, he wants her to keep traveling so she can do something for everyone. Bina claimed that she couldn't sell Jin's goods despite her power. According to the Count, Jin would understand if he was properly informed. Kuzuma asked if they were close friends. Bina smirked and explained that they needed to get back faster because he was a member of her family. When Ryako and Jean entered the house, the robot asked if they would be getting magic tools. Jean stated that they probably would, and that they still weren't sure if they were enemies. He would like to prevent conflict if it were possible, but he believes it is impossible. In a dire situation, Ryako advised him to flee alone. According to Jean, running would be pointless if the enemy is someone you cannot defeat. Jean stated that he would just believe in Ryako if they had to fight. Strangers in dark cloaks gathered around the house and positioned themselves on the rooftops of the nearby streets, and carefully prepared to attack the unsuspecting people. After they broke into the house, one of the antagonists noticed children in the room. The stranger said they should come to him because he had found them. When the children pulled out and pressed the magic artifact, a light barrier was created. When Ryako suddenly appeared and shouted that they had come here to kidnap, not steal, the stranger recognized him. Ryako then punched him, causing him to fly through the wall and destroy it. This house was so flimsy, Ryako sighed. When another mercenary entered the room and asked about the source of the noise, the robot and several of them got into a fight. At this point, Ryako shouted that now was the time to rebuild the house. Jin used a technique to dig under the enemy's legs and suddenly appeared behind the mercenary, threatening him with a paralyzing staff. Jin watched as the mercenary fell into the pit and believed that he was the one who had set the trap. When one of the enemies claimed that this girl was in the report and demanded the golem's case, Ryako struck the mercenaries again. Something huge swept past the mercenaries and approached the robot, then swung its spear with great force. However, Ryako was able to deftly dodge it. As it landed on the ground, the robot jumped to its feet and delivered a powerful blow to the golem's chest, causing it to fall to the ground. Once the golem was on the ground, Ryako grabbed its sword and swung it before chopping off its helmet. Surprised, one of the mercenaries stated that they had no other choice before swinging his sword and shouting that even though he had set the place on fire with her. Another mercenary commented that the flames were excellent. Then a flaming vortex formed in the room as the mercenary's sword glowed with fire magic. As the flaming vortex began, Kuzuma and Bina burst into the room. Bina was stunned when the Count yelled that they were late. When the mercenary yelled that they were all going to burn, Jin stood beside the children to protect them while they hid behind the protective barrier and called out for their sister. Jin trusted that his robot wouldn't melt from such minor damage when Ryako entered the blazing vortex. The girls screamed in horror that this was their home as they watched the fire on the streets of Kuzuma and Bina in the city. When Ryako hit the mercenary inside the fire vortex, he screamed that she was a monster, not a robot. The enemy lost his sword when Jin used his magic wand in response to the mercenary, who yelled that he would just take hostages. When Jin yelled that Bina could destroy everything, the girl swung and hit the mercenary with her staff. The blow was not only powerful but also quite aimed. The children screamed that they were happy their sister was okay and ran up to her. Jin went over to his friends and asked about their welfare, and the girl reminded them of the count who had helped her. Bina apologized for not being able to sell the popcorn machine. Jin advised her not to feel bad about it, and Ryuko also broke down their wall. The robot then began to rebuild the building. Jin stated that the girl needs to build a better house, while Ryuko criticized the wall for being flimsy and thin. They're the only ones responsible for it, Bina shouted. Jin suggested making the wall non-combustible and Ryuko suggested using bricks. The girl directed me to a store that sold such expensive stuff. The count grinned and noticed that even under the circumstances, they were discussing craft. They are the best at making things, according to Jin, who described them as magical artisans. Therefore, discussing such things was quite normal for them even now. Jin and Bina were happy to be home alone and bumped fists. This moment finally calmed everyone down and everyone laughed amicably, showing a real display of cohesiveness. The hole in the wall was inspected by the comrades. According to Bina, the workshop's survival was a miracle. Jin said they had to start somewhere, but they could rebuild the house. Fuzuma suggested they move into his estate. Perhaps the opponents didn't give up after the conflict. Build a workshop on his property. They can stay under his protection until things settle down because he has guards and the area is safe. Fuzuma remarked that it was amazing how long Count Garano had been acting stupid, and he thought the Count would claim that he was attacked by a golem and other magical creatures. He didn't expect how easy it would be to kidnap the nobles of his citizens. According to Fuzuma, the golem was sent because the Count went too far. He used the children to make sure Lady Bina would follow his instructions if the kidnapping was successful. Although Bina was furious, Fuzuma said that the act was horrible, especially coming from a nobleman. However, the fact that the country even needs these people demonstrates how deplorable the current situation is. According to Fuzuma, there is currently no evidence of the crime. When Jin asked about interrogating the mercenaries, Fuzuma said that his assistant was already doing so because they had a motive to remain silent, and some had already tried to commit suicide. Jin shouted, "Why is Fuzuma telling Bina to wait?" When Fuzuma stated that this was the best course of action, Jin became angry and shouted that they should wait and that he would immediately go to the Count's castle. According to Fuzuma, the Count had acted unworthy of a nobleman, and he thought that Lady Ryuko could easily destroy the Count and his subordinates. However, he also thought that the kingdom would be destroyed if the truth about the nobles was revealed. Jin should consider our influence in both Blueland and the Agrilia Kingdom. Fuzuma advised Jin to think about the influence on Lady Bina or the population. Because of this, he can't let him in. Jin asked for more time, stating to just bring back the hatred and turn it into energy. He thinks the Count will face the cure of the future. A man asked Bina not to make a scary face after she hit Jin with a baton. According to Bina, she was fine and got the help she needed if it was her fault. After Bina expressed her love for the kingdom and the town, Jin suggested that they think about what they would like to do for everyone. First, she decided to do something for the people of the city. After all, she needed money, the girl said, and she was ready to build a water purifier and a washing machine. The girl replied, "Blueland's best magic crater," to Jin's statement that it was awesome and she was a pleasure to be around and get the advice and knowledge she needed. Jin asked Fuzuma to keep an eye on Bina and regretted his actions. Fuzuma promised and inquired about Jin Dono's situation. Fuzuma suggested that since he was Bina's assistant, it would be wise to move in and create a workshop as an annex. With a serious look at Jin, Ryuko explained that he had called his father to be Bina's assistant, but the robot had gotten close and grabbed him. As the friends tried to calm the robot down, Ryuko put him on her shoulders and announced their return. When the man yelled that he was embarrassed but that they would get home faster that way, the friends watched Ryuko and Jin. Jin said goodbye to Bina and asked Ryuko to take her time. But the girl robot accelerated to top speed, wanting to get home with her father as soon as possible. Bina inquired about their plans, but she had nothing to give him because she thought this would be their last meeting and she never had time to properly thank him for his help. When Kuzuma finally entered the office, he asked Bina how things were going in her new workshop and offered to bring her anything she might need. Bina said the girl was joking when she said she needed jewelry, a chain of magic crystals, and a golden hammer. The girl claimed that the Count was nice and treated magical wizards well. She had only seen 2 such people before, and the Count knew them when Kuzuma and Bina passed through the courtyard. Kuzuma claimed that he recognized her when she became famous, and that he was different from her friends, because as a child his mother taught him to be kind and his father taught him to be strong, and as a result he strives to be both. The man looked at the children and said that they are now his family and that he is not alone, despite Kuzuma's claims that his father and mother died in the conflict with Celoria. As Kuzuma called his family over and wanted to make a special leaf soup, Bina shouted that she would make lunch today. It's delicious, but it's low in nutrients. So if the Count wants to be a good nobleman, he must eat peasant food to experience how ordinary people live. It's the only way to get closer to the peasants. Meanwhile, Count Girano angrily shouted that the girl and Kuzuma were to blame for the loss of the golem and the elite soldiers, and that they had completely disrupted his plans with their stupid actions. The man thought that since they knew the truth, they were keeping quiet. But things might not be true. According to Cloud, Kuzuma had no proof, and he couldn't control his vulnerability. Earl shouted that the soldiers were still alive and that they would start talking soon. According to Cloud, the golem attack on Celoria was now over. According to the Count, some of the nobles, especially those in blue, know that something is wrong and that Celoria has spies in the region. The Count claimed that to leave it alone would be a huge failure. The citizens are under attack from nobles and another nation. The citizens are not as aware of this as the nobles. However, false information doesn't last forever and eventually others will discover it. He must finish his business before that happens or he will be hanged. The Count claimed that he was now a puppet in the hands of the other nobles as he sat down on the sofa. Why should he have to endure all this because of one mage? Furthermore, Cloud mentioned that he knew about Bina's store opening. Bina shouted to the whole store to let everyone know that the magic store was open again. The girl was perfectly happy, thinking this store was the best place to be. The man asked about the girl's business and the reason why there weren't two of them, the girl with the bunny ears and the boy. The man asked Bina if she really didn't know what they were doing now, after she stated that everything was fine. Bina stated that while she doesn't mind people going on vacation, she knows they can do one thing at the moment. Jin is just going somewhere. After completing the new creation, Jin stated that he intended to build personal golems for Ryuko to connect to before activation. Ryuko activated the initial connection technique while holding the new golems. Ryuko shouted that they were all the same height as the golems, which glowed with life force. Jin asked if Ryuko would give them names so they would be her personal golems, and stated that it would be easier and more convenient that way when she needed to pick something up. Jin told Ryuko that she could think about it later when her attempt at coming up with names worked better. After all, coming up with names required a good deal of thought. The man informed the companions that they had planted seeds from the fertile blue earth while the others cultivated the fields and tended the garden. Jin showed a map on which they had marked all the minerals and resources. This allowed them to combine things more efficiently, work with fewer resources, and be able to go back. Jin stated that although he is doing things for himself now, he would like to learn from Bina and decide who he will do it for in the future. According to Ryuko, he would realize that they were doing everything for his father if he looked good. Ryuko pointed to a huge house. When Jin saw that the house was Japanese style, he was thrilled and exclaimed that it was the best. Also, the guy of course thanked everyone who tried so hard to please him. Jin was inspecting the magnificent new house thoroughly. The man claimed that the fact that they had created the tatami themselves was amazing. She hadn't finished the tatami though. Ryuko claimed that she had no memories of her father. Using the photos, the robot copied the object. Although it's not the same, it seems to be the original. Besides magical ability, patience, and knowledge, Jin claimed that it was convenient. Jin claimed that after watching Bina, he realized that he was missing important information about magic that was necessary to become a magician master. However, the master was the source of his knowledge. When Ryuko saw that Jin wasn't happy, the boys said that he didn't like it because there was too big of a knowledge gap between him and the era master. Jin claimed that he may have been trying to keep quiet in Blue Land, having realized this after the incident in Kina. Jin claimed that he must have done it again, shutting himself away. He was a good man, Ryuko shouted, and she believed he was acting rationally. Jin stated that he needed to find an alternative. He was currently working on the engine, but things were not going well. Jin stated that alternative modes of transportation such as cars, ships, and airplanes would be preferable. Jin claimed that he wanted to make long trips comfortable, but Ryuko claimed that they were quite happy with horses. The main problem was that the fuel would behave like magic because there was no gasoline or battery in this world. Jin asked Ryuko to summon the wind by pulling out a stack of papers and saying he needed to check something. A whirlwind formed from the sheets, and Jin realized everything. They also used effects to reverse the recoil. But the man believed he had successfully applied creation and digging. Jin claimed that while the process seemed simple, it was actually quite complicated. Ryako asked what it had to do with the engine. Jin claimed that he would win if they had a kickback. The man decided to show Ryako the material. Jin claimed to have used air magic for the test after the material turned into a pipe. Normally, an engine releases energy from electricity or uses combustion and explosion energy. Fuel is used exclusively by the rocket engine. We convert the necessary energy into dynamic force, but you can use magic to maintain the dynamic force and power the engine, allowing you to perform more efficient tasks. When Jin completed the invention, Ryako called it a pipe. However, Jin explained that it was actually a rocket magic engine and that they were going to test it. As a result, he asked Ryako to take it outside. When Ryako's personal golems appeared, they said they could handle it themselves, took the engine and carried it outside. When the comrades arrived at the clearing, Jin asked them to set up the engine and warned them to be careful because of the strong wind. When Jin turned on the engine, a strong stream of air rushed outside, and Ryako clung to it. After inspecting the device, Jin stated that the recoil was effective and that they could maintain power. He then shouted to Ryako to keep holding on. Jin inquired about her well-being and suggested using personal golems. However, the robot replied that she could handle everything on her own. Ryako suddenly lost her balance and dropped the engine as the airflow increased. With dirt all over the floor, Jin screamed in horror, demanding that the invention be stopped. Jin inquired about the well-being of the robot, which sat on the ground with the malfunctioning engine lying next to it. Ryako expressed regret for breaking it. Jin promised to build a new one. Ryako stated that she was the reason things had gone wrong. Jin shouted that despite using magic, he'd made a mistake because he'd been thinking about the outcome, and that was the reason Ryako wasn't to blame. Sitting in the hot spring, Ryako pondered why he claimed everything was fine considering she had doubted the golem's help and presented her father with questions. When the golem helpers appeared, they explained that their father had ordered them to wash as well, because using magic to wash was unpleasant. According to the helpers, their father asked for help for Ryako. According to the golems, Ryako depends on her father and they can also rely on her in moments of weakness. According to Ryako, she still hadn't given them names and wasn't even sure she could do it as well as her father. And to do that you have to think properly and choose something suitable. According to the helpers, they were made to help and wanted to work together to be helpful to their father. After all, that was their main goal and desires. They were the same people created by their father, Ryako said with a laugh. When the assistants announced that the moon would soon be visible, the robots turned to look up at the sky. Ryako regarded the sun and the moon. One will be named Moon of the Silver Moon and the other will be named Solo of the Golden Sun. Ryako informed the helpers and watched their reactions carefully. According to the helpers, they liked it. Jin told Ryako that he turned the research room into an experimental room because they should build a real rocket in the future when he visited the workshop. Jin claimed that testing and improving the rocket magic engine here would be easy. It still needed to be tested and installed on the crane. To leave that to her, Salil and Luna, Ryako asked her father if he could trust her to retake the test. The robots entered the testing chamber. Jin waved to the assistants sitting behind the protective glass. Ryako and the helpers held him in place while the rocket engine was turned on. Jin shouted that they had done a fantastic job and that they had succeeded. After Ryako stated that the magic was gone and he was actually very pleased with the result. Ryako asked if they could now make transportation after the assistants expressed their satisfaction, while wanting to participate in the next experiment as soon as possible. It could be adjusted to match the rotation speed, implying that it could be adjusted to match the rotation speed of the water transport. But Jin felt that the energy was still not enough for an airplane. Jin decided that this would stop after he reduced its size and placed it in a non-motorized aircraft. "I still have a long way to go before I can put this into practice," he said. Before they start experimenting, Jin advised them to focus on the facts. The world's first ship would be a ship, not an airplane, and they should visit these places. There was a man and a woman on the beach. They were in a different place than the Ori island they were used to. The city of Potrock could be reached quickly by sticking to the coast. The couple also hoped to find a small hotel along the way. The man advised the girl not to call him brother in public. They soon stumbled upon a hotel with a gracious owner as they walked around. The girl and the boy stayed inside. They entered their room. Given its appearance, the man assumed that 300 tori a night for two was standard. It was exactly how he envisioned a hotel on a tropical island. However, the man had no way of knowing because he had never been in one. Compared to Blue Earth, the buildings here were more open. This island was located south of the Kingdom of Agoria in the Kingdom of Elias. Because of this, it was hot outside. The architecture of the villages of Kina, Blue Earth, and Potrock gives you an idea of how advanced civilization was in the Middle Ages. The girl had no idea what the term Middle Ages meant. However, the progress of the world went back to its mother era. It wasn't the time of the Masters, when anyone could teleport every day through the gates. That was why the girl felt that way. After her remarks, the man became interested in the ships of the Masters era. However, that didn't mean he wasn't interested in the ships of this era. Furthermore, the girl recommended that the man take a walk. To explore, they went to the harbor. The man leaned over and looked at the wooden boat with curiosity. The main materials of the boat were metal and wood for strength. The man noticed that there were no big ships in the harbor, only small boats. The girl pointed her index finger sharply in the direction and called out to her father. The man looked in the direction she was pointing. There was a boat floating in the sea. However, the oddity in this situation was the golem beside the girl, not the girl herself. It was using its arms as oars, and the man noticed it. We didn't get tired because the golem was the engine of the boat. Anyway, it was easy to lose balance because the golem's arms were too weak. After that, the power of the engine would be lost. The man thought about attaching the golem to the catamaran. The man listened to what he had to say in private. Jin's words piqued his interest. Jin continued speaking. The catamaran was a vessel that could move at high speed all the time. Its ability to tip over on sharp turns was a disadvantage. After getting out of the boat, the unknown man admitted to Jin that he had been eavesdropping on him. The girl realized that the guy knew about boats and golems. Jin was perceived by the girl as a boat builder. She told the man that she was sorry for eavesdropping. However, the girl was the only one in this town who made these ships, so she was curious what he would say. Jin almost admitted to the girl that he was an expert in creating magic, but he was able to change his mind. The man explained to her that he was only a master of magic. The very interested girl wanted to learn everything she could about this man. Her incessant questions confused him a bit. She was excited because this man was not a member of a guild and served no one. To her, this was a boon from the sea. The girl would likely get them into trouble, so Jin's companion didn't want to talk to her. Jin had a few questions for her regarding the ships. However, the new acquaintance immediately asked them for a favor. 3 people came to the cafe in a group. A girl took me here because it was inexpensive and delicious. Since they had to walk for a long time to get to the cafe, Jin was a bit exhausted. In the presence of attractive girls, a man was weak. They were introduced to a girl who looked exotic. She was a shipbuilder from a neighboring town named Marcia. Jin was curious about what Marcia wanted to discuss with him. The girl pointed out the reason she knew them, pointing her finger out to sea. Instead of an engine and oars, the girl and the golem were attached to the boat. Such boats were usually called golem ships. He informed Marcia that since they were foreigners, they didn't know the name. Looking at Ryuko, Marcia realized why their outfits were so uninteresting. Since the sea surrounded the Iliasi's kingdom, they had an abundance of fish and other seafood. Among the nations, they had the best marine technology. They also participated in many competitions aboard the ship. It was interesting for a man to listen to the history of the Iliasi's kingdom while eating. As a result, Marcia immediately invited Jin to join her in this competition. The man was surprised at how fast she acted, and it was very unusual. The girl expressed regret. Because of her job, she was used to being in a hurry. The race will start in 5 days, she told him. According to the rules of the race, it needs a golem and someone to power it. Marcia promised to take charge and do everything. To create a golem for the ship, she offered him half of her winnings, and it seemed like a good offer. She had already come to the conclusion that it was useless to look for something nearby, but she didn't have time to find a golem. Jin had told her that she could find the golem maker if she tried to do something quickly. However, she was unlikely to succeed if she took part in such a golem competition. The depressed girl knew this. She wanted to give something back, but that was her problem. Marcia's father had lost all his property, so her store had been taken away, and she wanted to make things right. So this contest was the perfect opportunity for him to get back his reputation and his lost store. The girl was determined to take the risk, no matter how insignificant. If she lost, the guy wanted to know what she would do. To pay off her debts, Marcia had already sold the store. If she loses, she has no idea what will happen to her. Jin was also curious as to why the girl had approached him. In addition to his familiarity with golems and ships, Marcia's intuition told her that she could trust Jin, so she chose him. She was informed that she was mistaken for a man drinking coffee. His companion agreed with him, and Marcia sighed confusedly. Ryuko thought her father's skills were well suited for this competition. Creating a golem capable of piloting a ship would be beneficial to them. Marcia stared at them, stunned by what she had said. Jin had his doubts about it. However, it would be embarrassing if he lost. As a result, he agreed to make a second bet, this time on their abilities. Their chances of winning would increase if they took this action. They needed to register as soon as possible, so they placed a bet on their abilities. Marcia was satisfied. A company of 3 people were on their way to register. They were pretty close to the registration desk. They wouldn't be able to enter the competition if they didn't register today. Marcia wondered what the man's next plan was. She heard someone sharply call out to her. The girl gave a disgruntled, puzzled response. She had found a magical wizard, as her friend had remarked. The girl had indeed found him, and she agreed with his assertions. Now that she had a magic master, Valentine was happy. After thinking a bit, he came to the conclusion that he could not compete with her ship. As a result, he wanted to propose to her as both his wife and shipbuilder. The girl was tired of him asking her to marry him again. Valentine wanted more wives, but he already had 2. For him, the world works that way. For this reason, the man asked Marcia to accompany him once again. However, Jin diverted the girl's attention. He pushed her to register the team as soon as possible. She apologized to Valentine and then headed to the front desk. When the man saw that she wasn't lying, he said goodbye to her and let her go. Marcia thanked the man for his help and stepped away from Valentine. The man asked if he was a lord's confidant or a nobleman. The fact that the guy assumed Valentine's circumstances shocked the girl. He was an aide to the lord and an earl. Valentine seemed like an overbearing man. He was clearly a bad man. Soon they approached the front desk. Marcia proceeded to register her team for the competition. She needed to identify the contestants. The worker asked the man for proof of guild membership or a mage's license. The worker then asked for samples of the man's work. Jin stopped Ryuko to present herself as a sample of his work. The worker threw the man a look of incomprehension. In addition, Jin informed Tom that he had left his work samples at the hotel. As a result, the worker had to give the man a quick test. 2 small pieces were taken by the employee and placed on the counter. He asked the man to shape and alter something from these materials. The worker took the man aside and gestured for him to enter the room. Ryuko was disturbed by the man's departure. She called out to the man because of her nervousness, but he calmed her down and assured her that the test would be completed quickly. When the staff member saw Valentine's sign, he nodded, showing that he was finished. The man in the room handed the man a piece of material. Jin recognized it as blue copper when he picked it up. However, the items on the rack caught his attention. The swimsuits used in the previous contest were exactly like this. They had held a contest to showcase their design. Jin was able to make a decision after realizing this. On one table, he had to turn his idea into reality. The man began to shape the material by placing blue copper on the table. The copper gradually changed as a result of this. The magic circle drawn under the table came to life. The man stared incredulously at the light emission that appeared. In the end, Jin walked out of the room. The girls looked at him hopefully. They were curious to know the result of the test. Jin gave a vague answer, assuming that he had already passed. The worker looked anxiously at the figure. Marcia saw the figurine, but was infuriated by the uncertain answer. The girl looked at something confusedly. Jin was smiling calmly and confidently. Valentine also realized that something was wrong. The employee had a figurine made by Jin in his hands. It was a smaller version of Marciane's swimsuit. The figurine with her face scared the girl. She wanted the man to give her an explanation. She was outraged and ashamed of the man's actions. Since Jin couldn't make a decision during the test, he just made a figure of her in a swimsuit. The man decided to wear the swimsuit because it was difficult to make clothes out of copper. Jin asked the worker what the results of his test were. The man noted the man's accuracy and speed. Both men had excellent skills. As a result, Jin was able to register as a magic master. In addition, he had started participating in the 10th Golem ship race. When he heard the news, the man recommended that everyone organize a meeting immediately. The girl's ability to recruit a magical master to her team angered the man. He approached the worker and asked about the situation. According to the employee, he was using this desk. Underneath the desk was a machine that prevented the magic from activating. Both the circle and the crystal were completely burned out. Valentine was ecstatic when he realized everything. If this guy was able to disarm the device, he wanted to find out who he was. However, I later believed that the gadget had probably just malfunctioned. There was no other explanation for the malfunction. However, the man lost interest in the gadget. After all, Valentine had another strategy to control Marcia. Valentine was sure that he would win the contest and win Marcia. He then asked a staff member for a statue with a picture of Maria's face on it. However, the latter refused to give it to him. He He had to present the figurine to his boss as proof. Mayor Petrocchi was presented with the statue. He praised the person who made it. In addition, the man decided to create a swimsuit for the women's swimming competition. It got dark. The company celebrated the birth of the MDR team. Marcia was pleased. The man couldn't make out the name of the team. It was their names in capital letters: Ryuko, Jin, and Marcia. Jin couldn't understand the name. He wanted to delay the festivities. He had to find out what they should do next. He asked a question that Marcia didn't understand. Jin talked about their strategy for the competition. He still didn't know the rules of the race. Marcia, however, picked up the rules pamphlet. The man began to investigate. The rules were ambiguous. There were no restrictions on the weight and size of the boat. In addition, special awards were given for the concept and design of the boat. In the rules pamphlet, Jin noticed this. They shouldn't have any problems with speed. Therefore, they had to evaluate their chances of winning these honors. Ryuko had no doubt that they could do it. They were trying to win as much as possible. However, he couldn't understand why only women could be controllers because it seemed very strange to him. Marcia wasn't sure what to do with the golem the next day. Besides, the man reminded her about the boat. Since they already had a boat, the girl didn't understand what he said, but she couldn't compete with them. They also had to take into consideration the balance of the golem and the boat if they wanted to be the fastest. Efficiency and compatibility would be bad if things were left as they were. There were only 4 days left. They had to complete the fundamental work faster. After that, modify the boat and launch it for testing. The girl thought that modifying the boat would be a waste of time. However, they wouldn't be able to finish it in time if they used it as a base. The idea behind the man's plan was vague. He needed materials to build the golem. Marcia knew everything. She would get them, and that pleased the girl, who was enthusiastic. Jin also promised the girl that once he saw the route they would have to sail in the competition, he would finalize his plan. They must visit a certain rock during the race and then return to shore. On the day of the race, the winner would be announced. The man believed that racing and speed should be their top priorities. How to reduce the lost time to complete a turn here is the main problem, and it could affect the whole course of the race. The ideal solution would be a propeller. However, building one would require extensive customization. They didn't have much time. He should have used a magic jet engine, Ryuko advised. However, that would be difficult to do. Rowing was the only alternative. The man wanted to make full use of the catamarans. He was suddenly attracted by a sound coming from the sea. There was a loud noise as someone jumped over the sea. It was an incredibly beautiful golem. With fins and a fish tail, it was supposed to look like a mermaid, and it really was. The golem was beautiful and made with quality. The siren golem was talking to the blonde man. He was testing the power of the golem. It appeared that the sitting genie was next to the blonde man and heard him discussing with the golem about the tests before the upcoming races. The genie looked at him in surprise. The stranger turned to face him sharply and asked about the doll Jin was standing next to. The realization that Ryuko was a golem rendered the man speechless. The blonde man was glad that his guess about Ryuko was correct. He decided to ask because he wasn't sure before. Jin heaped praise on the man for Ryuko. She was well put together. Being a magical engineer, he couldn't stay still without checking on her. His words caught Jin off guard. That was the name magical masters were called by here. Lil Reinhardt was blonde. He was a native of the showman's homeland. In response, Jin introduced himself to the man. Reinhardt had never seen a doll as flawless as Ryuko. Since Jin was the one who had created her, the girl felt honored. Reinhardt was pleasantly surprised to learn this information from Ryuko. As it turned out, Jin was the one who had created her. Reinhardt believed that he was merely the owner of the doll. In a technical sense, he had simply fixed it. Jin also praised the man. He had never seen a golem made from the skin of a magical beast before. Its weight and strength were evenly distributed. Reinhardt was delighted. His interlocutor realized what he was doing. It took the blonde man a long time to prepare the materials. Jin and Reinhardt began to talk about their common interests. They were completely absorbed in discussing golems. Ryuko sullenly waited for the guys to talk things over. However, they kept talking. The only option for the girl was to remain silent and wait patiently for the two inventors to finally talk about all the important topics. Eventually, the men shook hands. They were excited to talk to each other. Finally, Ryuko waited for them to finish. In fact, Jin could still talk. He liked talking about golems. Reinhardt had to check the siren, though he didn't want to stop. She was waiting for his next command. They didn't have much time before the golem boat competition. Reinhardt was anxious to see how the challenge would end. The blonde wanted to know about their interest in participating in the race. Jin confirmed his participation in them. Reinhardt was excited to meet them at the race. Ryuko and Jin left the beach. They came back. Jin wanted to express regret to the girl for waiting. Marcia, however, was upset about something. As it turned out, there were no materials in the store. After checking in, it turned out that someone had bought all the materials. Marcia looked through all the stores, but could only buy bronze. The remaining materials they needed were not on the store shelves. Jean thought this was strange. After all, everything had gone smoothly yesterday. Considering the upcoming golem boat competition, it was quite possible that demand would be high. The man thought for a bit. He assured the girl that everything was fine and helped her relax. After all, they had the bronze. Marcia was delighted with what the man had said. They set to work building the golem. The girl was pleased. The man used a fusion spell on the substance. Dark stones began to emerge from the ingot with a crackling sound. Jin explained to her that the raw material contained hollow stone. All it did was separate it from anything of value. The man instructed Ryuko to build the outer layer of the golem using bronze. The fact that Ryuko could also use magic surprised Marcia. Since she was his sister after all, the man didn't argue. The girl was enamored with this wonderful pairing of brother and sister. The man had to agree. Ryuko was an extremely strong sister. Marcia was relieved when they were soon finished. She suddenly realized that their golem had been created by a humanoid type, and it came as a surprise because it was a species the girl had not expected to see. Although the girl had heard that the golem would be built using her prototype, she assumed that instead of arms, it would have oars or other tools. The ship could be controlled in many ways. For example, creating a golem with fins or oars instead of arms. But there were advantages to the humanoid type. As Marcia began to think about it, Jin asked her to give the golem a name, because every golem should have its own name. Being able to identify the golem made the girl happy. She assumed someone else would name it. However, Marcia was the master after all. The girl gave the golem the name Arrow. The man agreed. The golem then opened its eyes and began to launch. Marcia cast a praising glance at it. Suddenly the golem screamed and spoke incomprehensible words to Marcia. The girl stared at the golem in the void. Jin gave her a look of regret. He had forgotten to set up the language app. The man used an information transfer magic spell to bring the hands of the girl and the golem closer together. So that Arrow could steer the boat, he transferred Marcia's knowledge to the golem. The golem agreed with what the man said. Now Arrow could help them build the boat. The man had created a humanoid type for this very reason. It was only one advantage of having such a golem. Ryuko hurried towards them with a huge wheel as soon as the guy called out to her. Everything had been prepared in advance. Jin wanted to demonstrate the capabilities of the humanoid golem to Marcia. The construction of the boat began. It had pedals in it. The man wanted to show Marcia while Ryuko and Arrow were busy building the ship. Only a humanoid being could make that particular move. Soon everything was prepared. There was a boat waiting for them at the harbor. It was flawless and drastically different from other boats. It was very much liked and gave hope in winning the competition. Despite the fact that the girl did not understand how the boat worked, she was enthusiastic about it. The man explained that the legs of the boat are what makes it function. The water wheel is turned by the pedals, and the spinning serves as the force for propulsion. Marcia had doubts about the viability of the boat. For that reason, the man wanted to prove it back. Ryuko was already in the boat. The girl started pedaling. She exerted tremendous force while doing all this. As a result, the boat was moving through the water at a dizzying speed. Because of the incredible speed of the boat, Marcia and Arrow heard the boys screaming in silence. The water had completely drenched them. Marcia just resolutely declared that they would definitely win. The sunset came. After the boat ride, Marcia and Arrow returned. This is what Jin noticed. After swimming, he was curious how the girl felt after her first boat ride. The girl praised the boat. It was fast, stable, and easy to steer. However, it was so stable that even minor changes presented a challenge. The boat could be used for straight sailing. The man assured the girl that although he would try to make changes, the system would remain unchanged. The girl wanted to ask the guy to confirm the properties of the Arrow. The man believed it was fully functional with the materials available, and things were now becoming much clearer in the movement of the boat. However, Marcia found it strange that Arrow couldn't swim as fast as Ryuko, who was only a small child. Eventually, the man gave Ryuko an explanation. When Marcia discovered that Ryuko was a doll, she was a bit shocked. She wasn't sure what surprised her. Ryuko was pleased, though. She was able to identify Jin as her father to at least one person. The three men left their workshop. The next day they would begin their adjustments. There were strangers waiting for them to leave. It had gotten dark. Everyone was in their rooms, sleeping soundly. She looked reverently at the sleeping man, except for Ryuko. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. They were coming from Marcia's room. The sound of footsteps alerted Ryuko to the presence of two strangers. The door of Marcia's room was locked, and the two bandits tried to break in. However, Ryuko's voice stopped them for a moment. However, she immediately changed her mind when she noticed one of them waving a dagger. The man who had tried to enter Marcia's house had instructed his friend to deal with the girl. He wanted to be closer to her, so he complied with the order. However, Ryuko reacted quickly and headed towards the bandits. She wanted them to be quiet. After all, her father was asleep. She immobilized the man with a single blow. Ryuko then quickly moved towards the second man. She finished him off with one blow. The men were unconscious. Ryuko didn't know how to deal with the bandits who were unconscious. The sea came out of nowhere. Ryuko left a warning sign and buried the unconscious bandits in the coastal sand up to their necks. They were tired of attacking sleeping women, it said. The girl didn't understand their motives, but suddenly she saw a fire in the distance. The workshop was in that direction. Soon 3 people were running towards the workshop. Since she didn't want to disturb their peace, Ryuko apologized for not waking them up earlier. Marcia was worried that the boat might burn down. Jin, however, was confident that the boat was safe. The furious girl asked why the boat should be safe. The man pointed sharply in her direction. Not far from the shore, Marcia noticed a large number of other people's boats. A boat with an arrow among them caught her attention. Arrow was a self-sufficient golem. Therefore, in case of danger, the boat would evacuate immediately. Marcia took a deep breath because she had no worries. Suddenly, a frightened Reinhardt approached them. He informed Jean that it was too early for them to relax. The man was stunned by his sudden appearance. If nothing changed, the fire would spread throughout the harbor. Many people came together to put out the fire. But things went terribly wrong. A horrible sea serpent of doom emerged from the sea, which could very easily bring a lot of destruction, and was an incredibly dangerous sea monster that didn't appear very often. It had a mouthful of tiny sharp teeth and grew to a huge size. It was a monster that usually only appeared in open waters. Although it wouldn't last long, the siren was currently attracting the monster's attention. Reinhardt intended to use magic to defeat the Snake of Doom by luring it to the nearest pier. Jin began to use the spell, realizing what the guy was talking about. The man made it into a spear. He ordered Ryuko to use the swan boat as a prop, an arrow to help the siren distract the monster. Jin wondered if Marcia was disobeying his orders. Ryuko immediately began obeying her creator's commands. With lightning speed, she jumped to the ground and landed on the ship. The monster was approaching the boat. Siren surfaced at Reinhardt's command. Marcia gave Arrow orders to circle around the monster, keeping her eyes on the surface of the water. The golems obeyed the orders of their masters. The monster quickly followed the siren, who quickly moved up through the water. The attack on the sea serpent began as the siren rose up and began to hover in the air. Ryuko used her spear to attack it. When the surprise attack stunned the monster, Ryuko continued to strike without stopping. Jin realized that it was time for the Snake of Doom to be completely neutralized. Reinhardt and Ryuko quickly used the magical fire spear. The sea serpent died as it appeared to be the target of the magically backed attack. A loud explosion resounded over the sea. The monster was defeated. Its remains were all that remained. Marcia cast a frightened look at them. They had overpowered it. When the snake stopped moving, the siren alerted its creator. Reinhardt told the others that the monster was defeated. Everyone in the town was ecstatic when they heard the news. They celebrated the victory over the terrible monster. Ryuko called out to her creator. Jin thanked her and Arrow for their contribution to the victory. The girl was happy about that. However, it looked like a few boats had sustained damage. Marcia realized what the man was saying. They would be helped by her and Arrow. Reinhardt wanted Serena to help them as well. In addition, he and Jean would help in fixing the boats and golems. Ryuko was ordered to put out the last fire at the docks. They wouldn't be able to get much sleep, which annoyed the harbor master. He gave his employee orders to wake up all the mages and shipbuilders. Ryuko put out the fires. Arrow and Marcia found the damaged golem boats. They were also assisted by the harbor workers. Jean and Reinhardt worked on repairs. Just before sunrise, everyone was busy. Finally, the work-weary men completed all the tasks. Even though it had been a difficult night, they managed to help others. Jean was exhausted, but he couldn't believe the night had been so bad. The docks and boats were brand new. The man was also admiring the sunrise. Suddenly, a girl Jean didn't know called out to Reinhardt. Her name was Elsa. Elsa accepted the blonde man's invitation to watch the sunrise with him. The black-haired man caught the girl's attention. When she looked up at him, she noticed the breathtaking scenery that opened up before her. But since everyone was concerned about Reinhardt, the girl wanted to get him away, so she immediately grabbed his arm. He only needed to get away from them. Reinhardt said goodbye to Jin. Elsa repeated the black-haired man's name questioningly. Her gaze fell on him again. Jean yawned and wished he could go back to the hotel to rest. However, Marcia wanted to say something to him, but the man interrupted her. He had much to discuss, but first they needed a nap. Marcia had no choice but to accept it. They wouldn't give up no matter what the others planned. Jin took the incident very seriously and was furious. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the table, there was a heavy thumping. Even though they could still hurt the other competitors' boats, Valentino was upset that his plan had not worked. His interlocutor felt that fewer people should participate. However, the man wanted to get everything he could and the competition would simply be cancelled. However, they ended up buried in the sand despite sending some bandits to make it happen. Valentino didn't pay much attention to it, though it was strange that the Sea Serpent of Doom had shown up at that exact moment. The man's only goal was to ruin the competition for everyone. Whatever he needed to do to accomplish that didn't matter. A short time later, Marcia was somewhere else, dressed in a swimsuit. The guy told the girl that he still needed the outfit, though she wasn't sure if she needed it for the competition. The stunning sight of the girl in the outfit made Jean feel ashamed of his passion. Marcia, flushed and on the verge of tears, embarrassedly covered her body. To this the harbor master only grinned. This swimsuit was made especially for this year's swimsuit contest. An embarrassed Jin closed his eyes. Marcia's swimsuit made her feel insecure. A man was at the tournament site one sunny day. Although there was a preliminary round, the street was crowded. In addition, there were booths everywhere. Besides the Golem boat race, there is another race because the place was used for events throughout the year, namely the participant inserts. A significant amount of money was spent that day. According to Reinhardt, Earl Valentino is currently the most popular. Jean saw a girl standing next to a man. Elsa, his younger sister, was introduced to everyone by the blonde man. Due to the recent chaos, he hadn't been able to introduce her before. Jin smiled sympathetically at him before the blonde girl suddenly and quickly approached him. After a while, Elsa managed to overcome her embarrassment. Shyly, she thanked the man for saving Reinhardt. The girl called herself Elsa Randall as she introduced herself to the man. Jean responded by introducing himself and his little crew. Marcia saw that Elsa was also wearing a swimsuit. Thus, she was also participating in the Golem boat tournament. Elsa's swimsuit was a different color, which caught Marcia's attention. Instead, they would battle it out in the championship game. Before she made it to the finals, the girl didn't want her to lose. However, Elsa believed in her own strength. In front of the company, Valentino confidently stated that they, of Team Elijah fame, would win. On the other hand, let's note that they felt at ease in the embrace of their golem. With a nasty laugh, the man expressed his hope that Marcia would not be disqualified in the preliminary stage. Jin was puzzled as to why he was visiting them. There were many people sitting in the stadium. The 10th Golem boat race was about to begin. This time, the largest number of groups in history participated in the race, up to 35 groups. The commentator listened to the special guests and introduced himself to the audience. The first was the mayor of Potrock, followed by Burnend, the master of magic. There were many different kinds of artifacts in the Elias Kingdom. One of them, the loudspeaker, was used by the commentator. A screen and a magic eye were also allowed to be used during the race. Jin noticed how practical the artifacts were. He could have made them, but he wasn't interested because he didn't have any TV shows. The race participants appeared on the screen. The swimsuit design for the competition had changed, as everyone in the tournament noticed. The color of each contestant's swimsuit determined which groups they would be placed in. There were 5 people in a group. They had 7 different colors of swimsuits ready. The mayor made all of these decisions right before the event started. He was working on some exciting projects. He immediately noticed participant number 35. It was Marcia. Mayor Potrocky appeared on the screen as a girl-shaped figure created by Jean during the test. The fact that he had taken her to the tournament amazed Marcia. Burnand scrutinized the figure carefully. He saw that copper had been used to make it. He also saw Marcia's golem. The man noticed the water wheels of the boat. The fact that they were using them as a power source shocked him. Perhaps Marcia's team could overcome this obstacle. Marcia was encouraged after hearing the words of the Magic Master. The commentator asked Burnand if he was on any other teams. Earl Valentino, the main competitor, was brought out by Burnand. His golem had 2 huge paddles in addition to his huge body. Despite its simple appearance, the golem was strong and powerful. Everyone hoped that Earl would succeed. The commentator then turned his attention to Serena, the 3rd mermaid golem. For traveling in the water, the design was perfect. It was also strong in turns. In addition, the commentator turned his attention to the golem with forearm number 28 and the golem with wings number 27. But without the ability to control them, they wouldn't be able to win even if they had a perfect boat and golem. No one knew who would take first place. After his speech, the magician wished everyone a great performance. The whole stadium shouted loudly. The commentators started looking for something in the box. The first group was the one they had to identify themselves with. A man opened the box and took out a dark blue ball. Each member of the first group was wearing a dark blue leotard. Marcia was a little excited and was dressed in that particular color. The girl raised her hand and stated emphatically that she would overtake everyone after the turn. As a result, her rivals should make every effort to sail away from her until that very moment. The girl's remarks embarrassed Jin and Ryuko. When Marcia addressed the entire stadium, the spectators experienced immeasurable joy. However, her statement did not please everyone. Several people present were alarmed. Soon, everyone who had participated in the first swim lined up in a row. The expression on each participant's face was solemn. One of the contestants turned sharply to face Martha. After thanking her, the girl's golem lit up on the dock. However, she was able to participate in the race thanks to Martha. But so that Marcia would not lose, the girl informed her that a match was a match. She inspired Marcia, who also declared that she would not lose. The first race had already started. The participants immediately started moving forward. They all started at the same time, and it was the most awaited moment that made all the people happy. However, contestant number 14 had the biggest initial advantage. She looked like an exotic girl, and she was very different from the rest of the girls. The golem with strong arms made a huge leap forward. While swimming, the oars made a lot of noise. Contestant number 14 was happy with this and felt that she had won. Even contestants number 28 and 35 could not overtake her boat. Which strange boat they used didn't matter. Despite the 4 golem arms, speed was crucial in this situation. They required strength. The 14th contestant picked up even more speed, confident that she would win. There was a cliff ahead. Perhaps she could sail through the turn without resistance. Jin didn't consider the girl's remarks wrong. In a race, speed really mattered. However, someone would lose their balance during the turn if they tried to forcefully turn the ship at this speed. As a result, they would become vulnerable. As a result, they will undoubtedly be outmatched. Another participant arrived at girl 14 at the same time. Participant number 28 overtook participant number 14 on the inside of the turn. This took the girl by surprise, but suddenly Marcia was behind her. She informed her that the 14th contestant had run out of time to get around them, and the moment seemed really gone. At the same moment, the girl was sailing through the turn at a deafeningly high speed. Marcia and Arrow eventually decided that he could get around their rivals. The girl gave Arrow the order to immediately command forward. The golem began to follow the command. Using the boat's water wheels, Arrow was able to harness the energy of the water even faster by rapidly turning the boat's pedals. With all its power and speed, the swan moved forward. At the same time, the ship also left a mark on the water. The others tensed up because of their actions and the incredible speed of the boat. Blondin believed that they had demonstrated every possible way to use the boat during the battle with the Sea Serpent of Doom. Jean's excellent performance both amazed and delighted Reinhardt. Marcia, contestant number 35, simultaneously leaped forward with tremendous force. The girl overtook the other contestants in the blink of an eye. As if Marcia could see and feel everything around her, she simultaneously experienced a wonderful feeling. She thought she was really enjoying the amazing feeling she was getting from steering the boat while looking at the helm. The feeling of the wind fluttering her hair after hitting her face. With that feeling, she could leave everything behind. The girl enthusiastically declared her love to everyone as a result of her rushing emotions. The boat continued its rapid, unstoppable progress. Marcia eventually crossed the finish line. Since the contestant was ranked 35th, she was able to take first place and fulfill her promise of surpassing everyone. The girl looked at the magic eye as she continued to enjoy the race. She announced that they would enter the finals with her in Swan, Row, and MDR teams. To get everyone's attention, the girl smiled as friendly as possible. Marcia appeared on the magic screen and declared that they would take first place. Valentino was not pleased. He would not let that happen. Whatever he had to do to make it happen didn't matter. The man became furious and clenched his fists. The first place contestant wins the preliminary heats. Litzy is a member of the Slava Ilya team. That was the end of the preliminaries, and the next day they would meet the 7 finalists. Among them were Elsa and Marcia. Everyone was looking forward to tomorrow's finals. She won't lose, Elsa assured Marcia, turning to face her. Marcia agreed, as she didn't want to lose either. Fair fight, the girl said, turning to face the other finalists. All the contestants accepted this rule. Jean gave the girl a mild reprimand when she was already at the hotel. Marcia started apologizing to the man after she made a spectacle of herself at the race. She would have given herself a way out if she hadn't taken that action. Jean hadn't gotten to the point of running away. Marcia had both the best boat and the best golem, so the girl did it to prevent herself from escaping if she couldn't control them. When Marcia recognized her weakness, her hands began to tremble. She believed that even someone as weak as her could fight normally for a reason. After finishing speaking, Marcia just looked at her trembling hand weakly and sadly. Ryuko spoke in front of the guy who wanted to say something to the girl. She assured Marcia not to worry. After all, they would surely win the competition tomorrow, because the swan was also changed by a man. An arrow was a golem created by Ryuko's father. According to her words, Marcia no longer felt depressed and felt good. However, Ryuko continued to talk. The only person on the battlefield was Marcia. Marcia was the one who could steer the boat and give Arrow the right instructions, and so one must have faith in one's own strength. She was also the one who won the qualifiers and skillfully maneuvered the best golem boat. Marcia smirked when she saw how poorly Ryuko had complimented her. Jin assured her that he would instruct her in it. However, Ryuko wanted to object as it didn't seem like a compliment to her. Marcia understood the girl's words and smiled widely, stroking Ryuko's head. She would win this tournament and live up to their expectations. After all, it was for her own good. When night fell, the three of them arrived at a stunning building. Since it was reserved for nobles, Marcia was concerned about the place. However, the man arrived at the right building and made no mistake. After seeing the golem and Jean's boat in action, Reinhardt had earlier invited the man to join him for dinner. Lest Tom turn him down, Reinhardt had already made reservations and gave the man a letter of invitation. Elsa and Reinhardt suddenly approached them. They wanted to join them inside the building and thank them for being there. When he and Ryuko tried to hold Marcia back, Jin barely recognized them. She wanted to go back to the hotel after all. The business had moved into the building. The Randolph family sat across from Lady Marcia and her MDR team. Jean calmed the anxious girl who wanted to leave. To celebrate the passing of the preliminary exams, Reinhardt invited them to his place. Stammering, the girl wished them all the best. She was extremely anxious, and Reinhardt noticed it. She was worried about the interior of the room. With trepidation, Marcia asked if the man was a nobleman. Reinhardt agreed. He was the fourth son in the family. There was no need to pay attention to that. After all, he was a man from the scholar realm. Therefore, the man advised not to worry about his actions in front of him. Jin was curious about what they were talking about. Reinhardt instantly felt better. He wanted to bring up the topic of golems and boats. However, his sister's disapproving look at Reinhardt stopped him. Thus, the man stopped discussing it. Jin realized that Reinhardt wanted to discuss something else with them. There was one more thing they needed to talk about. Regarding the recent fire, the blonde man wanted to talk to them. Everyone got serious at once. A fire had started at Team Marcia's dock and quickly spread to the other docks. They hadn't left anything flammable on the dock, so Marcia didn't believe it. Reinhardt also agreed. Jean learned that Marcia was the target of the arson. This took the girl by surprise. She didn't know why she had been chosen. Jean also had no idea why the girl had been chosen. Besides, the man saw that Randall had invited them over to see if they had a particular person in mind. Reinhardt accepted his recommendation. Marcia began listing potential adversaries. Anyone she knew could be the culprit. The number of her enemies shocked the guys. She thought her father's debt was the biggest problem on the list. However, the man had another idea. Selling her boat instead of setting the pier on fire would be more profitable if debt was the problem. Ryuko remembered that several men had wanted to kidnap Marcia that night. At that moment, she thought of them as typical bullies. That implied that Marcia and her boat might have been the perpetrator's target. They probably wanted to prevent her from participating in the race, although one couldn't be completely sure of the true reasons. For whatever reason, it was best to remain vigilant. The final route, unlike the preliminary route, would be revealed right before it started. Reinhardt felt uncomfortable about this. The men went outside. Jean couldn't understand why Reinhardt was being so nice to his team. Reinhardt was a diplomat. He didn't want any relationship to develop between Elias and Scholar. Moreover, he would find out the truth about this incident because it happened right in front of him. Moreover, Elsa would be in danger if this incident was really related to the race. Reinhardt couldn't ignore what had happened. That didn't mean he felt sorry for them. Jean apologized for thinking about something else and admitted that he understood what the man had said. However, Reinhardt would be lying if he said he wasn't thinking of doing them any favors. After all, they were friends with magical wizards. Reinhardt enjoyed socializing with Jin. He had invited the man to Scholar for that very reason. Jean smirked and advised Tom to fight his hardest in the finals and not to look back. The crowd watched the race with excitement. The finals of the 10th Golem boat race began the next day, and the main competitor, Litzy from Glory Elijah's team, had the biggest starting advantage. The rest of the competitors stood still. According to the commentators, the contestants didn't increase their speed much because they were afraid of each other. This bothered Marcia. She saw that the participants just stopped trying. They were just blocking their way. Across the ring, Elsa gave the command to the siren. Immediately, the mermaid golem tried to turn around and swim away from the boats, but they blocked the girls' path again. Jin saw that the girls were in a difficult situation. The boats that were in their way were right next to Marcia and Elsa. Marcia could easily overtake them with her arrow acceleration, but that was only possible if there was only one boat ahead. But because of her large body, the catamaran wouldn't be able to squeeze between the two boats. However, the passage would also be easily blocked if she tried to overtake them from the side. In addition, they are mixing places with the people who are blocking Elsa. Together, the four boats prevent any potential overtaking. From the beginning of the finale, Jean thought they had given up. It must have been a circumstance that left the contestants no other choice. Marcia was upset by this circumstance. They had agreed to fight fairly in the race, hadn't they? But now she was absolutely annoyed with everything, and the entire original plan was falling apart. However, if they don't, a negative outcome will occur. Elsa and Marcia's path had to be blocked by the contestants. Valentino was involved in this incident. The man was carelessly sipping his drink. Watching the race, he became bored. Since everything was going according to his plan, it was favorable for him. Marcia would undoubtedly become Valentino. The girl was frustrated. Regardless of their motivation or purpose, she didn't want them to get in her way. Everyone was in this race for different reasons. Many people had left during the preliminary phase, leaving only those who wanted to brave the battle or participate in similar events. Marcia had no idea who was in charge. However, they didn't dare to prevent those who wanted to engage in serious combat. They dared to do something so disgusting, and the girl was ready to strongly oppose it. The girl told Arrow to turn around immediately. The boat began to back away as the golem obeyed the command of its controller. This surprised the participants. One of them wanted to prevent Marcia from changing lanes by noticing that she was turning left. However, Marcia calmly and confidently slipped through and continued on, leaving those involved behind her. Her abrupt movement and overtaking of the participants shocked the audience. Instead of just slowing down, she immediately made a big gap. She then acted as if she was slowly pulling away. Marcia then accelerated sharply, luring the two boats inside. With Arrow's instantaneous power, it was a rough game. However, it was the best Marcia could do. It also required strong control skills to fully utilize the best golem and boat. The man was glad that Martha was able to get out of her predicament. Ryuko was also glad when Jin stroked her head. However, suddenly, Ryuko saw numerous magical responses from the sea. They were quickly moving towards Marcia. There was only one meaning in this response. The girl identified them as a group of doomsday sea serpents moving in the same direction. As soon as he heard Ryuko's words, the man became serious. The source of his worry was the pack of sea serpents. There were about 30 of them. A huge pack of doomsday sea serpents was approaching Marcia and the other contestants. Ryuko suggested canceling the competition. However, the pack would be able to catch up with the contestants despite the cancellation. They wouldn't have time to swim away from them in a hurry. The boy asked the girl if she could beat them. They could be defeated by Ryuko. She found that it was easy. The pack was deep into the island, but she was still worried about where they were. Ryuko wasn't confident in her ability to arrive in time. Jin reasoned that he could arrive on time if he could make a swan. As a result, he went straight to the pier while Ryuko held him. The man was carrying a device that looked like a small rocket. He intended to attach it to a spare boat. The problem was the strength and stability of the boat. As a result, they had to use the spare parts of the swan for now. After that, all they had to do was everything. The man prayed that the vessel wouldn't capsize. Jin looked at Ryuko. The man couldn't handle the duties of a dispatcher. Ryuko had to use one hand to operate the helm. Jin would be in charge of the exit. They wouldn't use all their magic power thanks to the gadget and ended up starting the jet engine. Ryuko noticed that the circumstances were completely different from the golem boat race. Jin immediately started steering the boat. With lightning speed, the boat rushed through the water. The man asked Ryuko the direction if it was the right direction. They were heading in the right direction. The girl could feel their fascination. The 10th island was also visible ahead. Soon they would be fighting sea serpents if they continued to sail forward. The man saw that a group of doomsday sea serpents had appeared. The fact that they had finally arrived pleased him. Immediately, a magical attack was launched against the pack of doomsday sea serpents. The monsters were attacked attack after attack until they were destroyed. To anger them, the girl had to shoot into the water. It was important to divert the group of monsters away from the island of Io. Before Marcia and the others arrived, all of this had to be completed. Jin wished for Ryuko to defeat the unexpected monsters. One of them dived underwater as Ryuko saw it. If she could walk underwater, Jin asked. The girl had no problem with that. The man then started looking in his bag for something. The man's hand was filled with numerous tiny stones. He was keeping them secret. If they burrowed too deep, it would be extremely difficult. He used more magic on them than they could do to accomplish this. Then the man simply threw the magic stones into the ocean. Later, the magic stones exploded in the depths of the sea snakes. As a result, the underwater sea serpents came to the surface. This made Ryuko very happy. It only served as a distraction. The man's favorite moment was this one. Jin used an acoustic detection spell. The swarm of sea serpents of doom roared and attempted to rise into the air from the acoustic vibrations in the water. The man's spell worked perfectly and the snakes felt the pain. Ryuko immediately started using magic. She used Magic Blast to create a huge explosive ball. The explosive ball was directed by the girl towards the sea serpents. The location of the monsters soon became the site of a loud explosion. The fact that the explosion would cause waves in the sea was not taken into consideration by the man. Ryuko was lifted into the air as a result of the boat tilting forward. The girl was far from the boat when she fell into the water. There was nothing the man could do. He wanted to let the girl know to wait for him. Ryuko was attacked by a sea serpent of doom when she suddenly disappeared from sight. The back of the monster's teeth caught Ryuko. She was unable to escape from the jaws of the sea serpent of doom. She ordered Jin to run to another place. She wanted to get rid of the monster. However, the girl did not fulfill her plan. Jin had a grim expression on her face, and she was already prepared. The man directed a stream of magic at the monster, transforming the magic power. The monster was destroyed when the sea serpent of doom was simultaneously captured by the spell's beam of light, and suffered irreparable damage from such a magical strike. The girl fell back into the water. Jin gave a tired but relieved sigh. Suddenly, the girl was next to the man's boat. Jin wanted to know her condition, but she apologized. Thanks to the man, Ryuko was fine. Jin let the girl get into the boat while holding her hand. In fact, without his help, the girl would have been able to escape and deal with the monster. Ryuko immediately started to deny it and praised the girl for her courage. To see if they had defeated all the monsters, Ryuko started to check the magic power. Ryuko noticed something. The guy soon noticed the girl's strange reaction. The monsters disappeared. However, the island of Io gave the girl a new reaction of magic power. It was a golem. Underneath the golem was water. It was not the participant's golem. Jin realized the gravity of the situation. He had no idea what was going on. The contestants would soon reach the 10th island. This was not a good situation. Thus, the man invited Ryuko to visit the golem. However, the girl was afraid that she would leave the guy. However, he reassured her. The man looked somewhat exhausted. Therefore, he would make a detour and return. Ryuko obeyed the man's command. The girl removed her dress in one motion, exposing a single swimsuit. She promised I would arrive at the right place in a moment and try to solve the problem. In addition, the man advised her to deal with the golem if it posed a threat. Besides, he wanted to grab its core. Ryuko dove into the water to begin. A pack of monsters were also to appear if the golem posed a threat. The man didn't know of their real purpose, even if they were after Marcia. Soon the girl saw 2 golems in the area. They were targeting a certain ship and prepared to attack someone. After all, Marcia was the exact target of the golem's mission. The swan boat had to be destroyed. Marcia noticed that Arrow sensed something. Ryuko's presence had been reported by Marcia's golem. It didn't seem strange to the girl. Maybe Jin was cheering them up now too. Marcia inquired about the golem's health. There had been an incident, but Arrow was fine. Marcia learned that the water wheel on the boat had broken. Jin informed her that eventually it would not be able to support the weight. Since the boat can't support it, Marcia should only sail with full power during the crucial parts of the race. Considering that it was her father's boat, the girl was afraid that the hull would break. However, the man claimed that it was a wheel and it could have been damaged. When he went to check the boat with Ryuko, he found out about it. Despite his efforts to add reinforcement, the belt and blade connection might not have been able to withstand the maximum power. Moreover, even a belt made of a rare material wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure for very long. The belt was easy for the girl to replace, but she needed to be careful when handling the water wheel. Washa realized the vulnerability of her boat. They were only able to buy bronze, even adding some of Jean's own materials. Marcia was surprised at the length of the final race. Elsa had caught up with Marcia, which annoyed her. However, once they rounded the island of Io, there would be a long straight line. Letzi didn't like the way the girls were approaching her. Since her golem was useless, she started swearing at it. She interrupted someone to win the competition, but it was all in vain. But the girl immediately calmed down. Letzi wanted to use her skills to close the gap between the opponent's golems. She had the pride of a sailor, after all. The girl instantly ordered her golem to accelerate the boat to the highest possible speed. Letzi increased her speed even further. The girl quickly emerged from the shadows of the island of Io. Elsa gave her golem the order to continue. She couldn't let Letzi seal the hole they had just created in the reef area. Master Elsa's command was accepted by the golem. The girl apologized because she didn't want to stress her golem. However, that was ultimately what the siren creator wanted. With that, Elsa could only agree. Elsa's acceleration caught the commentator's attention. He knew that Letzi would probably prevent her from bridging the distance. The man saw Marcia as well. The girl realized that the actions of the other two contestants were putting them in danger. To win, the girl accelerated and increased her speed. Marcia also took action. 3 teams would compete to determine the winner. Letzi was the only one of them who was extremely tense. The venue was reduced to the long island of Io. The teams participated in a straight speed race. The boats belonging to Elsa and Marcia were fast approaching Letzi. To the girl's surprise, Elsa soon overtook her. Letzi remained behind as Marcia caught up with her. For a moment the girl was seized with anger. As a result, she didn't notice that she had stopped. Realizing what had happened, the girl turned her attention back to her golem, which was the only moving power. Using its maximum strength caused it to become overly tense. Letzi saw that the golem's hands were trembling. He wanted to keep rowing. However, he could no longer do so. The girl stopped him by touching her golem. Thus, they were left behind 2 competitors in the sea and lost all chances of successfully completing the race. Elsevier and Marcia were trying to overtake each other at the same moment. Marcia and Elsa were motivated. Their goal was to win this competition. Then suddenly there was a cracking sound. It damaged the water wheel of Marcia's boat. She immediately saw the problem. However, Arrow continued on. The golem pushed the boat hard without stopping. The swan kept moving. Elsa and Marcia were evenly matched. The girl managed to get to her opponent. When Elsa realized this, she looked at the siren. However, the siren could not continue. It was overwhelmed. The girl was boiling in the water and no one noticed it because she was using all her power. The golem was restricted to slow motion. This was the news Elsa had to face. The girl apologized a little. She thanked the siren. After that, they continued to move slowly towards the goal. Elsa also wanted to fix the problem later. Marcia heard the commentator say that Elsa had slowed the boat down, but she didn't. At the last minute though, the whole race was enjoyable. There was one thing, however, that neither of them could forgive. Marcia knew it, but that was the way the situation played out. The girl had beaten both the 1st and 3rd place teams. The 35th place team crossed the finish line. Marcia won and it was the culmination of the entire competition. The MDR team ended up in 1st place. It was a touching triumph. The commentator approached the dejected girl and inquired about her health. Suddenly she just frowned without answering. Her annoyed expression startled the commentator. Suddenly Marcia snatched the microphone from the commentator. The girl turned to see her cunning competitor who was undermining her chances of winning the race. He was constantly meddling in her affairs and even contributing to her problems when she was racing golem boats. Marcia had no desire to forgive him. It would undoubtedly cover all expenses, although the girl had no proof at the moment. What she was discussing was not clear to the onlookers. The statuesque woman suddenly turned to face him. She asked the man about Marcia's swords. Marquis Dominic de Firenziano was the one. Her appearance surprised the man. He didn't come out to his team as he saw Dominique. That someone with such a high title would visit such a place worried Valentina. The race is one of the biggest events in the country, she replied. Thus, she had to see for herself. Moreover, it went without saying that she had to come here if her subordinate was cheating. Valentina was shocked by what the Marquis said. However, immediately, the remains of the golem that were hidden under Io Island were dumped on the pier. With a fragment of one of the golems in hand, Ryoko jumped out of the water onto the pier. The girl congratulated Marcia on her victory. Marcia received the piece from Ryoko. It was the golem's core. According to the girl, the golems were hiding in the rocky area of Io Island. Ryoko was now curious about who made them and why. She couldn't wait to find out. Marquise, Dominique immediately started looking at Valentino. She showed a detail of the golem in her hands. The man tried to claim that he didn't know about the detail when the woman asked him about it. However, Jin had figured out his deception. Using the magic of reading, he and Reinhardt could determine whose part it was. Valentino mocked the boys, putting on a sullen expression. He came to the conclusion that Jin and Reinhardt were to blame. They calmly looked at the sullen man. Since his sister was involved in the incident, the blonde-haired guy wanted to force Valentino to confess everything. After that, Valentino would no longer be the champion. Reinhardt wanted to call the man a former count to make him confess. However, he just stared at them without saying anything. The golem control core had been captured by Burnin. The man was curious about the contents of the golem corpse. Therefore, Vernon applied reading magic to it. The voice from the corpse immediately spread throughout the stadium. He discussed the destruction of Marcia's boat, as well as the detention of all boats except the first one. The words spoken shocked the audience. Count Valentino gave the directive. Marcia became furious upon learning that a man was involved. Valentino kept his composure. Marquis d'Amonish was tired of listening to men's excuses. Valentino, however, touched his ring and had no such plans. The golem's blow instantly made a hole in the wall. The man was cursing everyone at the same time. Jin realized that it was the exact same golem as the one that attacked the boat. Valentino shouted that he didn't have it alone. A huge number of golems materialized in front of the man at the same time. They appeared from all directions, and some even came out of the ocean. Amazed by the size of the golems, Marquis d'Amonish walked away. Everyone had forgotten that his Hudson family's golems had built the venue. The man gave them orders to tear it all down. While d'Amonish did not approve of the man's behavior, he held those who prevented him from doing what he wanted to do accountable. After Valentino climbed the golem, he wished to leave Elias' kingdom. Jean was upset that Valentino simply left the scene without admitting his guilt. The Marquis had ordered him to be left on guard. Now the civilians had to be evacuated. Reinhardt protected the helpless spectator by attacking the golem with magic. Jin also began to protect the civilians. The man targeted the golems and launched an attack using laser magic. The races decided to defend the humans with their golems. Their opponents were attacked with their golems. The conflict continued and escalated with every second. The golem was controlled by Ryuko as well. This was Valentino's last army. For that, Jin praised her. However, Ryuko was concerned that she might have missed the presence of the golems. Jin reassured her. In any case, the magic of a deactivated golem could not be detected. Besides, the management had made a mistake in their calculations. The thought that the construction golems would still be here was unthinkable to them. Reinhardt had also received a warning from d'Amonish, so she apologized to him. However, the woman didn't understand why Valentino did all this to win. Marcia didn't know anything either and didn't understand the true motives of this conniving and mean-spirited man. He once asked her if she wanted to be his wife or a shipbuilder, but because he seemed hesitant, Marcia did not trust him. Marcia believed that her refusal was the cause of everything that had happened. As a result, she felt guilty. However, having gotten this far, Jean reassured her. He probably wouldn't have acted maliciously if he only wanted to get back at Marcia. Valentino was working on a serious project. Litzy suddenly came toward them. The girl was tired of rowing to the finish line by hand. They were shocked that Litzy had arrived. Everyone thought that the girl and Valentino had run away. Litzy didn't want to go anywhere with Valentino. She wouldn't have finished anyway. Marcia looked at the girl with surprise. Litzy also questioned about the condition of the Swan, her boat. She claimed that Valentino was constantly thinking about the girl's boat or Marcia's pier. He wanted to burn it or return it. Litzy had no idea what he was looking for. I would have given everyone a name immediately if I had known. She didn't know the exact name of the thing. Marcia concluded that Valentino was responsible for the fire on her pier. Since nothing could be hidden in the boat or on the pier, Jean thought everything was strange. Arrow was also on guard. Even before Jean changed him, Reinhardt knew that Valentino had hidden the item in the boat. However, Jin should have known about it. Ryuko looked around as well. Reinhardt wondered where they could have hidden it. He asked about the hidden place in the boat. Jean immediately remembered the glove compartment. There was a small case and a rope. The man pulled out the knife case. He had left it there because he thought it was a valuable object. Marcia was stunned. She thought that this knife was made by a man. Elsa noticed an intriguing detail when she picked up the knife. There was an Elredorite stone on the handle of the knife. When Elsa told Demonic about it, he confirmed her suspicions. Reinhardt wanted to examine the case, so he picked it up. The man quickly discovered that it must have a double bottom. Elredorite was sold under contract. It bore the signature of Valentino de Hudson. This infuriated Demonic, as the man was once again dishonoring the kingdom of Elias. The Marquis looked around the group. The girl tried to defend herself by saying that all she wanted was to win the competition for once. This was already understood by everyone. Jin asked a question to the people present because he didn't fully understand the situation with Elredorite. Elredorite was a rare gemstone that could enhance magical power, according to Damini. It was not suitable for mass production because of its rarity. The cost varied depending on the size, but even a tiny stone could fetch at least 10 million Taurus. The winning price was 10 times that. The state kept a close eye on the circulation of Elredorite, and illegal trade was punishable by liquidation. Litzy was momentarily frightened. Valentino should have been arrested anyway. If the guards could apprehend him, that would be a good thing. The knights immediately approached the Marquis of Demonique. Since they had lost sight of the criminal Valentino, they apologized to her. Demonique frowned and shooed the guards away. After calming down, the girl turned to face the men. She expressed her gratitude to all who had helped her in this. She had to inform the king of everything that had happened. Besides, Reinhardt wanted to join Demonique in announcing the official search for Valentino. He couldn't avoid that as a diplomat of the Kingdom of Scholars. Reinhardt said that Jin and Marcia could handle the matter on their own. He invited Jin to accompany him since he was also planning to return to his home country soon. The man with black hair asked Reinhardt to give him some time to think about the offer. Jin's request was granted by him. Then there were many bags full of gold coins. Marcia gave them a happy look. They had gotten their prize, but there was a lot of hassle. She couldn't fear for her store anymore. This was a good thing, the boy thought. As if falling into a pleasant dream, Marcia agreed with his assertions. In order for the guy to work and run the store with her, the girl offered him the position of store manager. It brought in a lot of money. Besides, the boat that won the contest was built by the same craftsman. She had no doubt that his name would become famous very soon. However, the girl was silent. Marcia saw that the man ignored her and continued to stare into space. To bring the man to his senses, she patted him lightly on the back, pretending it was all a joke. 10 days later, the man was on his way to Reinhardt and Elsa's country. Marcia tried to cheer Jean up. He looked somewhat depressed. The girl warned the man not to relax because the Randalls were aristocrats, because he would be in big trouble. Jean would exercise caution, though he remembered Marcia's resentment toward the nobles. Jean and Marcia said goodbye to each other. They began to drift apart after the slap on the wrist. Everyone went their separate ways. Jean stayed with Rieko and Marcia stayed with Arrow. Valentino was somewhere in the forest late at night. The fact that Ivorleo's golem had broken so easily annoyed him. It had cost the man a lot of money. Suddenly, a stranger in a cloak approached him. The cloaked stranger assured Tom that he would deal with them. Valentino laughed. Ivorleo, the rebel golem, had returned to the ranks and stood in front of the man. Now everyone would know Valentino's true power, and he was seized with a desire for revenge against the men he had lost to. The man announced to everyone in the house that he intended to build an airplane. The fact that he didn't want to build a boat surprised everyone. Why he didn't just start building an airplane was beyond Rieko's comprehension. Jin could have succeeded, but he suddenly stammered. But the meeting with Reinhardt was still about a week away. They eventually decided to meet in 10 days, so it was doubtful that Jean would have enough time to finish everything before the deadline, especially in light of the free time they had left. Still, it was good for the man to spend some time on the island where he was born. The farm has also made it impossible for them to process food. Naturally, Jin wants to know the whereabouts of their island. To protect everything they own here, he would also like to have a weapon. Rieko also wanted to have a weapon. The extent of her magic powers was limited. You can't always even use magic, and so you need to have alternative means of defense. She also felt that a number of unforeseen events could happen during their journey. The man believed that Rieko was right. After all, it was better to be prepared for anything. Preparing for different scenarios was preferable to regretting them later. He wanted to start preparing for their journey. To stay safe during their journey, they had to create armor and weapons. Jin had invented a gun, but it was too risky. The existence of such a weapon was unknown to the people of this world. Because of that, a man couldn't use it to threaten them, because it would disrupt the whole world. Rieko asked about the weapon Bina had. The man remembered it. It was a weapon that paralyzed. He had also managed to create a barrier generator. It was still useful, although its portability and power were insufficient. Besides, they would have to fight dangerous bandits and monsters. Therefore, Jin had to think of something in case he encountered them. For example, he didn't want to use a water blade or laser if there were people around in case of an attack by something like a sea snake. Jin would need to take a few actions to accomplish this. The man started doing things to keep others safe. He quickly came up with a defense for himself. It included a mana-powered magic walkie-talkie, a katana for Rieko, defense and magic rings, and a shock baton. The purpose of the baton was self-defense. It was also more portable and convenient than the staff. The bearer was protected from magical and physical attacks by the defense ring. Even from Rieko's blazing spear, it provided protection. The magic of each element was contained in the attack rings. Thanks to them, Jin could use magic like the others. Among the other weapons, the most significant was the katana that Jin had specially made for Rieko. With a single strike, the katana could even split adamantite. Everyone thought Jin's work was fantastic. The defense weapon seemed to be very good. Every Golem that Jin made wished to receive a weapon from this person. Jin was happy to honor their request. Eventually, the man started sipping the drink. Every time the guy did something, he could see that everyone was worried. However, Jin wanted to design an airplane. He instantly felt inspired and uplifted. The man wanted to focus on what he really wanted to do in the lab. In Ryuko's hand was a box of supplies. He was powering the airplane with the magic engine of this world. Jin also thought that making the wings straight rather than arrow-shaped would be preferable. The technology used for the golem's airframe would be applied to the fuselage. There won't be any durability issues because they used mithril and adamantite. Jin will also install a parachute rescue system in the seat. The man explained to Ryuko what a parachute was since she didn't know about it. However, the girl simply stated that when she got out of the airplane, it would be better to use a different engine for her own flight. The boy realized that the girl had given him a brilliant idea. He thanked Ryuko and happily agreed to change the design of the airplane. Eventually, after some time, Jin created the airplane. In front of him, he saw an airplane with wheels and movable legs. The man went so far in his creation that he even built an entire hangar for the airplane. The guy's pace was too fast for the golems to keep up with him. They collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. The girl doll couldn't believe that such a huge thing could even fly. But Jin explained that everything will be known after the tests, on which they will test this invention. The girl was still worried and couldn't get rid of the thought that the airplane might just crash. Jin reminded her about the catapult, which could be used to save herself even during a crash. The girl finally decided to go with her father. Just at that moment, 3 new golems appeared and jumped out spectacularly and seemed too noisy and bright. Such an appearance seemed ridiculous and Jin was embarrassed. As it turned out, they were the so-called ranger golems, and the girl doll asked her father to explain what they were. Jin explained that these guys would greatly strengthen the island's defenses. The rangers continued to murmur, and the guy explained that while creating the golems he remembered the heroes from the past, and so he made them exactly like that based on the rangers' appearance. After that, the rangers decided to test the airplane on their own, and the guy let them do it. And the rangers advised each other to be careful. Soon the golem took the pilot's seat and the plane made a jet engine noise and then gradually began to accelerate to overcome gravity and take its first flight. The airplane took off and caused a lot of positive emotions in the young inventor and his mechanical daughter. Then Jin looked carefully at the map and found out where the island was. Jin was not completely sure of the map and realized that if he headed west he could find the continent. That was where the peninsula that was part of the kingdom of Elias was located. Also to the north was the kingdom of Agria. That was where the blue lands were located. This was how Jin was able to figure out the approximate location of Kaina's village. The doll daughter thought about it and decided to check with her father. The boy noticed the key in the golem girl's hands and realized that it was the key to the airplane and the manager should have it. But the girl claimed she was just borrowing it and offered to fly together. During the flight, the girl was incredibly surprised by the small size of the island below and called the airplane an amazing invention. She then suggested a trip to the village. The boy was sure that everything was fine in the village and he wanted to return to the village only after he had learned more information about the world. After all, the knowledge would help him not to run away on business again. The girl apologized for bothering him. The boy advised to enjoy the flight because it is wonderful to feel weightlessness. The girl praised her father for such an incredible invention. The genie said that he wanted to learn as much as possible in the world to help people even more effectively using his magic power. The girl was not at all surprised to hear this. While doing incredible complex aerobatics, the boy asked the girl if she would go along with him. The mechanical daughter of course agreed to any adventure. After returning home, Jin announced that he was leaving the mapping to a ranger named Sky, and the golem promised to do it right. Jin then asked the girl if she was ready. The mechanical daughter was of course fully prepared and armed with a katana. The boy was very surprised to see how compactly she had stowed her things as much as possible. But as it turned out, the girl had divided all her luggage between the wheels and it was actually incredibly huge. Jin appreciated his daughter's ingenuity and asked her to leave the big stuff behind. The guy explained that such a huge backpack would not fit in the carriage. Meanwhile, the girl didn't understand why the count had to go earlier because of work, and the guy asked to take care of Gina when he arrived. The protagonist clarified with the girl that they were to meet in the town square, and the girl confirmed that everything had been agreed upon. Noticing the carriages on the road, the guy assumed that it must be them. The young girl looked out of the carriage and apologized for keeping Jin waiting. It was Elsa, who wished the protagonists a good morning and offered to come inside. Jin thanked the maid who opened the doors for them and replied that she would only come in after them. Looking at her suspicious look, the boy assumed she was following him. After everyone sat down, their wagon moved off. Elsa apologized that Ray couldn't make it, as he had to leave early due to his work. Jin smiled and replied that there was nothing wrong with that. After all, he was a diplomat and there were high demands on him. Jin gloomily asked if Valentine had been caught, but apparently he hadn't. Elsa replied that smuggling Eldritch was indeed a serious crime, so the Elise Kingdom was desperately looking for him as well. They wanted to hope that he would be caught soon, and the hero was in agreement with her. At the loud clattering of hooves, the genie clarified that Shora was far from here, and Elsa replied that he was quite far away. She showed the map and said that they would cross the two countries of Agria and Shilroa after leaving Elias. Jin admitted that it was a long way off, but the girl thought it would be pretty quick since they were traveling there in a carriage. It would take much longer if they walked there. The boy frowned and thought that here they were either walking or riding. Ryuko decided to say that they could get there instantly if they took an airplane, but before she could say that, the genin covered her mouth with his hand. The genie hoped Elsa hadn't heard anything and looked at the girl. Ryuko shook the hero by the shoulders and asked her dear father what was wrong, for he had gone pale. The boy was obviously feeling ill, and he asked the girl to stop. Elsa assumed that Jean was seasick, for he was very wobbly. Meanwhile, the hero drew in air and staggered sideways. Elsa realized that this happened if they were not used to riding in carriages and tried to ease his nausea. She straightened her arm and brought it up to the boy's stomach. After that, she took the genie's hand and used the treatment, and everything around shone with a bright light. The hero sighed heavily and Elsa assumed he was feeling better. Jin came to his senses, smiled and exclaimed that he was no longer nauseous, which pleased Elsa. Ryuko hugged her father with joy. When Jin first looked at the carriage, he saw that there was some sort of suspension on it, so he thought that everything would be fine. But apparently it was not equipped with a damper. Judging by Elsa's reaction, she didn't know what that was, so the guy explained that it was a device that dampened vibrations. There were gas and oil ones, but he wasn't sure which one would work for this crew. Before that, he had to think about the carriage itself, and he thought it would be nice if they used rubber tires. Elsa listened to him with surprise at first, but then suddenly laughed. Ryuko flinched threateningly, readied her katana for battle, and assumed the girl was making fun of his father. Jin was startled and asked her not to reach for her weapon. Elsa guiltily admitted that it was her fault. It was just that the genie's face looked a lot like Rihanna's when he spoke, so she thought it was funny, but Elsa thought he was a very serious man. Elsa smiled and admitted that she thought about how nice it would be to talk to both of them. She just wanted to know more about them, and it seemed like a good solution to the genie. With that, Ryuko took a picture of her father and offered to talk about the things her dear father does. No sooner had she finished speaking than the wagon rumbled up with a rumble, and a scream from Elsa was heard. Barely had the genie come to his senses, he decided to find out if Elsa was alright. He was confused when the girl found herself on his lap. She also wanted to make sure Genie was alright, but at that moment the wagon doors opened abruptly, and an agitated maid peeked in. The worried maid decided to make sure the mistress was unharmed, but saw a strange picture before her. Her face became threatening and she promised to tear the hero his precious thing off. Jin tried to understand what she had just said. Elsa immediately told Main that she had gotten it all wrong. The thing is, she just lost her balance when the carriage suddenly jumped. Then the genie caught her. Acknowledging her every word, the hero nodded silently back at her. Barely had Main thought that this was normal, she abruptly changed her mind and thought that it was abnormal, but decided to let it go for now. From the outside, the genie thought it looked rather creepy. Main approached Elise, who had gotten out of the carriage, and asked permission to say something. As she suspected, letting this person ride in the same carriage with her was too stupid. But Elsa reminded her that the genie was a guest of the Rihanna, so she was not to be rude to him. Main couldn't agree, remembering the earlier incident. Her mother felt that she shouldn't have been around an unknown commoner, plus it was about Elsa's safety. If she had known that the race would be such a horrible event, she would never have let her participate in it. It seemed to Elsa that Main was saying scary things. She agreed that there were some irregularities, but not the race itself. But even if that was the case, Main asked Elsa what she would do in case something happened to her. She said all this because she was worried about Elsa, but no sooner had she finished speaking than Elsa interrupted Main. Elsa frowned and told Main that she had been annoying her a lot lately. The girl turned around and walked off somewhere, but Main tried to stop her. Meanwhile, the hero noticed that their wagon wheel was stuck in a hole. The butler confirmed this and said that it could not be reached even if all the men pushed it at the same time. But the genie did not see this as a problem and asked Ryuko to help him. The girl understood everything and immediately lifted the wagon up with ease, making the old man speechless. Elsa also noticed how the Ryuko easily lifted the wagon up and pushed it to the side. It seemed that everyone was surprised except her. When their problem was solved, the hero suggested to go on and everyone agreed with him. Somehow they managed to get to the right place before dark. The boy stretched and admitted that sitting in the carriage for too long was too tiring. As soon as he got out of the carriage, he noticed the intense gaze of Main, who had been following him the whole time. The hero decided to ask Elsa what he had done that made her hate him. But Elsa asked him not to worry about her, for Main did not want her to talk to outsiders. Even though she realized that Main was worried about her, she had been more persistent lately. But that was what was to be expected. What she meant was that from a maid like her, it was expected. The thing was, Main wasn't just her maid, she was her nanny. The character assumed that Main was fulfilling the role of Elsa's mother. Elsa replied that she had a mother, but she was not her own mother. It seemed that her real mother had died in childbirth when she gave birth to her, and she did not know this until she was 17 years old. Jean was embarrassed and apologized for the question, but Elsa replied that it was okay. Her mother treated her exactly the same way as her older brothers. Main had always been there for her, but lately she was always fussing over everything. Her perpetual admonishments were tiring Elsa greatly. Listening to her, the hero didn't understand what she was complaining about. But Elsa didn't understand what he was talking about. He thought it was not a bad thing to have someone who could really take care of her, and that was a great happiness. The thing was that Jeannie had no father or mother and had grown up in an orphanage, something Elsa didn't know about. Jeannie was sure that there was a reason why Main was acting this way, and offered to talk to her about it. Elsa sadly lowered her gaze and admitted that she had already talked to her about something. During the conversation, the genie looked up and saw kites in the sky. The woman approached the kids who were flying kites nearby and asked them to stop, because it was too late. Apparently kite flying was quite popular in the village of Moft. The wind blowing from the mountain was strong enough for them to fly. Elsa glanced at the butler Udberg, who was telling them all this. Udberg introduced himself to the genie and apologized to him for meeting them so late. The genie assumed that the butler wanted something from him. In fact, Udberg had something he wanted to discuss with him. It looked like the metal fastener on the wheel had been damaged when the carriage got stuck. He had heard that Mr. Jin was a magical engineer, so he would like to ask for their help. The hero didn't see it as a problem, but Elsa said she would do it herself in that case, since the genie was their guest. The genie happily agreed to help them, plus he wanted to do something with it while the genie was fixing it. Ryaika worriedly asked her dear father not to overdo it. The butler smoothed his mustache and thought that the genie was a rather unusual person, which Elsa agreed with. After work, the boys all walked to the table together. After Elsa had eaten, she thanked them for the food and got up from her chair. Main wanted to say something to her, but Elsa obviously didn't listen to her. After that, the girl silently left the room and slammed the door loudly behind her. Jin noticed that Elsa was rather awkward and Ryaika confirmed his words. According to Udberg, she used to be quite the tomboy, and acted the same as when she was imprisoned in the mansion all year round. It was for this reason that Main felt it was too early to let her outside. After all, there were too many dangers outside. But things were different when Mr. Reinhardt was with her, and this time, while they would accompany them with the Shoro, just at the thought that something might happen to the lady, Main was anxious. But the Jin didn't think that Elsa was as fragile as they thought of her. During the race, she tried her best to win. The hero asked the butler to spare some time in the morning before they left. If it was about fixing the carriage, then they could take the whole day. Jin smiled and said that he thought about kites with everyone. It hadn't been long since he had last flown one like they had seen recently. Udberg thought about kites and decided it wasn't a bad idea. He looked at Main, who was silent and didn't say anything to them. The hero replied that he would make some that would fly well and looked forward to it. In the past, a caretaker at the orphanage had taught him how to make kites. Ryaika was surprised that the hero wasn't going to use magic, and the genin replied that it obviously wasn't for finishing touches. The last thing his teacher was going for was technology that anyone could make. He meant something that even ordinary people could easily make themselves. What one learned, it should be passed on to someone else. The connection between people was that it created something new. But there were times when things got complicated and things got so confusing that you didn't understand anything anymore. Ryaika didn't know the right question to ask her father and assumed that he liked to be annoying. But that's not what the hero meant at all. He just didn't like the hassle, and it was clear to Ryaika. So their night passed and the morning came. The next day, Elsa and Jeannie flew 2 kites. Elsa was surprised that their kites flew so well, and the guy smiled back at her. Main was uncomfortable that it was all for some child's toy, and Elsa asked her to take a look at it. The girl smiled and told Main that she had to try it and handed her the string with the kite. But a torrent of wind swirled the kite and Elsa let the string slip from her hands. But Main was not going to let it go and made a sharp leap forward. She reached for the rope with her hand and managed to grab it. Elsa was delighted with her action, but everyone was abruptly embarrassed when Main fell with the rope to the ground out of the blue. As if nothing had happened, she rose to her feet and made a casual stern face. Elsa reached out to her and with a slight smile told Main that this was not like her at all. Main handed her the kite and said that it was not unusual to see Elsa soiled in the past. Elsa agreed and recalled how often she had gotten dirt on her apron. Elsa felt embarrassed and apologized for saying hurtful things to her and about her annoying her. But Main didn't see anything wrong with it, even if it made her think of her as an annoying nuisance, or even if it made Elsa hate her. Main took Elsa's hands and said that if she was alive and well, she was okay with all of this. Elsa took the kite in her hands and thanked the maid. When the main characters set off for whatever reason, it seemed to Elsa that their carriage shook less. The hero actually tried to install some dampers, and he was pleased to find that they worked fine. Elsa smiled and thanked the genie, because flying kites was a lot of fun. The hero suggested she switch to you, and if she was okay with that, of course. But Elsa thought it should have been done that way a long time ago and offered to call her by her first name as well. The hero smiled and agreed to call her by that name from now on. As their two wagons passed by the forest, no one had yet seen that there was a group of people watching them in the bushes. The hero noticed that their carriage had stopped and asked what was wrong. Rieka answered her father that apparently they were surrounded by a group of people and there were about a dozen of them. Jin sighed tiredly and asked Rieka's opinion. The girl, of course, thought they were bandits. A group of people decided to attack one of the carriages and fired an arrow at the carriage driver. The young guy barely had time to dodge to the side and shouted that they were being attacked by bandits. Rieka only confirmed her guess that they were bandits. Jin sighed even deeper, clearly not happy about this news. The butler called the bandits real pigs, for they dared to attack the carriage knowing that it belonged to the daughter of a viscount from the Shoro Empire. The bandits smirked and asked the old man to hand over their belongings and not to bark. Udberg didn't even notice when one of the bandits came up behind him and swung his sword and ordered the old man to prepare to die. At the moment of Udberg's blow, the frightened heroes called out to the butler. But suddenly the sword of the attacking bandit fell to the ground and a strange grimace appeared on his face. The butler struck the attacker right in the chest, after which the bandit fell to the ground unconscious. Udberg prepared his fists for combat and invited the bandits to attack. Looking at his fight against several bandits at once, the genie noticed that Udberg was quite strong. Elsa had certainly heard that he was a martial arts master, but she had no idea it was true. The hero asked Rieka to help him, and the girl understood him. After that, he took out a certain ring in a box from his pocket and asked Elsa to put this on. Elsa blushed and didn't know what he meant, but the hero also replied that it was a protection ring. If she put it on, she could use the barrier. At this point, one of the bandits tried to attack the hero, but the genie created a strange field. The bandit didn't understand the reason why his blade couldn't go through it. Meanwhile, the genie drew his blade and repelled the enemy's blow. At the same moment, the enemy was struck by lightning all over his body. The bandit shuddered and fell to the ground. The hero turned to the surprised Elsa with a smile and said that it was done roughly like this. Rieko decided to keep up with her father and grabbed her sword. The bandits were confused. I didn't understand why this girl was so fast. Rieka came closer and closer to them and prepared her katana for battle. In the blink of an eye, she pulled it out of its sheath and delivered a crushing blow to her enemies. The astonished bandits stared in shock at their weapons, which were slashed like butter. Rieka promised that next time she would chop their bones as well. Seeing her tense gaze, the bandits rushed to flee with all their legs. One of the black-cloaked bandits ordered them not to dare to run away, for they still had their main trump card. Udberg asked the man about the trump card he was talking about. The bandit smirked and decided to show them if they wanted to see it. He raised the magic ball in his hand and the genie noticed the magical reaction. In exchange for his life force, the man used the summoning and the orb in his hand shone with a bright light. The protagonists were surprised to see a real big golem in front of them. Jin looked at the model gun and Jen in shock. It only meant that this guy had something to do with the golem attack. Rieka called out to her dear father and warned him that there was another one behind him. Jin asked to take him on in that case. In doing so, he asked that she not damage his control core and Rieko understood him. Upon hearing his request, the bandit thought the hero had gone completely nuts when he saw his golem. He ordered his golem to kill them and the golem moved forward. Jin stretched his arm out in front of him and used the magic ring on his hand. A flash of light appeared and pierced through the attacking golem's stomach. Meanwhile, Rieko also struck the second golem with her katana. The bandit was confused and didn't understand how they could kill the armored adamantite golem with one strike. Udberg approached the bandit and punched him in the face with his fist, ordering him to go after his guys. Butler was disappointed that he was able to take him out with one punch, because he wanted to ask him some questions. Aliza assumed that it was already over. Nain, cautiously looking outside, decided that she was right. When the boys had disposed of the bandits, they tied them up with tight ropes. Ryuka admitted that she was starting to get used to this, but the hero refused to get used to it. As he expected, there was too little information to extract from the control nucleus, and it was just like with the GON and the genome. The only thing it says here is that this was a prototype of the 11th model. It's a sort of test piece before production. But looking at the core more closely, the hero began to suspect something. Elsa smiled and told Ryuka and Genie that they were pretty strong. Not that it was the first time she had seen it. After all, there had been a case in the Potrock before. The hero was embarrassed and said that compared to Ryuka he wasn't that strong. But Ryuka thought her father was the best. The bandits were then handed over to the guards in a neighboring city, and a few days later they arrived in Borja, the capital of the Kingdom of Elias. There they were met by a young lad who was madly pleased that the heroes were able to arrive safely. The thing was, when the messenger from the city told him about what had happened to them, he started to worry, but he was glad that no one was hurt. While he was talking about it, he was stroking the head of Elsa, who clearly didn't like it very much. The guy's eyes sparkled when he noticed something interesting. He saw the springs under the carriage, as well as Lady Ryuko's sword. The girl approached Mr. Reinhardt and asked him to leave their conversations for later. Reinhardt was embarrassed in front of the Marquis de Firenziano and apologized for his behavior. The Marquis thanked Mr. Jin for his help with the building, but the hero was only too happy to help them. The girl apologized in advance for asking this again, but she wanted to hear about those bandits. The hero didn't understand what she meant and her look became serious. Ryuka and Genie were surprised by her statements, for the girl thought that Valentino might have been involved somehow. Reinhardt was told about the golems and it made sense to her. He put a cup of tea on the table and said that the number of such cases was increasing all over Elias. Now such an incident had occurred in the vicinity of the Borgia. The hero replied that when he inherited the control core, he could not figure out who its creator was, but he left a line that said it was a prototype of the 11th model. Upon hearing this, Reinhardt frowned his eyebrows. He realized that the bandits were being used to test prototypes of the battle golem. In fact, he feared their main target. Their primary purpose was war. The last time the soldiers saw Valentino, he was also using a similar golem model. In any case, they had to find out where these golems came from, and they also needed to strengthen their defenses. The Marquis suggested to Mr. Genie to leave the magic artisan of the kingdom to Elias. Jin hesitated to answer and the girl replied that he could certainly decide that after his trip to Shoro. They could even certify his court rank if he decided to serve the Elias kingdom. Since he loved boats, she could even make a suggestion to make Potrock his territory. Elsa was also interested in hearing the hero's opinion. The hero apologized but refused their offer. Besides, he wasn't in the mood for boating right now. Marquis didn't understand what he meant. Jin asked to leave it aside and promised to think about it. The hero looked at the flowers behind and assumed it was a tuberous plant. The girl replied that it was a devil's tuberous flower called a chotrak. The guy asked for a moment and used the analysis on the plants. The guy was left in no doubt that it was a potato. Looking at the surprised hero, the awning didn't understand what was wrong. The hero asked where he could buy them, and the girl replied that the market was full of them. The guy immediately asked the Ryuko to buy some of this plant, and the Ryuko understood him. The Marquis was shocked that the hero apparently liked this flower so much, but the guy replied that he didn't. He was just going to eat that potato. Reinhardt reminded the hero that they were poisonous, but the guy smiled and replied that they would be fine. They just had to wait a little while until he cooked something tasty off of them. Everyone present looked at him like he was crazy, but Jin only asked to borrow their kitchen. After a while, the hero roasted a whole basket of potatoes and decided that he had done pretty well. Reinhardt still couldn't believe that the genie was seriously going to eat it. But the guy only crunched the potatoes and said with puffed cheeks that it was quite tasty. Reinhardt took one slice carefully and looked at it doubtfully. Still, he decided to try it and took a small bite. Eventually, Reinhardt licked his fingers and admitted that it was quite tasty, for the potatoes were crispy and light. This was exactly what the Jin had in mind. The Achotrak potatoes were not poisonous in themselves, just the sprouted parts and the area around them. But when they removed them, it would become edible. The Marquis also tasted the delicious potatoes and said that she learned something new today. Jean smiled and thanked Mrs. Ferrancino for the offer, but he wasn't going to work for anyone just yet. He didn't want to use his knowledge and abilities just for the sake of one country. Instead, he wanted to use them for those in need. But he was not that familiar with national relations, international affairs, and the like, and he did not want to have a preconceived narrow way of thinking. Now he wanted to see and explore their world to learn more about it. Reinhardt now understood why he had refused his offer as well. The hero agreed with him and thought it would be a good experience. Jean handed them the recipe for the achotrak chips. He was sure that there would be more ways to prepare it once people found out that it was not poisonous. He wanted to ask them to feel free to use his recipe. If they continued carelessly exercising their power, he was sure that eventually they would lose their grip on that power. At least, that was how he saw it. Really recalling the incident in the Patrock, the Marquise was losing her patience. She took the prescription and thanked the hero, saying that it would be given to the people. But also he should not have forgotten that there were things he could not protect or goals he would not be able to achieve without power. Having the right attitude alone was not enough. Having a goal without any means to achieve it was nothing more than a dream. The girl sincerely hoped that the ideals he envisioned for himself were not something impossible. She wanted to make sure that Mr. Reinhardt and Lady Elsa planned to leave the Borgia tomorrow. The Marquise thanked them for their help and hoped for their safe journey, then slammed the doors behind her. The hero wondered what she had said about the Force. Reinhardt replied that everyone had their own way of using and obtaining that power, but he thought there was nothing wrong with Jin's way of thinking. After a while, the achotrak chips were almost gone. Reinhardt grinned as he looked at Elsa's ring and wondered where it came from. Eating the last of the chips, the girl replied that she got it from Jin. Reinhardt thought he realized what the point was, and everything he had said earlier was a mere pretense in front of Madame Marquise. The guy thought that the hero was really planning to have fun in the Shoro, but the genie didn't understand what he was talking about. Reinhardt meant that a ring on the left hand is proof of engagement or marriage. Elsa and Jean were shocked that this could be true. Elsa tried to explain that it came out by accident. It just only fit on her ring finger. Besides, this ring is a simple magic tool. Reinhardt asked not to say a word, because he would definitely help to persuade his father and mother. But the hero reminded that he had no intention of settling down anywhere for the time being. With these thoughts in mind, the hero told Elsa that he would adjust the ring to fit her other fingers. But for whatever reason, Elsa refused and said it was fine. Late at night, two people met in the woods. It was clear to one of them that the commoners were going to cross the border. His scout confirmed this and said that he could use the prototype of the 20th model as he wished. He could tell that this guy was very different from the golems he had before, and he was confident that he could handle Albus. The man smirked and thought about the fact that now he would be able to get his revenge on them, and he couldn't wait for that. Reinhardt decided to use his Schwarzritter golem and wanted to get the genie's opinion. He thought his golem was pretty good, and it was also his favorite. As their opponent thought, the old models couldn't handle his golem and ordered Albus to go on the attack. Albus ran up to the Schwarzritter golem and gave it a powerful blow. Jin and Reinhardt were horrified that the Schwarzritter's arm had been destroyed by a single blow. Their opponent was insanely happy, for he had waited for this moment for quite some time. The hero gritted his teeth in anger and said that it was just him. Right in front of them with his new golem stood Valentino himself. The man told the dirty peasant that to him he was Mr. Valentino. Reinhardt asked Count Valentino not to run away from them again. Besides, he was wanted internationally. He had nowhere else to go, and if he had any honor left in him, he had to surrender to them. Valentino snapped back and rudely asked Reinhardt to get off his back. He only wanted to crush those who got in his way and wanted to start with the peasant. As soon as he looked at the genie, the Reinhardt realized that he was stalking him and couldn't let that happen. The hosts gave orders to their golems and they clashed again. The golems pounced on each other in a frontal attack. Jin turned his attention to Rake, who said that something was wrong here. According to her, this had happened before, and she hadn't sensed a golem until she saw one. She was pretty sure her detection magic was fine. Guy heard shouting behind him and looked around. The enemy golems were targeting the carriage that had the butler, Maine, and Elsa. They had to help protect the carriage first, and Rieka understood. Besides, Elsa's defense ring wouldn't be able to work forever, and if it continued like this, her barrier would break. The guy asked the Reinhardt to buy him some time, and the Rain listened to Jin. He decided to delay this guy and attacked him with a flash attack. The golem was enveloped by a strong flame that he didn't even feel. His opponent replied that a lowlife like Reinhardt was incapable of stopping his Albus. His golem was completely covered in mithril adamantine armor. Moreover, thanks to the Elrodrite, it had the ability to dispel magic. With those words, Valentino raised the glowing orb above him and used a rewrite. At this moment, just like the golem, Rieka felt quite strange. Her body was pierced as if by lightning and she stopped. Suddenly, she was staggered and the girl fell to the ground without realizing what it was. She bared her teeth at the golem and thought she would be pined for. Valentino grinned gloatingly and didn't even think about the fact that she would still be able to move, even though the guards' golems were completely immobilized. Valentino admitted that Reinhardt's skills as a magical artisan were high. However, it wasn't enough. With those words, the enemy golem gave Rienka a powerful blow that threw her to the side. Elsa wanted to do something to help her, but she was stopped by Maine. Valentino shouted that he was the one who would end up on top. The hero didn't understand and decided to ask his enemy why he enjoyed wreaking havoc so much. He was hurting people by using the power he got from someone else. Jin asked not to think that he could really accomplish anything by using power for such a pathetic purpose, and even if he tried to take him down by force, he had no intention of giving up, especially someone like him who hurt people with a force that didn't even belong to him. But with the power that the genie had inherited, he had no intention of backing down. With those words, he pointed the alchemy ring on his hand towards the enemy. The impact landed on Valentino's huge golem, but Valentino reminded the guy that such a thing wouldn't work on his golem and ordered Albus to destroy the genie. The genie used a barrier to protect himself and asked Rieku to protect the carriage. Besides, it didn't matter to him how many times it would be damaged, because he would definitely fix it. No matter what happened, he would definitely do it, and the girl looked at the guy's determined face. The rewrite directly interrupted the golem's command signals and automatons, so Valentino was sure there was no way she would get up. In that case, the hero decided to take a look at it on his own. The rail was his masterpiece and it was the best he had ever made. Rieka jumped to her feet and decided not to argue with her dear father. Taking a swing at her opponent, she said he was the best. With all her might, Rieka struck the face of the golem with her fist. Valentino was terrified and wailed that this was simply impossible. He refused to believe it and ordered Albus to crush them. At this point, the hero approached the golem and used a check. The information was received and the guy ordered the current orders to be erased and overwritten. The golem squeaked and hung its head. When it stopped moving, the genie breathed a sigh of relief. Valentino didn't understand what Albus was doing and the reason why he wasn't attacking the hero. But the genie replied that it was useless and he wouldn't listen to his commands anymore. All because the genie had overwritten all the commands from his control core, and he no longer recognized Valentino as his master. The astonished Valentino asked him to repeat what he had just said. The hero had deliberately used the laser to pierce the jade skin and bypass the magical dispersion to input the commands directly. But Valentino thought it was simply impossible. The enemy thought that the hero couldn't do such a thing in such a short time. But a rake came up behind him and told him that he had done it. She smiled and replied that after all he was her dear father and was the world's only master of the magical craft. Valentino did not believe her and did not believe that the master could really exist. Valentino walked past the hero as if nothing had happened and still believed that he could have done it. Valentino ranted that he had been given a simple defective piece of shit, all because he was the third son and those bastards were fooling him. He thought he was capable of it too, and he couldn't lose to his brothers or his family. He banged on the golem and kept saying that he was that alone. But instead of listening to him, the golem went into a rage and toppled Valentine to the ground. Valentino screwed up his face at the thought of his own strength, and his hands dropped to the ground. The hero was scared that the golem might have killed him, but the Rieka said he was alive. It was as if the golem simply could not support its own weight. His knee joints were probably worn out after fighting the Schwarzritter and the guards, and he didn't look like he had been worked on. Reinhardt also didn't think the golem had been properly maintained. The boy wanted to make sure Rieka was intact and the girl replied that she was fine. There was absolutely no damage to her plating, muscles, and skeleton. The hero pulled the girl's cheek and apologized for straining her so often. But the lath replied that he didn't need to apologize since she was happy. The hero looked questioningly at the Rieka. Rieka smiled and replied that it was because her dear father believed in her. Jin stroked the girl's head and said that he would always have outside faith. Reinhardt had no idea that a hero could enhance an Elrid's ability, for he would never have guessed such a thing himself. Miss Rieka was indeed able to move freely. The boy replied that the Rieka was different from the Schwarzritter. No sooner had he explained the reason than he was interrupted by Elsa. She thought it was all because of the intense love he had put into her. Reinhardt gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. He was frustrated, for he thought he had put enough love into the creation of his golem. The hero didn't understand how he now had to explain that the impact was weaker because there was a greater distance from the source. For now, he would ask Rieka to dispose of the fallen stones, and the girl gladly set about the task. 5 days after Valentine was handed over to the kingdom of Elias, the protagonists traveled to Agria, the fortress city. In the carriage, the hero remembered the blue earth and told Reinhardt that it had been quite some time ago. Come to think of it, the hero was talking about having been here before. The guy confirmed this, even though he had never been outside the walls. Reinhardt understood everything. He smiled and warned that it was not exactly the same there as it was outside. Beyond the inner circle of the walls was a city of aristocrats. Ryuka wondered how the Vena-san was doing there. The hero smiled back and hoped she was fine. Reinhardt assumed that the guys had an acquaintance in town, and that was indeed the case. They had an acquaintance here who was also a magical artisan. Now that the genie had mentioned it, Reinhardt remembered something. A friend of his who would be giving them trouble said he had hired a new magical artisan. Jin was curious about him and asked what kind of person he was. Reinhardt replied that he was a kind man with a mild demeanor who was very fond of new things. He was known as the Count of Kazuma. Later, the main characters arrived at the residence of Count Kazuma. A guy named Louis met the guys and greeted Reinhardt. Apparently, they hadn't seen him for a long time, and Louis wanted to know how their trip to Elias had gone. Reinhardt replied that it had gone great and he had met some wonderful people. Besides, Reinhardt thought Louis had met some people before. Louis met Jin and Ryuku, whom he was most likely already acquainted with. Louis was happy to see them and put his hands on Jin's shoulders. He pulled the guy behind him and motioned for everyone to follow him. Everyone didn't understand where Louis was in such a hurry. Louis opened the doors and called out to Bina. He asked her to be happy that a man had arrived here to help her, but he was shocked when he noticed that the girl had fallen asleep right at the desk. With tears in her eyes, she turned to Kazuma-san and apologized to him because she wasn't doing well. Creating golems was indeed difficult and a task for her. Louis tried to calm her down and told her not to worry because everything would be fine. Talk is talk, but she needed to make a golem in just 10 days, but it was beyond even Teacher Hampton's ability. With those words, her tears flowed. Jin decided to look at her notes and thought that even he couldn't do it. Bina exclaimed that that was exactly what her teacher said. She didn't even realize that the genie himself was standing in front of her. Jin and Ryuka greeted the girl and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Bina puffed up her cheeks and thought about the genie in front of her in tears. She pounced on him with fists and called him a fool, for she was very worried about him. Earlier, he left without saying anything to her, and the hero apologized for that. Ryuka could barely contain her fists, and she thought about the fact that it was physical contact. Bina and the other kids wanted to know where he had been all this time, because a lot of things had happened to them. Elise replied that together in Elias they had been making bows and golems and catching criminals. Bina looked questioningly at Elias and asked who she was. The girl replied that she was the eldest daughter of Viscount Randall of the Shoro Empire. Bina pulled a smile on her face and introduced herself as an ordinary commoner. Elsa boasted of her shining Jin ring, thereby angering Bina. The hero replied that it was quite a long story and he was sorry that the Bina had to go through this. He wanted to know how she was doing and apparently didn't know something. A cup of tea was poured for everyone and the heroes sat down at a large table. As the genie realized, they were in the business of making golems. The third son of His Majesty King Agiria, King Ernest himself, loved golems and various machines. In honor of his birthday, which would be in 10 days, there would be a party in the Garden of Golems. Therefore, Louis invited craftsmen and magicians from all over the world. Bina was also called along with them. He really liked the freezer and kindling given to the royal family, so he wanted to see a golem from the mage who created those things. By the way, Reinhardt was also invited to this party. The Black Knight was famous both at home and abroad, but the Black Knight was broken. Louis obviously did not expect this. He promised to provide them with all the materials they needed to make the golem. The Black Knight also needed to be repaired, and if they could do it, Louis would pay them well. Reinhardt had no choice but to agree, but he didn't know if he could fix the Black Knight. He could only do it if the genie helped him. But Reinhardt was shocked when the hero replied that he would not help him. Bina and Elsa looked at the genie in horror, demanding an explanation from him. They could not understand what was wrong with him and assumed he was ill. Elsa thought he was definitely sick or drunk, but the genie replied that he was fine. He turned to Bina and wanted to know what about her. Bina looked at the genie questioningly, not understanding what he was asking. The hero didn't think it would be right for him to come and do all the work for them. Besides, Count Kazuma had to think of something if the genie wasn't here. Jin suggested that they could find another person, or they would start asking for a Reinhardt. Marcia, who was building a ship in the potluck, was desperate to seize the opportunity. She tried her best to regain what she had lost. Her eyes burned with determination, so the genie wanted to help fight alongside her. He was sure she would have tried her hardest to get first place even if her partner wasn't him. Jin could see that Bina was trying and doing her best. Looking at the blueprints, it was immediately clear what she was having trouble making prototypes from. And if Jin did all the work for them, Bina's labors would be in vain. Apparently everyone agreed with him and Bina sadly lowered her head. Reinhardt understood the hero's feelings perfectly well, but in noble society things were far from what he thought, especially when it came to golems. Golems was an area that every country was currently focused on developing. It was of particular importance both to the strengthening of the armed forces and in simply solving the problem, the labor shortage. It was no exaggeration to say that the power of those who could use golems and magic now affected the balance of power throughout the world. That was why a mage who could create golems was so valuable. And when they talked about the prince's party, everyone there would use it to test their skills. That was the point of the boat race with the help of Elias golems. Speaking of the boat, it didn't have to be propelled using a golem. It took great skill to make a ship move with the help of a golem. Waves of different shapes, strong winds, and other obstacles awaited them, but Reinhardt had no idea how the heroes would be able to navigate such a difficult course. It wasn't just about steering, but the ability to execute commands with precision. And when they had people on board, they had to be able to give orders competently. That's exactly what they were doing now. Aside from the prince's intentions, Egeria also wanted to compare their country's golems with those of other countries. They couldn't afford to be defeated whether it was in their own land or in another country. Lewis smiled and told the guys that this concerned him as well. They couldn't let the rest of the world laugh at them as representatives of their country. They just couldn't say they wouldn't show their golem just because it was broken. They had a great responsibility. The hero thought that the aristocrats were a pain, but he still agreed with them. Lewis was glad that he understood. The hero warned that the Bina would do all the work anyway, and he would just help her. Lewis would be very grateful to him for that, and Bina was happy about this decision. The hero took a bloodthirsty look at the Bina and offered to pull up her skills. Bina was certainly fine with that, but didn't think they would start right away. From that moment on, the training of Genie and Bina began. Bina practiced with both Genie, Butler, and Elsa. She trained her martial arts as well. Her training continued until the last day before the party, and then the time finally came. Bina thought it was amazing, because only a few days ago she had only dreamed of creating a golem, and now she felt like she could do anything. All the materials for the creation were ready, but Louis wasn't sure if they would get everything done in time. But the girls thought it would be cool. When Bina had all the materials ready on the table, she threw her hands up in the air and used the transformation. Using her skills, she managed to make a golem skeleton, which Louis was thrilled about. After the genie disappeared, Bina was very worried. After all, everything they had created was only made by the genie. She was completely helpless and useless and didn't believe she could be of any use. She wasn't sure if she could become the best mage in all of Blueland. She didn't know if she would be able to create things for other people. In truth, she didn't want to think about it for one reason. Otherwise, she would not be able to say with pride that she was a disciple of Jin Nida. So she wanted everyone to just watch her and see her become a real magician. With these thoughts, she concentrated on making a golem, and eventually she was able to make one. When the girl saw her work, she pronounced that she had done it and passed out. She was picked up by Lewis, who became worried about her condition. But the hero smiled and said that apparently she had run out of mana. He stroked the girl's head and praised Bina for her good work. Lewis looked at the finished golem and told the genie that it was a great job. Still, the golem's appearance was still worth working on, and the genie grinned back. When Bina came to her senses, she saw the genie in front of her, who wished her good morning. She immediately forgot about her grave condition and jumped up from the bed asking how her golem was. But the hero smiled and told her not to worry, for all was well and she had done well with it. But since her magic was running low, the genie did everything for her. The girl puffed up her cheeks at the thought of needing his help again. But the genie didn't see it as a big deal since she had done most of it. He was glad to see that she was improving her skills. Bina was glad. Besides, she didn't want to be an undertrained mage. She promised that she would never forget what he had done for her. Bina thought she still had a lot to learn, so she wanted to ask the genie to teach her some more. The hero smiled and said it was no problem. Bina offered to go and see what she had learned. The hero recognized that she had done a good job. Bina opened her mouth in surprise when she saw her golem. For whatever reason, its shape was completely different, but there was no such thing in the blueprint. She also noticed that the golem had her shape for some reason. Ilias heard that Jin had created a golem based on Elias Pilot, and they thought it would be cool to make it look like its creator. Jin was embarrassed when Bina stared at him angrily, Plus he wanted to make the best of it. Bina screamed that the hero was a pervert, and Elsa picked her up. Rieka stared at her father and sighed heavily. The main characters arrived at the royal castle of the capital of Agria. The hero was impressed because there were quite a lot of people here. Elsa assumed that it was the first time he was at such a party. It was the first time he had been in the castle. Even though that was true, the hero noticed that Ilias and Reinhardt felt comfortable. Both Rienai and Kuzuma were quite sociable. But on the other hand, Bina was not comfortable at all. She was constantly trembling and clenching her hands into fists. But the hero said that they went even further by creating this magnificent clothing. Bina groaned and asked them to stop making fun of her. She had only aristocrats around her, and if she made one wrong move, she would die. It seemed to Jin that she was exaggerating slightly. Riena backed her up and said it was fine. Besides, she could finish everyone off in about a minute, but that didn't make Bina feel any better. Jin wasn't sure if he was allowed to be here and asked the Bina about it. The girl replied that there were a great many magical artisans who had come here, so he had to at least greet them. Among the crowd, she noticed one man who seemed familiar to her. The old man in the hat turned around at them, and Bina recognized Professor Hampton. She hadn't seen the professor in a long time, and she was glad to see him. She ran up to the old man and reminded him that she had been his student about 2 years ago. The old man recalled the Bina and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He asked the girl why she was in such a place. Bina replied that she had actually made a golem for this party. The professor couldn't believe that she was able to make a golem and warned that it wasn't good to lie. Besides, he didn't think her abilities were enough to create one. The professor didn't remember teaching her how to create her golems, but the girl replied that she had been instructed by someone on how to make one. The old man asked if she was really sure that person hadn't done most of it for her. Hampton didn't even know what to call such a lie. Just then Elsa came up to them and said with a serious face that she agreed. But according to her, the Bina was different. She had worked hard to get this ability, and Elsa watched her carefully as she did so. There was no doubt that the Bina had created the golem. Elsa felt that someone who hadn't seen it shouldn't have judged the current Bina's abilities. And if he was truly her teacher, he had to have faith in his student's potential. Bina was surprised to hear such words from Elsa, and Elsa suggested they go ahead. The professor suggested that she had gotten another teacher, and Bina confirmed this in parting. The girl hoped everyone enjoyed their party, and the building could be used for those staying overnight. Bina remembered that they were in the royal castle after all. The maid said that if they needed anything to prepare for tomorrow's party, they could feel free to contact them. They had both massages and cosmetics and also had a hot spring. The girls were shocked to hear about the hot spring and other privileges. Bina immediately exclaimed that this royal castle was for them and suggested that the girls go there. Elsa pulled Rieka after her and said that she would also go along with them. Rieka did not want to leave her father, but the hero replied that it was okay and she could go along with them. Bina and the other girls took off their clothes and went into the spring. Bina was delighted to see that this hot spring was just huge and assumed that the aristocrats had them all just like this. Rinsing a ladle of water over herself, Elsa admitted that she didn't have one like this. Rieka was also not surprised by this and admitted that her spring was even bigger. By the way, Bina was curious to know where Rieka and Genie lived. Besides, they only mentioned about coming here by Warp Gate. Elsa had never heard of such a thing, and the girls looked at Rieka, who covered her mouth with her hand. Those words had accidentally slipped out of her. Bina gave a smug grin and assumed Elsa didn't know. Elsa got angry with her and justified herself by saying that they just hadn't talked about it. Bina couldn't believe it, considering they had been with them for quite some time. Elsa hung her head sadly and admitted that Jin was rather secretive. He never told her about where he came from or his origins, and Bina could understand her. He was always evasive, even if the story was vague. Elsa heard that he lived alone. She also heard that he lived in a nursing home. Bina and Elsa decided to find out about the hero from Reiki, but the Reiki plunged headfirst into the source and told them not to ask her anything. This reaction surprised the girls, but they understood everything and decided that they would not do it. By the way, Bina wondered why Elsa helped her with the professor. She thought that Elsa was avoiding her or hated her or something like that. But the girl answered that it was exactly as she said there. She didn't think her past should have dictated who she was now. Elise and her brothers had different mothers and she didn't know it for a long time. She was surprised when she found out, but Rainey pulled her out and her current mother treated her well. Also, she had Maine and Udberg, and so she changed. She participated in ship races wholeheartedly, competing with Marcia. It was quite fun for her and she enjoyed it. Even though Genie is a mysterious man, he knew a lot of things that she didn't know. He did a lot of interesting things and he also saved her. Elsa was sure that Bina had gone through a lot of hardships too. She thought about her encounter with the genie. Elsa smiled and admitted that she couldn't help herself. Bina was surprised and thought that Elsa was a good girl after all. She thanked her for her help. Honestly, Bina thought that they were definitely going to use Jin. Rieka thought so too, and Elsa was shocked, saying that it was mean. Bina was embarrassed and admitted that she and Jin had bad experiences with aristocrats. Elsa suggested that she wasn't bothered by the Kuzuma place. Bina averted her gaze and blushing said that he was different. Eliza thought that Bina liked the Jin, and the girl admitted that she did like him, but he was like a father to her. Rieka didn't understand how she could like her father, but the girl asked them to calm down and said it was different. Bina raised her hands and exclaimed that it was stupid to keep each other in suspense. Elsa grinned and agreed with her words. Elsa asked Bina if she wanted to be her friend and Bina agreed. From then on, she suggested that Elsa drop the formalities and just call her by her first name. After that, they left the springs and Bina told the hero that they were back. Jin greeted the girls. Reinhard noticed that the two of them looked quite rested. The girls looked at each other and agreed with him. Ilias also seemed to think that the two of them got along well. Meanwhile, Bina thought the boys looked like they had been drinking. Apparently, she thought it was odd that the three guys were sober. The thing is, they were worried about the participants in tomorrow's event, and they were just talking about it. But if it's just a regular party, there was no need to fight for first place, according to Elsa. Apparently at the party, people would take turns making a party golem and the best one would get a prize. After that, there was a chance that the golem would be transferred to Prince Ernest's escort. If they only talked about performance, he thought Rotten was much better than other golems. The same applied to Schwarzritter, but no one knew what would happen if a golem from outside the country became the attendant. They were curious to see if they really planned to take the first place. Of the Agri, besides Ilias there is the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of Magic. Earl Garana and most of the aristocrats of Blueland also participated, which surprised the hero. Ilias was specifically interested in the Chancellor of the Galley. She hired a magical artisan named Starina from Cellera. Also, a special envoy from Cellera named Dominica had arrived. The Gamma Starina was one of the best magical artisans in Siluria. It was almost as if Siluria wanted to show its power to the world. By holding hands with the Chancellor, it gave the impression that they were on good terms. It would be a clear demonstration to the whole nation. Rieka looked at the hero and asked him to come over for a moment. Jin didn't understand what was wrong and said that he had been thinking about it for a while. Rieka approached the maid and apologized to her in advance, but the maid didn't understand what was wrong. Rieka grabbed the edge of her skirt. She unceremoniously lifted her dress upwards, which made everyone froze in bewilderment. The maid screamed and demanded that her skirt be released. She grabbed hold of her dress and pulled it back. The hero blushed, not realizing what the laugh was doing. But at some point he noticed that on the maid's hip hung a knife hidden in a sheath. Bina covered the eyes of Ilias, who had time to see the hidden weapon. The maid was clearly unhappy with the situation. Rieka pointed at her partners and warned that they too had knives. The maids did not understand how she knew this, since their work was perfect. Rieka replied that their body cores were too well trained. Besides, they often looked in that direction. In addition, although faint, the sound of metal rubbing against cloth could be heard. Normal people obviously couldn't hear it, but Rieka warned that her senses could not be fooled. The maid tusked unhappily and said she could see right through them. In that case, the girl shouted to Layla and Kate that they were moving on to their plan. Sometimes they were peasants, sometimes maids, but they were actually secret royal maids. One of the maids cried, for she knew she was going to make a mistake somewhere. Her partner replied that they had lost their cover, and if they retreated now, their name would be tarnished. Their mission was to eliminate all suspicious people and protect the kingdom. But they were the ones who looked suspicious here. The hero could realize that they were here spying by pretending to be maids. Reinhard wondered why they chose to wear a swimsuit, then embarrassed one of the maids. He decided to ask why they were spying on the guests, but the maids couldn't tell them. But the youngest of the maids said that there was a group that was using the event as a way to make an attempt on the prince's life, so they couldn't say that. Her partner made a grimace and stared angrily at Layla. Ilias wanted to make sure her words were true and the girl covered her mouth with her hands. Layla pretended not to say anything and her partner said she was rather clumsy and stupid. But judging from the reaction of the other maids, it was true. In that case, Ilias didn't understand why they wouldn't just cancel the party. But they couldn't just go ahead and announce it to the public. They had guards, and they didn't think there was 1 chance in 1,000 that the prince's life would be in danger. But if someone was targeting the prince's life, they should find out who it was. It became clear to Jin why they were watching them, but it was a waste of time. Even if it was them, they wouldn't reveal their plans here. Ilias assumed that it would probably be an escort golem, and it looked like that was what was going to happen. Reinhard told Louis that he had decided what he was going to do. If it was going to be possible, it was to be made that Rotten and Schwarzritter would accompany the prince. At least that way they would be able to eliminate one of the possible options, and Bina became aware of their plan. The hero thanked the secret royal maids for explaining the situation to them. But it wasn't like that, and they were punctured by a clumsy Leela. One of the maids gave the girl a stern look and asked her to put her outfit back on. Looking at the brooding hero, Rihanna asked her father what was wrong. Jean was still thinking about the conversation with the maids. He was thinking about someone targeting the prince's life and wanted to use golems. The hero asked for permission to use Reiki's body, and the girl was fine with that. Later, the genin was going to do it to the others as well. Rieka didn't understand what he was going to do, but the hero didn't want to make the same mistake again. The next day, everyone gathered at the party venue. Everyone is gathered here today in honor of His Majesty King of Agria Harold Ruane Autekras II and his third son Prince Ernest Lurum. The knights raised their swords and said the opening statement of His Highness at the party of golems awaited them. Meanwhile, their host was a regular lover of golems and golem battles, the magical tinker Barnard. His Majesty thanked everyone for coming together today for the sake of his child Ernest. He was honored that everyone here today had done their best to create golems, and he and Ernest were looking forward to it. The king sincerely hoped that everyone here could show their full strength. But His Majesty didn't want to drag on with his speeches, and he declared the golem party open. The host suggested that they start a party of golems and start with one of the candidates. The Chancellor of the Kingdom of Agria, Lord Galilee, appeared before them. Next, their golem Celissa was presented by a magical artisan from Siloria, Lady Steranagama. Her golem was created from crystal, which was a beautiful piece of work. The king was impressed, and the prince exclaimed that it was simply incredible. It was Gamma, one of the best magical artisans in the Siloria. In addition, she was also a real beauty. Bina wasn't thrilled that she had to compete with her, but it was truly amazing. Gamma used transformation magic to move them, and they didn't get in the way. It was simply impossible without a complicated magic formula. But the genie believed that if the prince realized what Rotten was worth, they would defeat them. The host decided not to slow down and introduced the next contestant. One by one, the guy introduced the golems and their creators. There were a few golems that made an amazing impression, but most of the golems were uninteresting. There were especially a lot of golems with large bodies that showed off their strength or attempted to do so. Agolria usually used golems in her army, and their result was obvious. Next in line was the Secretary of the Western District, Chancellor of Blorenda Count Kuzuma, and his magical artisan, the famous manufacturer of lanterns and refrigerators, Lady Bina. Her enchanted golem made a public appearance and managed to impress Professor Bernard. But some of the people thought it was just an ordinary maid's golem, which was not surprising. But the fact is that the golem and its creator were as alike as 2 drops of water. The host already suspected something and decided to ask Mr. Bernard about it. Bernard corrected his monocle and thought he might be right. It was the creator of the golem that won the ship's Potrock race. It was very similar to the work of Sir Jin Naito, and the hero thought he had been exposed. The host assumed he was an acquaintance of Bina, and the girl confirmed it. Bina happily said that he was her teacher and taught her how to create things in golems. In addition, he was the one who worked on Rot's appearance. The host announced that she was his student, thus confusing Jin. In that case, he asked to show all the charms of this golem. Bina turned to her golem Rata, and the maid understood everything. The girl demonstrated her combat skills, which especially impressed His Majesty and the prince. The prince's eyes glistened, and he said that the golem's movements were beautiful. Its pace of movement was simply incredible, and there were very few golems that could move like that. It seemed not surprising to people that she was Mr. Jin's disciple. Bina was confused and realized what he meant by the word refined. One of the girls smiled and admitted that this girl was quite good, just like her golem. This golem was perfect for the prince, its size and power. The crystal that was nearby the golem glowed. When the host wanted to move on to the next contestant, Rot stopped and stared at the prince. At some point, Rot pounced on the prince, but Bina didn't realize what was wrong. Before the prince even realized it, he was being attacked by one of the golems, but Rot defended him and deflected a blow from a larger golem. The maid struck her opponent and stabbed him through the stomach. The king ran up to Ernest to make sure he was alright. The boy replied that he was fine, for Ratet had protected him. At that moment another golem attacked them from behind, but Rot managed to cut his arm along with his sword. The king didn't understand why the golems from the royal guards were attacking them and tried to figure out what was going on. Louis shouted to his majesty that they were in trouble, for the golems one by one began to attack them. Turning back, the king noticed a whole army of aggressive golems that were about to massacre them. Reinhard asked his golem Schwarzrick to use his new armament. Reinhard used his huge spear and chopped one of the golems into small pieces. The boy asked Elsa to help the wounded and Elsa rushed to help. The hero did not stay aside and pierced several golems at once with his magic ring. No one would have thought they would really go for it, but the hero asked the guy to keep his cool, because it was true. The intervention of Elrodite magic and Jin's countermeasure saved him. But the hero was out of time and could only take care of 3 people. But that was enough, for Ms. Rieka could still move. There were a lot of attacking golems and it would take too much time to fight them. But if she uses magic, innocent people could be hurt. Besides, Rieka had left her sword in the closet. She spotted the weapon at one of the beaten golems. There were people crowding over it, feeling sorry for their masterpiece and money. The girl approached them and asked to borrow his weapon. She raised a huge wide spear and used a reinforcement on it. After that, she suggested that the golems attack her and have some fun. In my father's home world, this was called a home run. The presenter looked at the golem that flew off and thought he would rather be a dead ball. The professor and the presenter thought they were experiencing deja vu. It was just like in the Potrock. The hero wanted to make sure Bina and Louis were okay. At the moment, Reinhardt and Elsa were helping Layla with the evacuation and treatment of the wounded. His Majesty and Lord Ernest were also fine. But Louis was still worried about something. What he was worried about was the rot. Rihanna and the hero looked back at the golem. In the fierce battle with the golems, she had been badly injured and the prince was very upset about it. He lifted his mouth and tears welled up in his eyes. She fought and defended them, but it was beyond her strength. The prince hoped that Bina could fix the rot, for she had protected him to the very end. He had never seen such a heroic golem before, for Rotten didn't just fight, she smiled to comfort him. Bina was sorry, but she couldn't fix it right now. Jin smiled and replied that it was quite possible, but the girl asked him to stop. But if Lord Ernest treated Rata that way, the hero felt it was his duty to obey him, since everyone had something they treasured. It was even golems or magical tools that could shine. Rot was created by the Bina specifically for the prince. The hero wanted to make sure that he would keep her safe from now on, and the prince promised. The prince asked the Bina to do this, and the girl asked to rely on her. She clenched her small fists and said she would do her best. But the genie asked her not to worry as he would help her. Together, the genie and Bina immediately set about fixing their golem. After a while, their golem was as good as new and the prince and his majesty were delighted. When everything was ready, the golem's eyes shone with a bright light. The prince was thrilled that they were able to fix it. The prince smiled at the girl and thanked Bina for her help. Bina was embarrassed and told him to ignore it. Anyway, she was the one who made her. The hero suggested that they go, but Bina didn't understand where. The guy smiled and thought it was pretty obvious. Bina was shocked when the hero said they would fix the golems, at least the ones they could. The men that were grieving for their money tearfully asked the girl to fix their golem. They frightened the Bina, so she immediately agreed. One of the girls turned to Dominica and said that it was just amazing, so she would like to help them. Dominique looked at Rihanna and said that it was really enough to make her want them. At the end of her work, the Bina's roof leaked, but she said she did well and was able to fix them all. The hero praised her for her good work and said she did a great job, but he thought that there was no sign of Elrodite in any of the golems. He had previously thought it would be somewhere in them and assumed that someone had used a different method on them. The hero speculated that this person might still be around here somewhere. The girl who had performed earlier at the party greeted Jin. The hero turned around and saw the Sterina with her golem in front of him. The girl smiled and thanked the hero for fixing the cellies. It must have been difficult and she asked to accept her thanks. The hero was embarrassed and replied that he should not have been thanked. Sterina noticed how the hero fixed all the golems quickly and well, and he was clearly an unusual magical craftsman. Jin was embarrassed and blushed as the lush-breasted girl approached him. Sterina looked at the Dominica and said that they really wished they were going to the celery. She hoped that Dominique had found Luaz, but the girl shook her head sadly. She assumed they had flown somewhere. They couldn't fly for long though, so she thought they might have been somewhere around here. The hero realized that they were talking about bird-like golems. Dominica smiled and said that she made them as pets for the prince, but the maid golem that his student created won the contest. Dominica said that all this was only because Rieka did not participate. After all, if that little maid had participated, she thought he definitely would have won. Jin replied that that wasn't the case. Besides, the laugh was an automaton. It was personally his, so there was no way he was going to give it to anyone. Dominica smiled enigmatically and said that she understood. Dominica offered to help Rieka in her search for Luas. This was in case they were somewhere she couldn't reach. It was quite possible that they could be on the roof, and the hero wondered. The hero asked Rieka to come up to him and talk to him. Rieka suggested that he wanted to help the Dominica find her birds, and the guy pointed to his ear. Rieka put the huge column in its place and said she understood him. Dominica was happy with his decision and told Rieka that she would help her out. Sterina was shocked and didn't understand where the Rieka got such incredible power. Rieka said goodbye to the hero and warned that she was leaving and would return as soon as they found the birds. Rieka followed Dominique, but for some reason there were no birds in sight. Dominica remained silent and only smirked. She had actually ordered her birds to fly around to lure her to this place. Rieka frowned and demanded an explanation from Dominique. Rieka must have known how to counteract Elrodite's magic, and Dominique called it a real misfortune. Valentino had already done a lot of stupid things earlier, but if he hadn't done them, it would have been much more interesting. Rieka was horrified when she heard his name and the girl introduced herself once more. Dominica said that she was a specially sent magical craftswoman from the Celoria. Dominica took out her crystal and ordered her birds to surround Rieka on all sides. From then on, Dominica proclaimed herself her new master by locking her into a magic ball. As the Rieka fell to her knees, Dominica laughed, thinking that she had succeeded. She shouted that the laugh was now hers and looked up into the sky with laughter. Dominica hugged Rieka and suggested that they now destroy this country together. Dominica was going to make the world the way it used to be. Rieka was as if in a fog and only emotionlessly agreed with Lady Dominica. Sterina greeted the Dominica who had already returned and asked if they had found her birds. Dominica smiled and said it was all thanks to the Rieka. Meanwhile, the Rieka looked rather gloomy and hung her head. Dominica thanked the genie for his help, but the hero replied that he shouldn't have thanked him. He only praised the Rieka for his help. Dominica confessed to the genie that the Rieka didn't want to come back to him at all, so she was going to take her with her. Elsa, Bina, and the genie were confused and didn't understand what she meant. Dominique screamed that Rieka didn't want to hear anything about it and she belonged to her now. Jin asked to repeat what she had just said and didn't understand the reason Rieka wanted to leave him. Dominique decided to tell him after all so he could die in peace. She exclaimed that his countermeasures against Elrodite were not perfect. Apparently the defense could not withstand the resonance of 4 Elrodites at once, and now Rieka was her plaything. Sterina's tears welled up and she asked Mistress Dominica why she was doing this. Dominique replied that she was one of the association and she was a member of the group of these madmen. Seeing Louis' reaction, Dominica did not understand why he was so excited. The unification wanted to reunite the world that had been divided into smaller countries after the Great Magical War. They were willing to use violence to achieve their goal. Louis didn't understand what was the point of all this. They clearly wanted to say with this that the recent attack of golems in different countries was also the work of unification. That was indeed the case, but no one understood why they were acting like idiots. Dominica replied that it didn't matter, because she would kill them anyway and take the Rieka with her and become the ruler. Dominica was sure she would have power and money, but the hero thought she was pretty boring. Dominica was surprised by this reaction and didn't understand why. The guy clarified that she was a magical craftswoman, and she could use that power to make people happy. Her birds clearly could do more than just evil, but the hero frowned and said she was using them wrong. She could use them for more than just such primitive purposes. Dominique was angry because of what he said and didn't understand what was the point of doing things for others. Besides, they were a bunch of idiots who taught her nothing and those who lived without any purpose. They were just fools making tools for fun, and Dominica didn't understand what the point of it was. She spoke of those born with talent, those born into wealth and luxury, and those with influential teachers and friends. They rejected the things she tried to create, but even then she created over and over again. Then she finally did become a special messenger of Celoria, but after all that she still wasn't looked at as an equal, so she wanted to not be made fun of. In her opinion, there were people who were desperate to squeeze out and all the countries were just trying to outsmart each other, and this party was an example of that. They organized such a big reception for the sake of one small child, and what's more, many people tried to take advantage of it. What she meant to say was that they were trying to get rid of those boundaries. Celora, Agria and Klein were an amalgamation. The character was sure that Dominica went through a lot of things without being able to vent her anger that she was facing, and she was denying everything around her. But that was no reason to hurt others. She didn't care about the feelings of her fellow craftsmen and made the golems that are supposed to protect people hurt them. Jin wasn't sure if she was really happy about it, but Dominique asked him to shut up and grabbed her head. In a rage, she ordered the rake to kill Jin. Dominica ordered her golem to get rid of the vile tinker. Rieka looked at Dominique threateningly and said she refused to do it. She interjected, for she did not understand who was supposed to kill whom. Dominica blanched and wanted to ask her again to kill the genie. Rieka reminded her that she had called the genie a vile tinker and smiled. Unable to bear it, Rieka lashed out with fury at Dominica, who was completely helpless. She twisted Dominica, who screamed and said that Rieka would kill her. But Rieka clarified that she was just following orders. The hero put on a fake smile and asked the Rieka to stop doing that. Dominica and her birds were eventually tied up, but the girl didn't understand how it happened, since the Rieka was obeying her. The hero said that the Rieka never did that and never did. Meanwhile, the Rieka puffed up her cheeks in anger. The thing is, they heard their whole conversation with Rieko. The guy found a magical communication device in his pockets and said it was all thanks to him. It was a long-distance communication device. The device was in the Rieko's ear and they always kept in touch with each other. That's why their behavior seemed so strange. They were just gathering information pretending to be manipulated. As far as Elredite interference was concerned, there was no way to prevent resonance magic. For that too, he used Manakamu magic transmission and redirected the magic wave. In addition, during the attack, the golems attacked everyone but did not touch the Dominica. Therefore, the hero thought that it was very strange. He suspected her from the beginning and Dominica admitted that she lacked experience. Her partner didn't understand why Dominica didn't share her experiences with her since they were fellow Solorian artisans. Dominica frowned and asked not to be equal to her. Gamma was the third magical artisan in the country who agonized to become a special messenger, and they were as if they were from different worlds. She compared her brilliant crystal golem to her golems that couldn't even fly without Elredite. Even if not themselves, even if not high in the sky, Dominique wished they could fly. Dominica thought with pity about what had happened to her dream. As a representative of the Celery, Sterina deeply regretted what had happened. His Majesty asked not to apologize, for it was the fault of the association, not the Celoria. He would not want a war to break out between their countries because of it. But the girl was sure that someone had taken advantage of her weakness, but she had no intention of defending Dominique. Bina admitted that she even understood her a little. She remembered a time when she was also disappointed in herself and desperate. But Louis said that it didn't mean that they had to forgive her and she had to be punished for it. The angry men said that the only adequate punishment for trying to overthrow the government was death. Bina turned sternly to them and asked them to be quiet for a while. Bina was also desperate, creating magical tools just to feed her brother and sister, for she was powerless and knew little. If the genie had not come, but someone else had come and given her strength, she would have become like Dominica. Bina believed that the problem was not her, but something bigger. There are still magical artisans like them who were used for their own purposes. The same was true of the golems that were subjugated by the Elredite. The thought of what villains could do with such power frightened Louis, but he thought Lady Bina was right. But some people thought that was no excuse and thought that a harsh punishment was needed. All Louis wanted to say was that the problem was much more serious. In any case, the hero was in agreement that it was wrong to do evil to anyone. It didn't matter if someone used magic or not, anyone could start harming people. The guy stroked Rieka's head and said that Dominique had to atone for her sins, but he couldn't hate her. They needed to get Dominica to follow the right path, even if it took a long time. The hero stunned everyone with the news that he would like to go home. He would like to go home and have the maintenance done by the Rieko, since it cannot be done through local means. Besides, he hasn't checked it since Valentino's battle. This time they did well, but they could face the unification again and the guys thought he was right. Louis recalled that his home was far away from here and going back there now was not a good idea. Bina replied that there was a warp gate near her former home, so it was fine. The guy didn't know what she was talking about and the hero asked her to stop. Bina became uncomfortable, because judging by the look on his face, he hadn't told them yet. Louis wanted to know what she meant by warp gate. Elsa persisted and said she would like to go to the genie's house for a visit. Louis knew this and offered to go there all together, but the genie asked them to stop. Bina also wanted to go along with them. Louis would be interested in seeing something better than the royal palace. The hero sighed heavily and decided that they would all go together. Rieka knew that her father didn't handle the pressure on himself well. Further events took place after Rieka saved Kana from a forest bear in Kaina's village. When the girls were taking a bath, Kana swung her leg in imitation of a kick and told her sister that she was very strong. Rieka looked at her hands with a smile and said that her body was created by her mother. Father rebuilt it and it is the strongest body in the whole world. She got to her feet and said that it was all because father and mother were the strongest in the whole world, so she was number one too. Hannah was shocked by such confidence of the girl. It also told Hannah that her older brother was really very cool because he made the pump, the cart, and the stove. He was definitely the #1 in the whole world. Rieka supported her and said that her father was really #1 in the whole world. She was glad that Hannah thought so too. Hannah recalled that when her older brother was doing something, he would not notice Rieka even if she tried to talk to him. He would also forget to eat and sleep, and it was bad for his health and body. Rieka asked to tell anything more about her father and Hannah smiled, saying that she was just getting started. At the location of the golem party, Rieka recalled what she had heard from Hannah. She was telling her about her father's weakness. Recalling that, Rieka blushed and puffed up her cheeks. She clenched her fist and remembered that his weakness was for beauty. Above the clear sky, by the majestic mountains and azure sea were many different golems. The guys were shocked, having never seen such a place, and the guy said they had arrived at his home on the island of Horde. The red-headed one cried out in grief that his father had brought guests to them and ordered the rest of the maids of the 5 colors to gather together. The golems of the other types decided it was impossible to keep up with the maids and ordered each other to line up. The golems offered to carry their luggage to the guests and to taste their sake in honor of the greeting. The other golems said that everything was prepared for them, and they could also fly around the island in an airplane. Lewis meanwhile looked at the guy, and the hero motioned for them to proceed to the mansion. When they walked into the house, their table was already set by the maids. The guys sat down to have a snack. When the genie had had enough, he took a cup of hot tea and blushed with joy. Meanwhile, Reinhard looked suspiciously at his cup, but Elsa didn't understand why he was acting like that. The hero sipped from his cup, smiled and said that there was no place more peaceful than his sweet home. Rieka fully supported him, but apparently it was only peaceful here for him alone. Elsa also noticed that his house looked like a rather strange structure. The hero felt embarrassed and apologized for his island being so empty, but Bina replied that it wasn't like that at all. She was curious about the golems that were here, plus they moved of their own free will. The hero made sure that they developed the island while he wasn't around. They cultivated fields, planted fruits and vegetables, and searched for materials. Basically, they could do whatever they wanted. In this way, they were less lonely when they had freedom of movement. To some extent, they felt like villagers. Elsa asked if there were any people on this island, but as it turned out, the hero was alone here. Reinhard assumed that his master was also here and asked where she was now, but the genie smiled and said that she had left long ago. They were sorry to hear that, and Reinhard hung his head sadly. Bina thought that she would like to meet Master Jin. She was able to build a warp gate and was probably very famous. The boys would like to know what her name was. After hesitating a bit to answer, the hero replied that her name was Adriano Barbara Susie. When they heard this, the Bina asked to stop mocking them. Sure, his predecessor was awesome, but they didn't want the hero to fool them like that. She lived alone on the island and probably no one knew her real name. But the hero didn't know what they were talking about. According to the boys, Adriana Susie was a fairy magical craftswoman. But it was the first time Genie had heard of such a thing and was surprised. It was said that 1,000 years ago, there lived a legendary magic tinker. She used her power to give people wisdom. She taught how to prevent disease, how to faithfully fertilize the earth, how to light one's way in the darkness, and gave the power to protect everyone. The craftswoman traveled all over the world, meeting many people and helping them. Her magic was amazing. Everyone was grateful to her. Wherever she went, she was surrounded by people. But among them were not only good ones. There were also those who wanted to use her power for selfish purposes. In addition, there were those who became her apprentices, using magic for war. Magic that was supposed to help people turn into a weapon to take lives. Adriana despaired when she saw all of this. After these events, she suddenly disappeared and was never seen again. This is what her sad story said. But for the magic crafters and magic users, this story is a kind of warning. Elsa smiled and said that she often heard about it when she was little. Rieka shouted that her mom wasn't fiction at all and she was real. The hero smiled and asked Rieka if it was really that bad. He was glad that even after 1,000 years, they still remembered, and that was a good thing. Jin suggested that the guys take a look around the island, and the guys happily agreed with him. That was what they had come here for. But before they did, the genie wanted to make them promise not to tell anyone anything. If the boys deceived him, they would never meet again, and he would become a legend like Adriana. After that, the guys started exploring the island. They rode amazing golem horses, tasted different fruits from the trees, and walked by the river, which was full of crabs. After the walk, the hero decided to show them something interesting and led the boys into a large bright building. Everyone was delighted with this building, and the building turned out to be a big library with a lot of books. After the library, the friends visited the rooms where golems were developed. The golems previously created by the genie were inventing new and interesting structures here. The guests watched their work with interest. After that, the hero together with the boys went down the elevator underground. Bina covered her head, for it seemed to her that this room was collapsing. Everyone was tense, but the hero replied that this was a mine of rare minerals. There was adamantite, mithril, and other ores here. In this mine his golem worked 24/7. He also showed his friends a whole mountain of rare metals collected over 1,000 years. Lewis was impressed to see the materials here alone, and it was all mithril and adamantite. There were not only ores here, but also other magical crystals. And if all this stuff were to flood onto the shelves, the world economy would simply fall. Reinhard was curious to see how many countries would be able to easily buy it all. There were super technologies that existed before the Great Magical War and all these documents. The world would go crazy if all these things appeared again. It was like a treasure box that couldn't be opened. Reinhard told Lewis that it was hard for him to believe it, because the fairy tale was now coming true. But Louis smiled and told Reinhard that it was funny. Now they felt as if they were in a dragon's den. It was dangerous to get too close to the golem that was working in the mine while they were working. This is how their day went, and by nightfall a tired Bina and Elsa decided to take a bath. Bina muttered that her jaw hurt from this constant wandering and she was tired. Elsa noticed that these hot springs were much bigger than the ones in the castle, and she didn't understand anything at all anymore. Louis sipped his glass of wine and said that in the end he never learned anything new about the genie. He was curious to know his purpose and what motivated him. There was no doubt that the genie was like Adriana, and that was very important. Reinhard thought that the hero was a good person who helped people and shared his knowledge. He had his own beliefs and he trusted people, and if they now give him the same gratitude and will return to them, perhaps no one will ever set foot on this island again. At least the guy didn't want their story to end the way it had with Adriana, and the genie didn't have to be alone. Meanwhile, the hero was checking the lath and using the magic wave power adjustment to counter the Elredite. Jin raised his head and looked at the rays of light that were shining through the window with a smile. It was quite quiet here, and sometimes that wasn't a bad thing. But the constant silence discouraged him. Perhaps the heroes were used to the noise by now. He wanted Reiki's opinion and looked at the girl who was lying on the couch. Rieka opened her eyes, looked at the guy and admitted that she was a little lonely. She was lonely when it came to times like this. The next day, Bina and Elsa wished the hero a good morning. Jin wanted to know how they slept. Bina smiled and said that the bed was very comfortable, and the smell from the tatami was very pleasant. Elsa blushed and admitted that it would have been nice to stay here, but they had to leave for Shoro. Though the genin recalled that he had some business here, so they could stay here for a few days. Bina smirked and told Jin that he was a real fool, but Jin didn't understand why she said that. The hero showed the girls the automaton commanding the golems on the island when he wasn't here and asked them what they wanted to see. But still there were things they couldn't do without him. Rieka smiled and said that if they had one, they could make incredible progress. Louis reminded her that the awards for the golem party were coming up in a week, and he had to be back there by then. In the end, the Bina won, and the prince would like to get the rot without any adjustments. There was nothing wrong with that, but Louis was concerned about something. Louis asked to speak to the genie alone, and the hero was fine with that. They walked to the shore, and Louis admitted that this island was beautiful. It had a beautiful landscape and an abundance of resources. Politics, money, power were far away from here, and it was safe to dive into exploring. Still, Louis wanted to ask him something too. It was a rather unexpected question, one that made the hero cringe. Louis was curious to know if he liked the Bina. He liked Bina, but only as a friend, and the hero didn't understand where he was going with this. Louis looked at the trees nearby and said she would be better off here. Based on recent events, Louis thought that Bina would have been better off if she had been farther away from him. He was serving the country and he might have to use the mages for war. The thing is, he liked Bina very much and he loved her very much. Hearing this, the hero blushed and grinned. His laughter grew louder and stronger. Louis was embarrassed by this and asked him not to do it, for there was no reason to laugh. The boy apologized, for he thought Louis was going to do something to the island. But Louis said he didn't want to lose his friend, and Bina would hate him for it. It looked like he wasn't a very good politician. Jean became a little serious and asked Louis to listen to him. He thought this was the best option and suggested that Louis confess to Bina. But Louis was clearly not ready for that. The hero suggested that Louis confess to Bina, but Louis didn't know what he was talking about. The guy smiled and said it was okay. Louis didn't have to be embarrassed about it. Besides, Jin promised to help him. But Louis thought it wasn't that easy. Louis was shocked when Reinhardt came up to them and said that he overheard them and asked for permission to help them. Louis didn't expect to see the guy here and was at a loss for words. The next day there was a meeting in the research center of the conference room. The hero started the meeting about Louis and his plan for the Bina to fall before him and wanted to listen to the suggestions of everyone present. Reinhardt recalled that the sea here was very beautiful, and perhaps Louis could bring Bina to the shore to watch the sunset together. But it seemed too cliched to the genie. One of the golems offered an airplane tour, a barrel and an Emmelman loop, because that would definitely make her fall. But only she would fall in a different sense if they understood it. Louis didn't understand if there was any point in listening to the golems in this matter, but the main thing for them was the proposal. One of those present asked for permission to speak. The old man took the book in his hand and said that there was a legend on the island. The beginning interested Louis quite a bit. The legend said that there was a tall tree at the foot of Mount Horde. It was said that when the full moon rose over the tree, those who confessed their love for each other there would be together forever. Louis was very impressed by this and wanted to see if it was true. But the butler smoothed his mustache and told the young nobleman that it was naturally false. Louis didn't realize who he was talking to, and the old man introduced himself as the grandfather of the Master Jin. The hero turned to the old man and asked him to stop lying. As it turned out, that was also a lie, and Louis became more interested in finding out who he was. Reinhardt suggested he was a new automaton, and the hero said he was right. The old man bowed and introduced himself as the automaton in charge of running and controlling the island. They called him Roku, and he was pleased to meet everyone. His outer appearance was just a vessel, but his real body is a very large magical brain. Roku wanted to ask Louis about a date. In his opinion, a walk around the island and its nature would make her open her heart. Besides, he already had an itinerary for a date, which impressed Louis. Golem thought it would be best to confess to her when they finished their walk. Roku asked Lord Reinhardt if he could create a ring, and it was no problem for him. The hero sighed heavily and said he would rest for now. But Reinhardt asked the genie to help make a gift for Elsa. The hero was shocked to find out that it was Elsa's birthday just on the same day as his reward. Of course, the genie could have done it, but suggested that Reinhardt make the gift himself. Reinhardt really wished he could tell him, but he couldn't. Besides, he would obviously come out worse than Jean. Jean smiled sadly and agreed. He asked to explain to him later what the problem was. After the date, Louis was able to talk to Bina. Bina sighed heavily and admitted that she had invited the others to the picnic, but they all said they were very busy. She suggested that it was all because of the awards and Elsa's birthday. The birthday and the awards coincided on the same day. In addition, Elsa said that she was not feeling well. During their walk, Rieka and the rest of the golems camouflaged themselves in the bushes and told headquarters that everything was going according to plan. Roku's voice said everything was fine and asked them to act. The hero was curious to know what Roku had come up with, but the golem replied that it was a little surprise. Rieka asked everyone to enjoy the video from the magic eye she wears. At the same moment, a pillar of light appeared right in front of Bina and Louis, which blinded the couple. When the light dissipated, they saw the maid Moon on the ground. Bina immediately rushed to her aid to see if she was alright. Luna grabbed her knees and said she was in a lot of pain. The thing is, they were practicing performances before the banquet. But Bina didn't understand how this could be a performance. Bina really wanted to help, but still it was the genie's golems, not hers. Louis offered them to take his horse. They should have gone to the genie to get him to help as soon as possible. Luna wanted to make sure he really wanted to give them a horse since they were simple golems. Louis smiled and replied that it was fine. After all, one horse would be enough for them, and they had to hurry as fast as possible. Luna tearfully thanked him from the bottom of her heart and apologized for interrupting their date. Bina immediately blushed as if to show that it was not a date at all. Bina looked questioningly at Louis, who also blushed. He remained silent, but then he extended his hand to the girl and offered her a ride together. Bina was embarrassed as well as Louis, but Louis helped her to get on the horse and sit in front of him. Bina hoped she wasn't too heavy, but Louis replied that she wasn't. Rieka reported to headquarters that they rode together, and the boys asked to proceed with their plan. Meanwhile, Reinhardt, Elsa, Roku, and Jin watched through the monitor screens for everything that was going on. As Louis and Bina drove down the forest road, birds flew out to meet them. The golem that was sitting in ambush waved a stick discreetly to make them fly towards them. Later, another golem imitated an insect, which frightened the Bina, and she clung to the Louis out of fear. While eating popcorn and watching everything from the sidelines, the hero recognized that Louis was very diligent. Reinhardt agreed and said it was hard to find noble aristocrats like him, but Louis was serious. Toward the end of the day, when it got dark, the boys arrived at that very tree. Louis sighed heavily, not understanding what was wrong with this island. Bina laughed and agreed with him. She thought the golems here were pretty amazing. Louis suggested that it was all the work of Roku, and Bina agreed with him. It also seemed to her that the old man was very cunning. But Bina smiled at Louis, and moving closer to him said she had a lot of fun. She really wished it could always be like that, and Louis supported her. He thought it would be wonderful, too. Louis was sure that if Bina stayed here, she could enjoy this kind of thing every day. But to his surprise, Bina said that was not the case. Louis didn't understand what she meant, and the girl said that it was all because of the fact that they were together. Louis smiled and replied that she was right. He admitted that he had fun too because of Bina, because he had fun around her wherever he was. She did not at all expect that after these words Louis would confess his love for her. Bina did not understand how this was possible and exclaimed that she was a commoner. Moreover, she worked for them, but Louis saw nothing wrong with that. The girl thought that she reeked of poverty, she was stingy and did not even know how to choose her words correctly. But Louis smiled and said he could teach her everything. He was sure that together they would get through everything, and pulled out a box that had a ring in it. Louis showed it to Bina and she burst into tears. She smiled and said that ever since the day he saved her from Count Goran, she had felt the same way. Bina threw herself on Louis' chest and confessed that she had fallen in love with him since that day. After that, Bina kissed the aristocrat under the night sky. The Rieka who had been watching them reported to headquarters that their mission had been accomplished. Eventually, the hero smiled and told the rock that Louis had made the legend a reality. But the old man smiled and said that was not true, for everyone created their own legend. The hero looked at the old man questioningly, not knowing what he was talking about. It didn't matter if it was truth or fiction, but if no one knew about the legend, it would never become true. Leaving a legacy, there would be those who would continue it. By passing it on by word of mouth, people create legends and keep them from fading away, something the genie was in complete agreement with. Roku offered to turn today's story into a legend and create a tale of his own. Jin smiled at him and said that's what they would do. After the egret, there was an award ceremony for Bina and Jin. Bina was rewarded for taking the first place. As for the hero, he was given the title of Honorary Magical Artisan for containing chaos. But if titles were given out by humans, Jin was curious to know who came up with the title of Master of the Magical Craft. Unfortunately, he still knew nothing about this tale, and the hero didn't know where he could find the truth about it. After the award ceremony, the boys clinked glasses and celebrated. Elsa congratulated Bina and Jin on their awards, and Bina bid Elsa a happy birthday. Bina didn't understand why Elsa was silent about her birthday. If it wasn't for Lord Reinhardt, they wouldn't have known about it. Elsa was embarrassed. I said it coincided with the awards ceremony, and she just didn't want to bother them. But, according to Bina, good things were made even better by sharing them. With those words, she held out her gift to Elsa. It was a small branded mini popcorn machine in the shape of a kitty. With it, she could eat popcorn wherever and whenever she wanted. Elsa was thrilled with this gift. Bina sighed sadly and said that it only makes 10 kernels of popcorn at a time, and Elsa replied that she would just eat slower. Next in line was Louis, who asked to accept this carriage from him. It was perfect for long trips. The hero was shocked, saying that their rates had gone up. The guy blushed, hesitated, and said it would be hard to top that. Elsa smiled and thought that the genie had also prepared something for her. The guy didn't know if she would like this and opened his gift box. Elsa was delighted when she saw a shining brooch in it. The hero blushed and said he used 8 kinds of magic crystals to create it, and the design was thought up by Reinhardt. Elsa asked permission to try it on and pinned the brooch on her dress. She smiled and asked the hero if the brooch walked. Bina and Louis were delighted and said she looked more grown up that way. Elsa thanked the hero for the gift and said she was very happy. The guy was glad that she liked it too, but Maine kept a close eye on the genie, as she always did. The hero thought of Reinhardt and mentally told him that he couldn't give it to her right now. Later, Reinhardt met with Elsa and asked her to come over for a moment. He held out to her the item that was a gift to her. It turned out to be a dagger, which Elsa had apparently wanted for a long time. Elsa confirmed this and said that she had always wanted a dagger similar to her mother's. Reinhardt smiled and admitted that he had asked Jean to make it. Elsa was thrilled that Genie had made it. Reinhardt sadly lowered his gaze. He wished Elsa would remember what the noblewoman's weapon was for. This dagger was not made for attacking. She was only supposed to use it in an emergency to protect herself and her dignity. Reinhardt would want the girl to live without shame with this dagger. Elsa thanked her older brother for such a valuable gift. Bina looked sadly at the hero and said that it was time for them to say goodbye. But the hero replied that they would see each other again soon. Reinhardt told the genie that on the way to Shoro he remembered that there was something resembling a warp gate in the ancient ruins. The hero was surprised to hear about the ancient ruins and the gate. Reinhardt thought they might be related to Adriana and suggested Jin take a look at them. Main looked at Elsa carefully and asked the lady how she was feeling. Elsa, that was lying on the bed with a towel on her forehead, only sighed softly. Despite her dire condition, she really wanted to go to the ruins. The hero wasn't sure if it was okay to leave Elsa just like that, but Reinhardt felt that there was no way to help her. She had had this since she was a child, and it would get better with time. Elsa had a rare chronic disease called magical hyperplasia, but this was the first time the hero had heard of it. Everyone had a limit to their magic, and usually a person could recover as much magical power as they spent. But Elsa was absorbing it in excess. Eventually, it was eating away at her body, and the hero thought it might be dangerous. But Reinhardt asked him not to worry, as her life was not in any danger. It wasn't a problem for her if she released magic regularly, but she became lazy. Besides, Elsa had Main and Edberg with her, and Jin's golems were also there, so she would be fine. If anything happened to her, they would contact them immediately. If the hero knew this, he would have added the brooch function of maintaining a constant level of magic to the brooch. Reinhardt was impressed that the hero could do even that. But if he could do it, it would be like an ancient relic. It's as much a lost technology as these ruins. 300 years ago, a lot of things were lost during the magical Great War. Many lives, technology, and knowledge. They didn't even know when these Kevin remains were made. But suddenly a man passing by them said that it wasn't like that and research is going on day and night. The man in the hat said that these structures were erected about 300 years ago to fight demons. Incredible technology was used for them, and nowadays you can't find such things anymore. The guy next to him asked the handle to stop for a bit. After all, it was probably unexpected for them and they wouldn't understand him. The young guy apologized for getting into their conversation and the hero decided to find out who they were. The young man introduced himself as Roland the magical artisan, and they were just looking around these ruins. The man in the hat introduced himself as a ruler and he was an explorer, and next to them was their younger sister Alina. The hero did not understand how she could be their sister if she was an automaton. Roland rounded his eyes in shock, not realizing how he knew this. Reinhardt put his hand on the hero's shoulder and said that he was just an honorable magical craftsman of the Agria. He also asked to see his honorary artisan medal. Roland knew of such a medal. After all, he was a magical artisan after all, so here they are. Many plunderers came here, so he called out to them. Roland offered to tell the guys about these ruins if they wanted to. The heroes were fine with that, in which case Roland decided to explain things to them. Agrian ruins were his specialty. It was a research center before the war started and a safe haven after. There were rumors that there had been warp gates here in the past, but they were never discovered. There were signs of destruction and war everywhere, but here were weapons and magical tools. There were also fragments of rare metals such as adamantite and mithril. Rieka looked at the shards and assumed that everything here had been destroyed. The hero frowned and said that adamantite and mithril were not easily damaged, but they were clearly the remains of something. Apparently, they used a lot of golems and an automaton to confront the demons. The hero picked up a finger from the floor and examined it. It looked like they used a formation to draw out the mithril and use it as artificial muscles. Roland was delighted and thought that the genie wasn't an honorable artisan for nothing. The thing is, people used to be much better at technology, especially weapons and tools for fighting demons. The same golems and automatons. Magical artisans became fewer and fewer because of the war with demons, and after the Great Magical War the craft went into decline. But not everything was lost. The more they researched all this, the sooner they would be able to touch the past, and they would be able to bring back the glory of the old days. The protagonist was thrilled to have such a passion for exploration. His partner held his thumbs up for him and told Roland that he was a true ruin nerd. Roland covered his mouth with his hand and apologized for getting carried away, but Jean understood him perfectly. Still, he was a little confused, because the research was still going nowhere. It looked like there was something behind the wall, but they hadn't been able to move it. Even Jeannie took a look at this wall and said that it was too absurdly large. Reinhardt thought it was an emergency exit, and Roland agreed with his assumption. It was clearly very sturdy and it was as if magic had no effect on it. The research could stand on its own because of that. Roland decided that it was rude of him, but he would like to ask them as an honorable magic artisan to help them. But the thing was, the hero and the others just stopped on the way here. But if it didn't take too long, they could help them out a little. Jin wanted to make sure that Reinhardt was sure of that, but the guy was doubtful. But Elsa really wanted it, she would have something to tell. Anyway, it's a historical structure and it would be worth it for them to look in there. Also, to be honest, Reinhardt was very curious and the hero could understand him. Roland smiled and said that in that case, he should have hurried. The boys scrutinized the patterns on the door as well as the slabs on the floor. Meanwhile, Rieka kept her eyes on Alina. Alina caught the lad's gaze, after which they turned away from each other and went off in different directions. It had already gotten dark outside and night had fallen. Eliza walked out of her tent to the fire and sat down on a folding bench. Next to her sat down Main. Roland was thrilled to see so many golems and exclaimed that it was simply amazing. Alina punched Roland in the stomach and he said that big guys must be strong and girls are cute. Jean felt like he was in for a lot of pain right now. Roland didn't understand the reason he was being beaten up for praising the other golems and the machine gun. Rieka asked Alina to stop it. After all, Roland was her master. Rieka wanted to say that she should have respected him, but Alina interrupted her and said that she was pissing her off. Rieka clearly didn't expect to hear that and stared at Alina. Rieka didn't understand how she could say that, but Alina asked her not to stick her nose where it wasn't asked. Roland would like to ask Alina to stop it, but she didn't listen to him. Rieka didn't understand how she could beat and humiliate her master. After all, the automata was supposed to protect him. But Alina said that her master was Mom, not Roland. Also, she didn't understand why she had to listen to Rieka. After that, Alina showed her tongue and made a grimace, thus bringing Rieka to shock. Rieka could barely hold back from slapping her, but the hero grabbed Rieka and asked her to calm down. Roland also asked to stop Alina, who was still squirming her faces. But that was the uniqueness of the automaton and they were just like children. Main grinned and told Elsa that they reminded her of when the lady was very young. Elsa was shocked that she was like that, but Main smiled and replied that all children were like that. But it all looked very nice to the parents. Elsa realized how she looked in Main's eyes and lay on her lap. Main realized that Elsa was not normal now and suggested that she rest. The woman called out to the elf, but she did not answer her. Everyone around them became worried and assumed that Elsa was getting worse. The hero immediately asked the Rieka to use healing, but Alina ordered her not to. Alina called the Rieka stupid, because it was a magical hyperplasia and you couldn't infuse it with magic. Rieka started to lose her temper again, but the genie stopped her. The genie wanted to know from Alina how she determined it. The girl replied that it used to be a common illness, therefore she knew how to treat it. Alina didn't understand how magical artisans could not know about it. Looking at the enraged laugh, she decided that it didn't matter. In brief, they had to allow the magic within her to transfer to another place. It was an ether transformation operation, converting the internal magic into mana and forming a magical bond. Alina used the transformation of the magical outflow and began to act. Her hand shone with a bright light, after which she used magic absorption. When everything was ready, her light in her hand faded away and Elsa opened her eyes. Main called out to Elsa, worried about her condition. Alina replied that the ether was dense this time, but that it could stress her a lot, so Elsa had to be more careful. Elsa smiled and thanked Alina for her help, but the girl frowned and told her not to thank her. She just gave them help for looking around the ruins. After that, she immediately hid behind Roland's back, who smiled and replied that she was a real liar. It became clear to the hero that she was using her own ether transducer and thanked her for her help. Now they were just obliged to help them with the investigation of the ruins. Rieka became sad and lowered her gaze. Looking into Alina's eyes, she had a strange premonition for some reason. After that, the next day the guys returned to the gate, which was impossible to open. The hero thought that such a large door must have had a mechanism to open. It was too huge, and if they tried to kick it open, the whole structure might collapse. There was no way they could use magic, because this gate reflected it. The hero thought about ether, mana, and magic. The thought of hyper magic came into his head. The hero exclaimed that he had figured it all out and thus intrigued everyone. The guy assumed they had a map of the ruins and the explorer pulled it out of his pocket. Though not completely, the hero understood it a bit. But this whole structure was one big ether converter. It looked like it was needed for a mechanism that moved something. Roland wondered about moving the door, but Jin said there was something else here. This structure was a large space. The theory about the warp gate was correct. It's a huge space and structures for people to cross over. But they were damaged and their use became impossible and excess magic began to flow into the door. Rieka asked the hero what they would do with it. The guy replied that they would do the same thing they did with Elsa. They just needed to remove the excess magic. Jin smiled and thought the girls could handle it. The guy wanted to make sure everyone was ready for this, because they needed to apply the ether transformation at full strength and clear the door of magic at the same time. Then the barrier and magic would dissipate. Alina unhappily tisked and thought that he was completely stupid, because it was impossible for an ordinary automaton. but Rieka replied that it was fine. After all, she was the strongest automaton. Alina did not like such a statement and exclaimed that she was the best. In that case, Rieka would like to ask her for help. Alina ordered her to be silent, and after that the girls got down to business. They simultaneously used their magic on the doors and tried to open the big gate. Eventually the large doors glowed and Rieka exclaimed that they had opened it. Reinhard didn't understand how the girls were able to pull all the magic out of the ruins. Meanwhile, the hero looked at the disgruntled Alina. He thought that there were other powerful automata besides Reiki, and he had one guess. Looking at the Alina, he thought of her mother, but the guy frowned and thought he couldn't say that. He just stroked the lath on his head and praised for a good job. The explorer grinned and said that the door was open, so they could go on, but Roland asked him not to hurry like that. Reinhardt's face also changed when he noticed the scattered pieces of golems outside the doors. The protagonists along with the explorers went inside and speculated what might have happened here. The place was full of broken automatons, and Reinhardt wondered what had happened here. It looked like a battle had been fought here. The columns had been destroyed, and it was clearly an unnatural process. The hero looked around and thought that they were reinforced with metals on the inside, and the columns themselves were made of concrete. He saw copper that was apparently covered with mithril. It became clear to him that someone had used transformation. He doubted that they were building it to conduct magic. If they were doing it to strengthen it, they would have used iron. If they were transmitting magic to the warp gate, it was not a good option. Alina noticed something and pointed her finger forward. She found a mysterious slope that led downward. The explorers were excited about this find and thought it might be a hidden room. They were excited, but someone asked them not to. It was a damaged maid who tried to stop the boys and told them they shouldn't have done it. Alina realized that it was an automata maid who had survived for 300 years. She tried to point forward and said it wasn't worth it to go downstairs. Before she could finish speaking, her hand was cleaved by something invisible and fast. The heroes froze in place in surprise. It was Alina, who instantly cut off her hand and called her a stupid doll. She threw her back and ordered her to stay out of her way. With terrible force, the maid slammed into the wall, but still managed to stay on her feet. Alina suggested to Roland to go forward, but the hero did not like this behavior. He wasn't sure if it was normal, but Alina replied that she was reaching for Roland. On top of that, this maid got in their way. Reinhard said that they were explorers and the functioning automatons were a valuable find. Reinhard wanted to make sure that Rule thought the same way, but the ruler was as if mad and said he didn't care because there were enough of them on the floor. The hero did not understand this behavior of the explorer. Rukal suggested that they go down and see what was there. The hero was generally okay with that, but he was more interested in those automatons. He looked back at the damaged maid and Rukal suggested he do what he wanted. Roland apologized for him, for the ruler had gotten a little carried away. It all started from the moment they opened that door. Roland tried to explain that Alina just wanted to protect him, but she wasn't evil at all. The hero frowned and hoped she was. Roland promised to keep an eye on the crank, and if anything happened, he'd let the genie know right away. The lad hoped so and said he would trust him with it. Reinhard as well as the genie realized that it was apparently the maid trying to tell them something. Jin offered to fix her and listen to her. Rieka took off her dress and the boys collected her body parts. After they collected her body parts, the hero used a reset, after which the maid opened her eyes. The girl immediately revived and exclaimed that they shouldn't have gone there. She looked at her hand, which was intact, with surprise. Reinhard replied that he had patched her clothes, and the genie said that it was just. The maid bowed to the heroes and thanked them for their help. She also apologized for bothering them, but unfortunately, since she is an automaton and has nothing and could not pay them with anything, almost taking off everything in her clothes. The maid said she was ready to repay them and give them her body, but Rieka exclaimed that they didn't need that. She shushed the guys, who were clearly unhappy about being blocked from all view. The maid frustratedly stated that she would like to favor her new master, but the hero didn't know what she was talking about. The maid smiled and said she was set up by her master named Jin Naido. The guy grabbed his head and thought he had accidentally done it when he was fixing it, but the Rieka didn't understand how he could have done it. Eventually, the maid said she would look forward to helping him. Rieka was displeased and puffed up her cheeks, since they already had so many maids. Reinhard tried to calm her down and told her that they were only golems. Still, Rieka thought that one automaton in the role would be enough for her. The hero remembered that she had warned earlier about a basement that was not worth going down into. The girl was terrified that someone had already gone down there, because 300 years ago they had sealed something there. Inside was a magical weapon of terrible power called a Gigas. Rukal was delighted and said with a crazed look that this was the magical weapon he had been looking for so long. It was the very core of the Gigas. He took it in his hands and thought it belonged to him now. Rukal didn't realize what was wrong when the core began to transform and a bunch of iron threads came out of it. At this point, the hero felt some kind of earthquake, and the maid said that it was apparently too late. Earlier she had spoken of Gigas and Reinhardt asked her what it was. The maid replied that it was a weapon of incredible power that was used during the Great Magical War. It was an ever-growing, raging giant that derived ether from soil and rocks. Alina and Roland showed up on the stairs, shouting to the boys that they needed to get away from here as soon as possible. He told the boys that Rukal was stuck in a rock. Barely had they had time to run out of the basement when the floor collapsed and a huge golem came out of it. The hero didn't realize what it was, but the maid pulled Jin with her and told his master to run away faster. Rieka didn't like her actions. Grasping her katana, she said that it was her duty. But the maid smiled and said that whoever had time first was the master. But now was not the time to argue over it. The boys ran out of the hall and tried to close the doors behind them, but they were too big and old. It was quite late, and the heroes ordered everyone to lie down on the ground. The huge golem swung his fist to strike. Rieka was furious and said he was just big, then used a flame shot. The hero didn't think it was a good idea and asked Rieka to stop, but it was too late. Her flame beam collided with the golem. The guy asked her to think about it next time, because there could have been explosive gas in there. Rieka felt embarrassed and apologized for that. Roland squealed that the rudder was still inside the thing. Jean realized that if he didn't get help, it might be too late. But the maid said that was not all, for the Gigas was still able to move. This golem will continue to absorb the surrounding ether from the rocks, steel, soil, and continue to regenerate. It will do this until captured by the core dies. The golem absorbed even more magical power and now looked even more intimidating. The hero didn't realize what kind of weapon it was, for it looked simply hideous. The guy's golems tried to fight the huge monster using air blades and earth rips, but the golem countered all of them with blows. One of the samurai golems swung a katana at the big guy, but it was all in vain. His blade simply stabbed into the big man's head, and the golem flew backwards. The other golems screamed that they didn't stand a chance and tried to avoid his further blows. The golem with the katana told the commander that they were failing, and the genie wondered what they should do. Rieka asked for permission to act, and the hero asked her to buy them time. Rieka obeyed the order and ran forward. Reinhardt told the genie that they were at a dead end, but the genie saw it himself. Meanwhile, his second golem was trying to recover his mana as fast as possible. Gigas was rather slow, so he couldn't hit the rail. But regardless, they couldn't use strong magic since the roll was inside the golem. But if one used weak magic, the golem would regenerate. On top of that, the ether here is so dense that the heroes couldn't block the Gigas from accessing it. Come to think of it, perhaps this structure was built to seal the Gigas, and the magic-absorbing door and metal-framed column were designed to prevent him from regenerating. But it was ineffective. The hero wondered how the maid sealed him 300 years ago. They waited for the captured man to die. The guy frowned and said that using the man as an ether transducer was mean. But Alina supported the maid and said that she thought it was effective. In any case, it was hard to go home alive while fighting a demon. Alina asked not to think that the genie would be able to make a lot of expensive magic converters, not to mention that the risk of installing it on worn-out battle weapons was too high. But if using humans as transducers, they only needed a mana driver and a magic substrate. Human lives were cheap compared to magic items, and it's a weapon of the time. But weapons against demons attacking humans were ridiculous, according to Hellions. She didn't even know what it was designed for. Roland looked at Alina, who wasn't going to regret her words. Jin thought about the magic converter, a driver of mana and stone accumulation, as well as releasing magic power and increasing volume. 300 years ago, the efficiency of magic consumption and absorption. Jin concluded that Gigas was based on a magic device to cure hyperplasia. Alina wondered why he thought that, but Jin had no evidence for it. But if it's really just a killing machine, its performance should be higher and its movements faster. If it uses magic to attack, its firepower should have been higher. The hero thought that the reason he had a good regeneration ability was because he decided to keep the person inside alive for as long as possible. He wondered what the Gigas were created for and thought he would do that. Assuming that the magical artisan who created the Gigas was like him, at least he wanted to believe that. But the genie didn't think such a mechanism was normal. Most likely, it was all about the place where the rudder was locked in. The flow of magic was concentrated there. If one used digging magic, they might be able to make it work. The hero pounded his fist into his palm and said that they would succeed. Roland looked sadly at Alina, who also looked sad. Roland told Jin that they would look to see how Elsa was doing just in case, and the hero thanked them for their help. Alina looked at Roland, and the guy told her that they could leave it to the others. It was too dangerous for them to stay here. Besides, no matter who wins, they had already achieved their goal. Reinhard looked at the brooding hero, asking about what they should do. He wanted to use digging magic like Miss Alina said, but the genie asked him not to. They couldn't determine exactly where the rudders were because of the interference of the magical flow. If they misidentified the depth, they might hit it. Besides, even if they make a hole, they don't know what to do next. Also, the hero wanted to pass the Schwarzritter's spear. Jean wasn't sure he could do it, but he wanted to make an excavator. Reinhard thought about it, and the hero suggested he remember the golem that mined the adamantium. Its shape might have been different, but the genie could make a magical tool that could dig the earth. But Reinhard didn't understand how he would do that from a single spear. The boy turned around to the golem's broken arm and said that they had materials, even though they were 300 years old. Reinhard exclaimed that they would do it and asked the Schwarzritter to give his spear to the genie. The hero asked his new maid named and to sneak in and collect parts from the broken golems and the automaton. The girl asked him to rely on her. The hero would like to ask the Ryaku to hold out a little longer, and the girl replied that she understood. Ryuka asked the rant to break his leg and the partner listened to her. He grabbed a couple kunai and threw them at the big guy. After the kunai slammed into the golem's leg, the samurai golem used a vibrating sword followed by an explosion. The samurai bared his katana and slashed the giant's leg, which fell to the ground. Ryuka shouted to the rest of the girls, Topaz and Peridot, and asked them to stop him. The maids pelted the golem with many shots. When everything was ready and they had collected the parts of the golem, the genie thanked them for their help. From what the genie saw, the Gigas can absorb magical power, but it cannot absorb magic itself. It needed a barrier-like function so that a hole drilled would not regenerate. The hole had to be large enough for the lath to reach the core of the Gigas. If the guy adjusts everything to the power of the lath, then with that they could defeat the Gigas. He called out the Ryuka when everything was ready. At that moment, the Schwarzritter threw his spear to the Ryuka and the maid caught it without difficulty. Jean asked her to hold the lever and turn the handle as hard as she could. The girl held out a huge drilling spear in front of her and started drilling the body of the Gigas with it. Ryuka and Jin smirked, saying that now it was time to strike back. Gigas was half damaged, and their plan was working. Further action took place after the boat building competition in the women's locker room. A lush girl named Marcia leaned on the back of the bench and was glad that it was finally over. Ryuka smiled at her and congratulated the girl on her victory. But Marcia still didn't understand why Valentine had to disrupt the tournament, and what he was up to. But anyway, Rake reminded her that she had won first place. Marcia was embarrassed and said that Ryuka also deserved it. The girl thought about what would have happened if Jean's boat had been messed up by someone. Ryuka immediately gloomed, but Marcia reassured her saying that it was just her thoughts. The point was that it was boring to participate in a pre-won tournament. Ryuka smiled and said that she won the tournament thanks to the boat and golem her father had made. There was still no way she could praise him enough, and Marcia decided that Ryuka wasn't listening to her at all. That's why Marcia was telling her that the genie didn't like that result. The girls decided that they would personally ask him about it. With their swimsuits on, they left the locker room, but Marcia didn't know where to find him. Judging from the magic trail, Ryuka assumed he was somewhere around here. But on the way they met Elsa. As it turned out, the girl wanted to offer the genie to participate in the next tournament. But now the guy was clearly busy because he was surrounded by a whole crowd of fans and admirers. He didn't know where to get away from the people who offered to make them a golem or to make a contract with him. Ryuko and Marcia immediately changed in their faces. Threateningly, they talked about how it looks like fun here. Marcia asked Ryuko about it, who clenched her fist and agreed with her.